The CoCo Nation Show is an unscripted, live, and interactive broadcast. Anything can and will happen. The views and opinions expressed by members of the panel and the live audience are their own, and not necessarily those of the CoCo Nation Show, its sponsors, affiliates, or subsidiaries. Open minds are encouraged, and a sense of humor is recommended. Thank you for being a part of the CoCo Nation.
Radio Shack? Okay.
What?
The 80s called.
Welcome to the CoCo Nation, the world's first live and interactive talk show featuring the Tandy color computer and its hardware cousins.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the CoCo Nation episode 340. Amazing how well things work if I push the right buttons. All right, let's see. Today we have some special guests on our show. Let's start with some panel introductions here. Boy, I forgot all kinds of stuff this morning. We need that button. I'll do another one later. Top corner, we got yours truly. And next up, Patrick Ulland.
Howdy, y'all.
And Marco.
Hello, glad to be here.
And Sloopy Malibu.
Greetings.
And Ron Delvo.
Hello. Welcome to the show.
Okay, and we got L Curtis Boyle.
Welcome to the show, everyone.
Okay, Ken Waters.
Yeah, that's me.
Yep. And Brian Weasler.
As soon as he unmutes.
Welcome all. Welcome to the show.
And we got Jason.
Hello, hello, hello. And I'd like to introduce the faux wood paneling behind me.
Okay. And Nick Marentes.
Hi, everyone, from the bottom of the world.
Hey, Nick, you moved to South America? Or to Antarctica?
Antarctica, yep.
Right.
Almost.
Well, yeah, but he's a little off to one side. It's not the bottom.
So, and I'd introduce Bob Emery, but doesn't look like he's ready to talk yet.
Uh-oh.
I'm struggling here.
Left
He'll
foot
wave.
goes on the right ear. And
Hey, Bob, how's it going?
Oh, it's going all right. Oh,
Even with that electric field behind you.
Solar storm.
He's just very far north. It's the Northern Lights, right?
And next up, we have Frederic Segard.
Hello.
And we'll be hearing more from Frederic later. And our special guest interviewees today, we got Joe.
oh,
I don't want to butcher your name. I'm sorry.
It's Ahern.
Ahern, okay. And then we got David McNally.
Hello.
All right.
Yeah, you can pronounce that one because it's like the road maps, I see. But
Yeah.
then again, Mark B can butcher the last name Smith. It's happened.
That is one
It's
thing
a talent
I do
he
well.
has.
Yes, it's a special skill.
I do that well. So, okay. Let's see. First up, Curtis.
Okay, so welcome to all of our guests today. We have the main interview with David and Joe, who are the creators of a magazine back in 1987 that was originally called Tier City Computing. And I think it was the last year you guys changed it to color computing. Is that correct? And I'll ask you a bit about the title change there and also the original title. But the first thing I want to start off with is that you guys were friends in school even before you got into the magazine, even before you got into the computers and stuff. So how did the two of you meet, and how old were you when you did?
It was kindergarten. We both, Dave and I, attended the same elementary school. We actually lived very close to each other, location-wise. And so kindergarten is when we actually met. We were 5.
Okay. Did you guys become fast friends, or did you guys just kind of know each other on the periphery at that point?
No, I think we connected pretty quickly. I remember we were both in the same kindergarten class, first grade class. By second grade, they had to separate us.
Oh, really?
And then I don't think we were in the same class again through elementary school. At third grade we were, and then fourth and fifth we were separate classes. I think we were chatting too much.
And David, what was the common interests or things that kind of bonded the two of you together at that young age?
We live close together, so it was really easy just to like ride our bike down the street or something and catch up. So we both had, I don't think we had developed the interest for computers yet at that point. It wasn't until third grade when we were introduced to the computers, but we became friends pretty quickly because we were in the same classes. We were interacting together all the time. So I think that's where it started.
Okay. And then to step into the computer side. So I believe the first computers the two of you used were ones in school. Your families did not have any at that time, or is that correct?
Yeah, my family had no idea what a computer was, basically, because none of them really were into technology. My dad had an old Bullseye game, and then later we got the Atari 2600. So I was early on the gaming side of things, but computers in general, I think it started for Joe and I both when our elementary school got grants through Radio Shack to get labs of the color computers. So I think that's where it all started.
Yeah.
And Joe, did you have any experience with computers with your family or anything before, or a video game system for that matter?
No. I played the Atari at Dave's house. I played it at a friend's house that lived up the street from me. But I never actually had like a gaming system per se. I didn't even have the Nintendo. It was the CoCo. I mean, that was my gaming system. Once we had that introduction in fourth grade, I believe it was a couple of years later when we actually received the computer as gifts. I think Dave was first at Christmas, and then it was mine followed on my birthday.
Okay. Now, one thing you guys had mentioned, we kind of did our pre-call that I didn't know before, is that the grant that you guys got from Radio Shack actually included a Network 2 controller. So you actually had one with all the CoCos all hooked up together with a master one the teacher would control. What was your experience with those? Because I think you guys had mentioned you guys kind of knew more than the teachers did, which I think is probably a common theme for a lot of us. But
well, at the time, there was only one. There was one lab for the whole school. So, and there was only one teacher that got the grant and kind of got trained on it. And he had to share his time between 3 elementary schools. So that was interesting. So it was about maybe 12 or about 12 CoCos attached to the Network 2 controller. And at the time, we didn't know so much about it as far as what it was or what it did. We were just really happy that we had access to the computer like once a month, in which they were running Logo, because that was about the only thing anyone knew how to do, is put in the program packs and turn it on. So that's where it began. And I think Joe and I took an interest in it really, really fast. And the teachers would just say, have it draw this, have it draw that. And they couldn't keep up the worksheets quick enough because we were just completing them. And Joe always the ones completing them. And they were like, okay, try these. And they're like, we can't slow you guys down.
Now, that was an experience I had too, because they teach the computer class at a certain pace, and then I would find where the manuals and stuff were, and I'd be like chapters and chapters ahead type thing. So did you guys do the same thing? Did you guys have access to the color logo actual manuals that came with the program packs, or were you kind of more restricted with the curriculum that they were giving you?
Yeah, it was the curriculum they were giving us.
And what manuals?
Manuals. No, and then when we got into middle school, so that would have been the CoCo lab was grade 4. So 2 years later, grade 6, 7, and 8 is middle school. We had computers. That was the class, and it was in a lab of TRS-80 Model 3 and 4s. And so we will learn. That's when we learned BASIC, and that started 6th grade right through 8th grade. And it was the same teacher who came down to the elementary school while we were in elementary school and taught us Logo. So we went from Logo then to BASIC.
Did you guys ever go back to Logo later, or was that just part of the early part and then you went on?
Yeah. So when we were juniors in high school, so that would have been fast forward now to 1991. That's when we went into a 3rd grade classroom taught by our former 1st grade teacher, and we taught Logo to a 3rd grade class, and that actually carried on for 5 years. And so this teacher actually had a mini lab of 12 TRS-80 color computer 2s they were connected to a network 2 controller. And so we were there, 5 years teaching.
Yeah, and actually, I wanted to ask you about that because we talked about that a bit in the pre-call, and you guys had mentioned that you actually got special permission because you were still in high school doing this, and then you'd leave to go to the elementary school to teach the kids while your high school was actually running and still going with classes. So how did that arrangement come out, and why did they, what was their thinking of actually allowing this to happen? Because that's a pretty rare thing where you get to skip class on purpose and go teach other kids when you're technically a kid yourself.
Yeah, I remember it was at the end of the day. I believe the high school let out around 2 o'clock and the elementary school went till 3. So we actually I think it was only a half hour. I think we left maybe around 1:30 or so to get there by 1:45, 2 o'clock. And I think the principal recognized that we were doing like community service, it was actually, it was the guidance counselor at the high school that brought this to our attention because the guidance counselor's wife is the 3rd grade teacher whose class we taught in. So I think that was the guidance counselor recommending to the principal that we be released. And I think our schedules were okay. I think we had study halls at the end of the day anyway. So there really was no impact on our, the courses we were taking.
So David, they approached you on this. This wasn't something you guys kind of mentioned. We wouldn't mind helping teach over there,
Yeah, they brought us both in together, and we thought we were in a lot of trouble. And they're like, "You don't really work with the guidance teacher at the high school so much." And we're like, "What did we do?" He's like, "No, it's all good. It's all good." He's like, "We got all these old computers. They were sitting in the closet. You might have remembered them from when you were in 3rd and 4th grade." Because I think I said 3rd grade, but it was like the very end of 3rd grade that they got them. We didn't really get access to them until 4th grade. We're like, we would really like to have you guys come over and show us how to use these things. They've been sitting in the closets. They're there. We have them hooked up. We're not sure what to do with them. And so we were just we're like, okay, but we're in school. We can't do that. How's that going to work? Oh, we'll take care of that. And Joe and I were laughing at each other how are they going to do that? They're never going to let us leave early. That's unheard of. But it happened about a week later. I think we got a call down to the vice principal's office, I think at the time. And they're like, well, you have to come to the office down here and sign out with me personally. And then when you get over there, you're going to sign in with the principal over there. So we know you're really not just skipping classes. And then once you sign in, we'll let you go up to the school, to the classrooms in the school and work with the teacher. I think that is my recollection of how it all went down.
And how far apart were these schools? What was the travel time to go between them?
5 minutes or so, not even.
Oh, they're pretty close.
Yeah.
And did they ask you to also, like you had mentioned that later on when you guys were in the younger grades there, that you had a Network 3 controller-based Model 3 4 system. Did you guys do any teaching on that as well, or was it strictly the CoCo and Logo?
So that was the story from Joe from the middle school, and we got access to the Model 3s and 4s. Of course, Joe and I can you teach us how to run it? Because this is a Network 3 controller, and you have to log in, and the OS is coming from the server and all that. So that same teacher who had introduced us to the CoCos also taught us how to log in and do the procedure on the Network 3 controller. And I think we had a 15 meg hard drive, which was huge at the time. And then we had this giant line printer. I don't know, that thing was enormous and it weighed a ton. I forget which model it was, but I just remember it. When the middle school got rid of that lab, I took that lab over and put it into the classroom next door to where the other teachers. So this was like the next year or two later. It wasn't right away. So the first year, Joe and I started on the CoCos, and we taught together in the same room, splitting the time. And Joe had one group of kids, and I had another group of kids until this other lab became available as they were upgrading it. We're like, we can still teach how to program. We can still teach word processing. We can still teach graphics on it. I mean, in third grade, the kids are learning basic like algebra, X plus, 3 equals 5. What's X? Or you could, and they also learn map skills, plotting the coordinates on a map, which is exactly how plotting a coordinate on a pixel works. And the Model 3 doesn't have a color on it. It's just on or off. So it perfectly worked into the curriculum. I'm like, oh, we can use all that to fit right in and teach them those skills. Even though these computers are older, they're perfectly fine.
And one thing I wanted to ask both of you is the thinking behind the teachers to get you to do this, teaching other kids who are just a few years younger than you, is they must have seen that you guys had good teaching skills, because there's a lot of nerds when I was going to school, including myself, that knew the computers inside out, but we couldn't teach for nothing. Like we're speaking on a level above your average kid. But they must have seen something, the two of you, to actually encourage this. I was just wondering, did you guys have any sort of teaching or helping the teacher teach classes and anything else before that they recognized this from, or they just took a gamble and went for it?
The first grade teacher actually remembered that I had an interest in playing school, because I would take home extra papers and then I would play school with my neighborhood friends. And this was like first, second grade. And she remembered that. And I think that, so our original trip over there was to help her troubleshoot. And then once we got them up and running and working, that's when she said, Joe, I seem to recall you had an interest in teaching way back at the time we're playing school, whatever. And, would you be interested in teaching these children how to use these computers? And so, it was a career changer for me, because I originally was going to go to school for computer programming. Because at that time, it was the end of my junior year. So I was starting to think college, starting to think, career choice. And after that first few months of that junior year, and then that full senior year, I switched my major to elementary education. So that really was a game changer.
Okay. And David, was it the same for you, or was it a bit more different?
I do kind of remember it a little similar to what Joe said, but as far as the teaching skills, I wasn't so much into teaching. Me personally, I was really into the programming, and I think I kind of dragged Joe along in some of my programming adventures, and we worked on programming together. Eventually, I think I went to the programming and more technical route, and Joe decided to be the teacher, but I never lost track of that teaching. But I remember both of us at the time were really shy. So there were no presentation skills. There were no classroom management skills. This was our, we were pretty shy in high school. We would never be doing something like this even right now. So I just remember that very first day, and we walk into that classroom, and the third graders are sitting there with their hands folded, and the teacher's like, now this is Mr. Ahern and this is Mr. McNally, and you're going to pay attention they're going to teach us the computers, and you're going to pay attention. And I'm turning beet red, and Joe's turning beet red. And I just remember, I'm like, they're all staring at us, say something. And he's like, I don't know what to say. You say something. I just remember that moment. Like, it really helped me. It really helped me learn how to public speak, learn confidence, learn how to not be afraid to stand up in front of an audience and speak. And then later on, my career kind of took me in that path through programming and working at hospitals. And teaching and training a lot of evening school courses we taught in different towns, and I never lost sight of that teaching, but I went into it more in the technical professional world of training and training software and at different hospitals and different systems, and Joe went into actual public education. So kind of we never lost sight of our roots, Joe and I. On that first day, it really taught us a lot, and we keep in touch and we talk about teaching and training and computers all the time. We're still pretty good friends. We don't live so far away that we can't catch up once in a while.
And Joe, like, how did the students react? Like you mentioned, David mentioned that, they were sitting here like this and they were told to behave and listen and kind of stuff. But did they get as enthralled, or did a fair number of the students get as enthralled as the two of you did first getting exposed to computers? Or were they like, were things getting already that computers were so commonplace, it's just like another class type thing for the kids?
No, they were pretty engaged, I remember, because that was at the time that the CoCo, unfortunately, was starting to phase out, because it was, I believe, 93 when the CoCo 3 was discontinued from Radio Shack, somewhere around there, 92, 93. So yeah. That computer was not as familiar to them because of the fact that was a time when there was a transition to desktops was taking place, and the Apple IIe was like the next thing. So they were pretty engaged by what these older machines themselves, and then just the logo language with the turtle in the center of the screen waiting for commands. And we didn't have much to go by other than that. I remember blue covered manual that came with it, but we did develop our own curriculum. In fact, I still have that. I just actually
still have mine too.
Yeah, it's a binder that I put together with lessons that we would follow, and we used it for that 5 years that we were there.
And I mean, if you're teaching basic computer programming concepts like variables and, like you mentioned, grid for pixels and stuff, I mean, that has not changed that much. I mean, now you got texture maps, all kinds of stuff thrown in extra, but the basics are still there. So it still applies.
And the kids were so excited that other teachers and other grades were like, can you do a lesson? Can you do a lesson? Can you do a lesson? So we started teaching with other teachers. Some were actually our former teachers. Some were teachers that were new to us at the school at the time. So we started a little after school club, and the third graders would come in one night and the fourth graders would come in another, and the fifth graders. And then actually it got so popular that we couldn't, some of the other schools heard about it. Our original elementary school heard about it, and they're like, can you come over here and do some? So it turned into a much bigger thing where Joe and I actually were brought into the summer school program that the town ran, and we created a Computers for Kids summer camp. And that was quite a project. We were using the Macs and the Apple IIes and stuff like that at the time. We didn't have enough of them at those schools. We had to run around to every single school and collect all of them and put them in the back of Joe's van that he had at the time, and drive them and make a lab so we could teach during the summer. And that summer Computers for Kids programs for Joe did grades 2 and 3, and I did 4 through 6. Ran for about 13 years. It was very, very popular. Remember, this was just before the internet too. And it brought in so much funding that it not only funded the whole academic summer school program, we were able to buy about $10,000 in robotics equipment, and we started teaching Lego robotics before that was even a thing. So it turned into a much bigger thing than Joe and I could ever had anticipated.
And were you directly involved this entire 13 years, or did some other people get involved that were helping to teach? Maybe even some of your former students that kind of did the same thing you did and kind of escalate to teaching themselves, or?
Yeah, I actually, I ran that, I was part of that summer program from 92 to 97. And then thereafter I had started my full-time teaching job. And then Dave continued on for a few years, at least a few years after that, I think maybe 4 or 5, but then it was transitioning over to other teachers. And we were actually, I remember training one of them. I remember before I kind of passed the torch, so to speak, and I trained the person that was taking my place to run the Computer for Kids program. So.
Yeah, it was really fun. We ran the program got really big. At one point, we had about 300 kids. So we had to be creative on how we scheduled the classes. We had to bring in more teachers. I did full school assemblies for. We started doing classes in like theme park science and movie making. We had the little green screens and the webcams for the kids to do commercials and things. And someone came up with the idea of bridge building, and we use software to help support all the lessons, and it was always a computer-based camp, even though we started to add additional things into it. It was really fun. And towards the end, another town contacted me. It's like, we want this, we'll pay for it, whatever. So I had to train more teachers, and we brought it to another town, actually the town that Joe had started working in as a teacher, because he heard it through Joe and I that we were running. He's like, we want this summer program. So we actually ran it in 2 towns for some time. It was pretty fun experience, all leading up from that little CoCo lab that we started with. It was really, our path was really unique, really interesting. And Joe and I grew a lot from the experience that we had, both as teachers, as speakers, as friends. We really we got a lot from that experience.
Okay. Now, before I get to the magazine stuff, I've been notified by Mark that there's multiple questions from the chat and probably some questions from the panel as well. So I thought before we get off the teaching side of things here and onto the magazine side of things here, we'll let Mark get some of those questions out, and anybody else in the panel too.
Starting with Mark Siegel, who is a former Radio Shack. What was he? He was a high level Radio Shack person, production stuff. He was asking, what version of logo were you using way back when you started? 3rd grade, I guess. Do you remember?
It was. Well, I remember it was called TRS-80 color logo.
Yeah, that's the first one.
It wasn't the super one. It wasn't the next step up or advanced. It was the original.
I had the super logo cartridge, but that was the only one that existed. We had 20 or 30 of the regular logos because it was all from a grant from Radio Shack. Actually, one of our teachers tried to set up an appointment with some big shot at Radio Shack to show him the magazine, and we had a day and everything, and that executive called in sick, and that appointment actually never happened. But the teacher was so excited that Joe and I had been working on that magazine that he tried to set us up with somebody at Radio Shack to talk about it.
Cool. Frederic Provencha has a question. He said, did they ever start paying you to do this? Talking about the summer camps and, well, the after school stuff. So it sounds like you put in a lot of time and effort for doing this.
Yeah, the 3rd grade classroom during the day was volunteering, but we were paid for the summer camp program.
Mm-hmm. And, because we weren't in the union and there was a lot of things involved, we were actually paid as outside contractors. So we actually got pretty good pay for that time. And the other reason being, we had to write the curriculum, we had to train the teacher, we had to set up the classrooms, we had to dismantle the classrooms, all in the summer school budget, which gets kind of frozen throughout the year. So they thought it was only fair, well, since we can't pay you for all those extra things that you do, then we'll pay you the top rate that we can pay you to kind of make up for it. So it did work out pretty well. And like
good for the resume.
Yeah, it really worked out really well. And then Joe and I were doing some little off stuff too. We worked at a company called Future Kids, doing some kids training over there once in a while. It was a chain out of California, I believe, that came over here for a bit in Massachusetts. We were doing some night courses at different schools in different towns, so we got paid for that stuff too. But all the stuff, the 6 years we did at the elementary schools, that was all volunteer, and we loved it, and we didn't even want a cent for it. That experience alone was priceless.
Cool. Mark, any more from the chat, or?
No, it's all for the chat so far. So.
Okay, now I think Ron, you had some questions. Anybody else in the panel have any questions too? Cue those up as well.
Here's the first one. The printer behind me is the line printer 1. Is that the big printer you were talking about? Weighs about 60 pounds.
Don't think
isn't
it's
it?
that one. It was wider than that one. It was huge.
Oh, is that the big shuttle line matrix one?
I think it was.
okay.
Yeah, it was a very wide printer. It was very heavy. I just remember.
Yeah,
And the-
yeah. It had a ribbon on it about an inch thick and about 3 feet wide.
I think it was that one. Yeah.
And the
Okay.
next thing I need to ask you is, this is the CoCo Nation, okay? And you said something about in '93 that they were stopping the CoCo line. I mean, we never knew that, and so we're still celebrating the CoCo here.
That's
think
what's,
what
We
Ray
didn't get the message.
yeah, that's what's pretty amazing is
Yeah.
when
Yes.
Dave told me Dave, you told me a year or two ago, I think that's what me motivated to scan all the 28 issues in. But when you said, oh, they're
alive
very
and going, and I'm on this list server
And growing.
What?
yeah, I couldn't believe it. And the CoCo Fest is still going on. I said, what, really? I said, the one that started from the Rainbow magazine? Like,
Yeah, this year was the 40th anniversary of the first Rainbow Fest, so, and it's still going.
It's awesome to be here and talk about it and still have all these enthusiasts. It's really cool because I've been kind of silently following the list servers. I get the emails, I read most of them. I'm fascinated what everyone has really done with it and how you've all pushed the hardware and the software in different ways. I read everything and I keep telling Joe, I'm like, it's alive. He's like, no, you can't be getting that much. I'm like, Joe, I must get like at least 10 or 15 emails a day easily, probably more off of that server. And I just read them all and it's interesting. And he's like, come on. And then I started showing him, he's like, well, maybe we should just scan in all these magazines. And that's how that discussion happened.
And then finish the last issue. Well, not quite finish it, but put it out there because it never was out. It was never out there. That very last one.
It was never released.
No, it was never released.
I just saw Sloopy as a question.
Why.
Oh, good. Go ahead, Joe. We'll do that first, and then I'll let Sloopy ask his question.
Joe, so explain why the last issue never really made it.
Well, that was when we were graduating from high school, and February of '92 was the one that never released. October '91 was the last published issue.
Mm-hmm. And then Joe kind of had a girlfriend too, so that was taking up a lot more of his time than the magazine.
Hands and magazines.
Hey, Sloopy, you can unmute. And, you have a question?
Yeah. As you're like going through with these, using the CoCo and beyond, and teaching the students, what was your opinion and your thoughts of using the various different computers while you're teaching these students on how to use them? Because I mean, the capabilities of the CoCo with extended color basic is significantly different than when you're using like the Apple IIe or even going to the Macintosh.
Yeah, it's really the thinking skills is what the children are going to benefit from when they're programming, whether it be in Logo or Basic. Back at the time when we switched over to the Apple IIes and the Macs during the summer camps, it really wasn't programming. It was software that we purchased that was capable of letting the kids say draw pictures and print them out. They weren't thinking in that deep level of thinking that they do when they program. And I think that's why coding we call it coding now in the educational world, has made a comeback. If you've heard of the Hour of Code, code.org, that organization about 10 years ago brought it back in really, in a sense, because of the need in these schools for teaching programming, teaching coding. It just had kind of slipped away in the late 90s through probably early 2010, 11. And then since then, it has much more of a face in the schools now.
Yeah, because it kind of went more to teaching just to be familiar with computers, how to interact with GUIs and that kind of thing, like to be a user, but not to be a programmer.
So we would write lessons, like write a story or interact with like a play or something like that. And we would have them write out their scripts on the computer, and then we would have them create their drawings on the computer or create commercials on the computer as the webcams and those kind of things became available. So we moved, other than the robotics actually used PC logo that was modified. So not only was it a version of logo for the IBM, it had some commands to control the motors and the lights and the switches and the sensors on the robotics. So when we switched to that robotics, Lego robotics, it was still using a newer version of logo. But definitely at the time things have shifted. I did have access to the Apple IIe. I started learning the programming in that, and we did some simple programming classes on that. I had access to a Commodore 64 that my friend had, so I was learning the programming on that. All variations of BASIC, but at different levels of complexity as those computers could do more and more. It's pretty cool.
Cool. Any more questions in the chat in the meantime there, Mark?
No, I haven't seen any additional. Oh, Frederic Provancha says, my 14-year-old daughter is currently learning JavaScript and HTML in high school. That's nice. I was just thinking when you're talking about schools bringing back programming and stuff, that was kind of the foundation of the Raspberry Pi Foundation. I was just looking on the Wikipedia page. They started in 2009 to look about promoting computers. And I know when the Raspberry Pi 1 came out, it's like, I got one in 2012, and it's like, they're trying to say, we want to set this up so it's easy for kids to have at home, hook up an old keyboard, mouse, hook it to their TV, and be able to learn basic programming like Python and stuff.
I tried to convince Joe of that at the time. He didn't believe me until it actually caught up to him.
So
I was,
you guys,
I was totally amazed that like the website for the Raspberry Pi 1 crashed, and it took like 2 days before I could order one. I didn't get one until May. So it was like 3 months later. But anyway, it turns out a very popular platform and still is. Anyway.
And it emulates the CoCo now, right? And we have a CoCo emulator for it. I think I've seen that.
Oh yeah, there's a guy, Ron Klein, basically bundles a complete the X4 emulator and the MAME emulator, and
and VCC I think too, right? Or VCC
yeah.
at least.
Yeah, so he has a whole image you can download for a Raspberry Pi and just load up and do CoCos.
Yeah, you can emulate MC10s, CoCo 1, 2, 3s, Dragon32 64. So it's kind of the expanded, all the cousins we were talking about the intro of the show. So
yeah.
Do you guys have kids?
Was that Ron?
Do you guys have kids, children? And what do you still have your old hardware at all?
Yes, I have a 6. He'll be Liam. He'll be 6 at the end of December, and then my daughter Kaylee is 4. I do have a CoCo 3 in the attic, and it's just a matter of getting it to work with the monitor. But Dave, you said you ordered a piece of hardware that's going to get it to connect to a more modern.
I'm getting there. I'm getting all my stuff back online. I ordered a lot of stuff.
Okay. So if he's successful with that, then I will plug that in, because unfortunately I don't have a TV.
Well, you guys are obviously still kids.
I do have a TV. I do. I have the floppy drive. I have 2 CoCo 2s and a 3 sitting here. I think I at one point had all the cartridges, both Joe and I's cartridges. I think I had the whole collection, probably about 25 or 30 of them. Some of them got destroyed in an accident though. But I still have a bunch of them. Let's see. I did keep an old TV around, which it's an old analog TV, but I want to get it on the HD monitor. So I ordered the SCART cable, the switcheroo, I think it is. I ordered a projector. I'm going to see if I can project the CoCo on my wall full screen and play around with it.
Well, if Jason's still on the call, he's the guy who makes the SCART adapter. He's CoComan.biz is his site. So if you have any questions for him, he's right here.
Well, thank you. You just sent it to me. I just got it in the mail.
Okay, great.
Any questions? You know who we are.
Yeah. Wonderful.
Well, it's good that you guys still have them and still have an interest to them. I'm kind of curious, since it sounds like your kids are still fairly young, if they're going to take an interest either on the computer side, as far as learning a bit of programming or something like that, and maybe even bring up some of the older curriculum, see if it still works on kids nowadays.
Well, my daughter's just 6 months old, so
we got a bit of time.
way to go.
So it'll be interesting to see how that follows through and see if that's still, as you mentioned, coding is kind of coming back now in the curriculum because it kind of dropped for a while, and to see how they react to it too. So Joey, I guess you'll be up first to see if that still works on the younger kids of today.
You get to teach the kids the CoCo, Joe.
There you go.
Who would have thought all these years, right?
Well, I know one thing we've mentioned on the show many times when it comes up is that the CoCo basic documentations, particularly the CoCo ones, I think you guys started with CoCo 2s, if I remember, but that was one of the best starting manuals out of all the 8-bit computers that came out of the time. It was phenomenal. It was a woman that wrote it too, if I remember correctly. I can't remember her name off the top of my head, but she did an awesome job, honestly.
Somewhere I still have that book. I have all the books that I could. I have them all somewhere. I think they're packed up from when I moved here, like 15 years ago now, but they're all packed up somewhere. They're still here.
The neat thing is that your machines will still work.
Yep.
They're pretty solid. It was kind of lucky, actually. The CoCo was one of the 8-bits from that time period, because there was a time period in the mid to late 80s. I think there was a lot of bad capacitors and stuff going around. It affected a lot of Amigas and some Macs and stuff too, where they would just self-destruct after a while. So if you pulled it out of the closet 30 years later, it's, leaked acid onto the motherboard and destroyed pretty well a lot of it. But we got kind of lucky. We didn't really have that problem. So they generally tend to work. You don't usually have to recap them or anything.
In high school, my art department got an Amiga for doing the digitizing and the stuff. That was like, we had a black and white camera with different filters to do the colors and stuff. I remember that. So had a little exposure to the Amiga. Not too much.
We did have digitizers in the CoCo too. There was the DS69 A and B, which Ron has. Nick Marenti's from Australia is actually on the panel. He created another one called Digiscan. And Rascan was a previous version, which same thing. You put the color filters, and do the red, green, blue, and then merge them together. Or you could just do the red and green and offset the camera and make 3D. Put the glasses on and watch it too. So
that was sensible.
So now to kind of loop it back, go back in time a little bit again. So you guys were doing the teaching, you guys were doing the learning on logo and stuff. What prompted the creation of the magazine, and how did that start?
That's Joe's idea, so you can take it from there, Joe.
Yeah, I actually, at any point in time, I do have slides with visuals. Whenever
totally up to you. Whenever it fits in with what you're talking about, you just start sharing and we'll show it.
To see.
Yeah. Okay. Why don't I think I have the capability to share my screen. Yes, I do.
Yeah, we see your My Drive.
All right. Perfect. All right. Everyone see it okay?
Yeah. Tier City Computing, the bi-monthly magazine for college computer users. I'm reading it out loud because we do have audio listeners that listen to the podcast afterwards, so kind of give them a clue what we're looking at.
Okay. All right. So this, as you I'm sure all can recognize, is what got us into connecting with the community, because when we got that when I received the computer, I received the extended color basic CoCo 2. I think Dave's first one was a standard color basic, so it was getting started with color basic. But in any event, this was a very well written manual, and at 13 years of age, I was able to follow it very easily. And that I really think that this is what got me motivated to start something that would share programs, original programs and tips and articles. This was it. This was the inspiration for that. And that was probably in early part of 87 when I really started to get into programming in the basic language. And I also had purchased a DMP 105 printer. So I had, between the CoCo to the cassette recorder, I know I got the CCR81 before I got the FD501 drive, and the printer and good old print number -2 commands. That was enough to get that first issue out, which to me, now when I look back at this at 49 years of age, it's kind of embarrassing. But we were 13. It was something that I had just kind of scribbled out on paper as a draft, showed it to Dave. And I said, what do you think? Do you want to
It
get
was
this?
just an idea. That issue was just an idea. It wasn't even hashed out at that point.
Yeah, and so the name TRS-80 Computing, I'll be honest, came from Family Computing. That's actually where the name came from. That was a magazine that was out there back in the 80s.
And they did list TRS-80 programs in it as one of the computers they supported.
Right. I remember it was heavy with PC, like IBM PC Junior. But there were listings in there for the CoCo. Just it didn't have much fanfare. So we decided that this was going to be mostly for the CoCo, but then there would be some, a little bit more with Apples and Commodores. But in a sense, it really wasn't. It really was mostly a CoCo magazine. And so we were monthly for the first year, from June through December of '87. It was every month. And we were at that time, we were in 7th grade. 7th grade was a tough year. It was a highly academic pressure as far as homework and projects. So it was a little rough, especially once school got started in September, to keep this monthly. So we went on a little bit of a hiatus. You could see here by the end of '87, it even starting, especially December of '87, okay, this is starting to look a little better now. It's got a theme to it. It's got a logo that was probably came from a print shop. But it's something other than, pulling it out of a magazine or my dad was a sign painter. So I do remember he did this for me right here.
Hey, so was I.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. He was a sign painter for many years. So he helped me with the logo on the October '87 issue. But yeah, this is it. By the end of '87, it was clear that this was gonna go somewhere, but we just couldn't keep up with monthly. We decided that bi-monthly is just going to be easier on us, and it'll allow us to put more time into it. And you could see, once 1988, 1989, 90, this is, when it became, a thicker issue. There was more content inside. And we did have to do some price increases. The original was 60 cents. By December of '90, it was $1.75.
Quick question for you on the title of TRS-80 Computing. You guys had mentioned you guys had a Model 3 lab that you guys had used when you were younger too. Were you planning on expanding to Model 1-3 coverage, and that's why you picked the title, or just?
At the time, it could have been that we were thinking, okay, we may include the Model 1, 2, 3, or 4, actually, is what we were exposed to at the time. But it clearly was just CoCo. In fact, it says right there, color computer users. And I think that's, why we had, switched the name by that last year. I'm surprised we hadn't done that sooner.
I think I was dabbling with the Apple IIe and the Commodore, and there was an issue or two in there where I did list some programs for them. But then we the access I had to those computers were just a little bit limited, and the time I had to learn it and write other stuff and support it all was too much. So we kind of abandoned the idea. But I think there is an issue or two where we had some listings in there.
Yeah, I do remember you'd mentioned the C64, and that you'd mentioned you were thinking about adding coverage in one of the earlier issues, and you did publish some ads, for C64 stuff, etc. But yeah, it didn't seem to really take off.
Yeah, so first couple of years, I would say it was pretty local as far as who the community was. It was people we knew. It was in '89 that we put the end of '89 that we put out our first advertisement. It was a classified ad in Computer Shopper. We ran that through a couple of their issues, and we got about 25 subscribers from each run of that advertisement. And then in 1990, there was a magazine called CoCo Clipboard, and their last issue is April of 1990. We put a quarter-page ad in there, And then this advertisement that you're seeing now was, there was 1,000 copies made by CoCo Pro, and they did a direct mailing and included our advertisement as well as several others in their mailing. And this really helped us with bringing up our subscriber base. I mean, by the time we got towards the end of publication, I would say we had at least 150 people that had, you know, been either had a trial issue or a subscription. So this was definitely the peak right here, early 91, where we, you know, had an artist. One of my friends from school was an artist, and he did a lot of our cover graphics, like the one that you see right here. He was pretty impressive as far as, you know, getting you know, getting the cover to have some appeal to it there. And then
I think he used an Apple II GS to do his artwork at the time. I think that's what he had at home.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we were publishing on 8.5 by 11 inch, and then that last year or so we switched over to 11 by 17. It just made it easier for us to print at our there was a local copy center nearby that we would run the issues on. And I remember the 11 by 17s was just a lot easier to staple. We were literally using those long reach staplers and stapling right down the middle, fold, and then using like you could see sometimes we put some tape on there to just hold it together. I think this was an 11 by 17 right here, and this was an 8.5 by 11 inch.
And I literally still have that stapler right over on my
yeah. So yeah, over the span of 5 years, I mean, those are actual printed copies. There aren't many left, unless there's people out there that still have them. I don't even have all of them. I mean, what I have is what you're seeing right there on that collage. Dave has most of them. But yeah, when we would print one, I'd put my name on the top and his on the top and say, all right, at least we have a copy that we can, you know, hold on to there. So that was our method of typesetting or layout. It was done using an old tracing board from the 70s. Plug it in, flip the light on. That picture actually was just taken a few days ago. I actually still have that tracing board. And there's graph paper behind it. So the graph paper would help us with lining up the text so that it would be, you know, it would look straight. We did that for quite a while. And then we did have access to PageMaker in high school, which it gave, you know, this more clean look to it as opposed to a cut and paste. So that really did help us out a lot there.
And a side note, I did print a lot of the program listings on my TP10 printer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
so,
which
it
faded.
was perfect for the columns. It was absolutely perfect until we realized that a few years later, all the program listings kind of vanished.
Yeah.
I don't have many pictures of the office that we worked out of, but this is one of the 2 photographs that I came across here. It was in the basement of my childhood home. You can see that it was the 70s wooden paneling in the background there. You can see the boxes that I kept from all the computers and accessories that I had. You can see the setup right here with the deluxe joysticks underneath. ROM pack. We made this actually in high school. What you're seeing right there, we made it in woodshop class to hold the cartridges. I think it only held about 25 or 30 of them. But that was pretty much it right there. And then my desk over here that I worked out of, you can kind of see the color computing, TRS-80 computing. I had like calendars and information kind of all hung up around. So that was, I think I took that right towards the end when we knew we weren't going to be continuing with it any further. And then we went back to logo. This was the manual that helped us out with teaching the students. And there I am at the age of 17, teaching 3rd graders on a lab of 12 CoCo 2s. So there was that, I believe, the Network 2 controller, and then there was just those standard joysticks. And then the cartridges they had were Scriptsit and Logo. So that went on for about 5 years. We also had started a computer consulting firm on the side. So we were doing the volunteering in elementary school, the summer camp, and then we were on in evenings, weekends, we were doing consulting and also teaching through evening school programs. So we were pretty active in the 90s. And at the same time, we were going to school, college, and starting out our careers. This is what it looks like now. I went into education. I taught in the classroom for 10 years, from 97 to 2007. And since that time, my role as a digital learning specialist. So I work with 4th and 5th graders at an elementary school nearby. And I teach coding skills. I teach digital citizenship, and I also teach Google Workspace, how to use docs and slides and sheets. But you can see these kids right here. They're coding on Chromebooks, and the engagement for them is the coding robots that are out there now. That's the Sphero robot. So they're programming that to knock over Cup Tower. So that's kind of where it's come now. Where I said coding's made a comeback, and that's what I'm doing. And I'm glad I'm doing what I'm doing now, because that's really where my passion started. So to just cycle right back to it and keep it going, it's pretty.
Joe or David, when you were, did you have a color computer club that you joined to? And then the other question I have is, when you're teaching these kids, did you ever get one or two that kind of picked up on it and was really interested and kind of contributed to you guys?
To the magazine?
No, well, just let's say, he had a knack for it and did well and would keep in touch with you. Any of your students, from back in the day still communicate with you, or?
I don't think so. We've run into a few of them here and there on occasion. One of them actually, I think, did become a teacher in the same school. Some years later, our student became a teacher. That was pretty cool. I do remember back in those days, Joe, we thought that it was a boys thing. We really kind of had it in our heads, I think, that the boys would enjoy it more, but that definitely wasn't true. The girls were just as engaged. And in a lot of cases, I remember when I was teaching some summer school, I had entire classes of only girls, and they excelled at learning some of the logo and the Lego logo skill sets, even over some of the classes with the boys in it. I was really surprised. I shouldn't have been surprised, but I didn't really think it that way. I thought, the boys would probably like this more. And then I created other courses that were more arts and crafts and drawing and adventures on the computers. And I thought that the girls would like that more. And that whole idea just didn't work. And we had to sometimes revisit how we were approaching it so that we can engage all of the learners and not just a certain subset.
And did you?
And then to Ron's other question, did you guys have a local color computer club that you guys joined to as well to get other ideas, or?
We were it. We were the club for the kids. Like, we were literally the only ones that I know of, other than that initial teacher, that knew how to use them and knew what could be done with them. And I just remember a former teacher saying, "Wow, you guys have these things doing way more than even that first teacher ever showed any of us how to do." Because we were the ones pioneering, we were the ones learning it, we were the ones reading the CoCo, the rainbow magazines and anything we could get our hands on. I remember one day, Joe and I drove into Boston. Actually, we took the train, I think, into Boston to pick up boxes full of these CoCo and hot cocoa and magazines or whatever that some guy was selling as a moving sale that he saved for us. And the two of us are trying to lug all these boxes through the subway system to bring it all. That was an adventure. But the internet didn't exist back then. It was very limited. I did have the 300 baud modem for the CoCo, and I was able to occasionally connect to a bulletin board. And Joe, I think you had CompuServe or something like that for a little bit. So we were able to download and find some little things on there, but it was all encompassing. We were learning it as we were creating the magazine, and we were using the magazine and our knowledge to start sharing it with everyone else because there was just such a lack of resources.
Do you guys notice as time goes on, we started using the camera more? I mean, I can't see, I don't have many pictures of when I first had my first CoCo or second, you know, or having my kids, you know, using them, or, you know, it just seems like back then we took pictures of when there was an event, or we, you know, family was over, or, you know, but now we take pictures of the, you know, flower in the front yard, or, you know, it's a little different than it was back then.
Actually, we had done there was a PTO, parent teacher organization fundraiser fair, and I had gotten my first Kodak digital camera. It could do 320 by 480 or something resolution. It could take 8 pictures. This was outstanding. And I remember I got my hands on a laser printer that was a used one, and it had nothing to do with the CoCo, but just kind of on the lines of what you said, at that craft fair, this was a thing. I kid you not. I would use that little camera to take the kid's picture, and then it would save. I could upload it, and then later I had a camera, I think a couple of years later, that could actually save to floppy disk directly. So you didn't put memory chips in, you put a 3.5-inch floppy in the bottom of it, and then I would print those out and charge $1 for the disc if you wanted the disc, or 25 cents for the printout. And that was a thing, and I paid a lot of money doing it because no one had seen a digital camera at the time. It was really cool.
Now, a quick question for Joe, because you're kind of one that kind of spearheaded the starting the magazine here. Did you intend that to be a regularly published magazine right off the start, or was this originally going to be like a one shot just to try it out and something new to do?
It was going to be something that I would print and give out to relatives, friends, and teachers at my school. It was like a hobby. No, I did not envision that it would be something that would go on for 5 years with a subscriber base over 100 in advertising and other publications. No.
I remember that day, and Joe brought it into school one day. I'll tell this story because it's just a fun story, but we would, you know, get off the buses, and the buses would unload at the middle school. We'd all have to wait outside, and I think it was a colder day, but we were waiting outside. The buses had arrived, and we got off the bus, and Joe's like, "Hey, look, I did this, like, I don't know, I guess it's a newsletter or a magazine. I don't even know what I'm calling it yet. It's just an idea." And he had the whole first issue that he showed you kind of laid out. It wasn't all there. It was kind of just a draft of it, but there was substance in it. And he's like, oh, I've been working on this. And I'm like, why? Like, what's it for? Like, he's like, I don't know. I just thought it was kind of cool as I was learning it. I was like documenting and kind of keeping track of writing what I was learning. And I thought it would be kind of cool to put something together. And I'm like, I don't get it. Like, who's going to see this? Like, what are you going to do with this? He's like, well, I don't know. That's not the point. The point is I'm showing you, and I'm wondering if you want to work on it with me. And I'm like, of course I do.
I started as a hobby, and then it always really was a hobby, but it became a business, that was the unexpected part.
Do you guys have a Lamborghini or Ferrari or anything like some of our friends in the business have been fairly successful?
There's quite a few. There's quite a few of us that have nice Hot Wheels collections, I think, right?
Right.
Maybe Matchbox.
Well, I mean, have one of these groovy staplers, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we need to see the big stapler.
A big state. Oh, I have to go get it. It's across. Hang on. Give me a sec. I'll grab it. You want to see it?
Okay,
Sure.
why not?
Let's compare. Is his swing line like my swing line?
So, did you guys find our show?
Because I think we all.
I think I found the Glenside CoCo Club
Yes.
group.
That's a big stapler.
Old Geek saddle staplers approved.
Yep.
Yeah, that's cool. You still got all the peripherals from the time there too. That's
Might throw them away. Might do a magazine again someday. You never know.
Yeah.
What's the new name?
New name of what?
The new magazine?
Oh, you're committed now?
It's called the Giant Stapler.
And what's funny is what Joe is showing you. You saw how he was drawing it. He was hand drawing it. Sometimes he would cut things out of other magazines to use
The original meaning of cut and paste, like that's the old graphics way of doing things. Yeah.
We didn't have a word processor. We were using print number -2, and when we made a mistake, we do it again and again until we got them right. You can see the progression as we went through some of that stuff, and as we got a little older and in high school, they got labs of the Max, and we got our first scanner, and it was a $1,200 scanner, and it took an act of God for any student to touch it, and Joe and I had to be carefully monitored that we didn't break it when we used it. It was that kind of environment. But we got access to the Max and PageMaker, and we started using that to create the logos and some of the articles. So you can see over the years how it improved. But when we were doing, kind of how it worked is Joe would do that rough draft and he'd tape it all down, and then he would type something, and sometimes he would have to white it out, and then he was sometimes using a typewriter, sometimes he was running it through the printer, and it had a lot of marks, a lot of strays on it. So then the next process we would do is we would photocopy the whole thing and sit there with a jar of whiteout and clean it all up. And then we'd photocopy it again. Those are all the copies that I have, is those first sets of copies where Joe had all the originals. I had all the sets of the clean copies during that process. But towards the end, I think, Joe, we did almost all of it on a desktop publisher.
So you guys didn't use like Telewriter or CoCo Max for, some of the graphic stuff, or?
We had CoCo Max, but I'm not the artist. Our friend was doing it, I believe, on an Apple II GS that he had, and then he was bringing it in, and we were just using the layouts, I think, is how we did some of the cover art, if I'm not mistaken, Joe.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, this was definitely like hand drawn for that. A lot of hand drawings for the first issue, and then that final non-published issue, you could see is just a lot more cleaner looking, where we had our kind of our artists that helped us out, but we did use I remember CoCo Max sounded very familiar for graphics.
If you look at that, Joe, that you just had held up on that last issue, that picture that Joe put there was actually a full 8.5 by 11 drawing that a friend of ours did that was supposed to go on that last issue, and it was literally supposed to be the full entire page. You can see the box across the top where the logo was supposed to be pasted in, but Joe grabbed it and put it in there so you guys could see it as that last issue. That picture never got released, but I remember my friend putting a lot of hours into that. It was a very very intricate, detailed drawing that he had done for that issue.
No, go ahead, Rick.
I was just going to say, I saw you were using cardstock covers back then too, so that would have been a really nice issue.
Yeah.
Yeah, we even one of the issues we mimeographed. I don't know if you can tell.
The old purple alcohol smelling.
Yeah.
This is our famous purple issue.
Yeah, that was the purple issue there. We even played around with a color cover. This was never released to the public, but we did, because it's just the expense of it all. But we did do a color cover there, and then the actual cover was just, that's it. It was just the black and white there.
So did you ever have one of your parents check your spelling or anything?
No, it was the artist and Joe and I double checking each other, and that was about as we didn't have spell check or anything. It was just
So hopefully y'all misspelled different words, right?
Exactly, yeah. And
to segue from Ron's comment, I was like, my next question for both of you was, what did your parents think of all this while it was going on? And did they actively support you on this, or moral support, or were they going, geez, our kids are crazy?
I think my parents did, but they didn't understand it. They had no idea, like, why are you always on that silly computer? There's other things you could be doing in your life, but sitting in the chair in front of that screen, and what are you going to accomplish? They just completely didn't understand it. I think it wasn't till just recently, I don't know, maybe 10 years ago, that my mom realized that, hey, you can use a computer to like video chat now. And when my sister moved to Switzerland for a couple of years, that's when my mom discovered computers. It was all those years later before my parents actually understood what we were doing. But I think they saw the work that we were putting in. I remember having them all the pages spread out in my living room because it was my job to staple them all. And my mom's sitting there like, what are you doing? I'm like, I'm stapling my magazine together. We have to get these out by tomorrow. And Joe's going to mail them. And Joe had this whole process of yelling at the postal service to put the metered mail on it because we didn't want 100 million stamps on it, and the postal service didn't want to meter them all, and Joe is like, you gotta meter them all. I have it just this little box, the stamps aren't gonna fit, and
And Joe, was your experience with your parents the same, or were they a bit more savvy on the computer side of things, or how did that work?
Yeah, no, they weren't, as far as being savvy on computers, not at all. My mother was a nurse. And I know towards the end of her career, when they started bringing computers in for documenting, she just became like nervous. And then my dad being the sign painter, it was all hand lettered signs. There was no graphic, computerized graphics that he was doing at all. Everything was hand lettered, including the art that he did. So they were supportive of it. My dad gave me half that basement. We had a finished basement. It was a split level home built in the early 70s, and he gave me half the basement. Said, "Here you go. This is you can use this as your office," because we needed a workspace. And we started in a closet space under the stairs in that house, because it being a split level. So where you walk in the front door, one set of stairs goes up, the other goes down. There's a storage area right underneath that landing when you walk in, and that's where it was originally. And there was no way we needed to.
We literally had to crawl to get into that space, and we somehow squeezed a little desk in there.
Yeah, exactly.
Were your parents concerned about the money spent on, like, you had to get the paper and the mailing and everything else here, or was it pretty well, self-sustaining on its own, so it wasn't really a concern for them, or did you have to borrow off them at any point?
We did at the beginning. I had some savings, but I do remember, having them help me out with buying the equipment, because that really was the expense. The printing and the mailing. I don't remember that being all that expensive, especially at the beginning, because we didn't circulate that many issues. But once we started printing 50 to 100 copies, I actually kept the budget book. I was showing it to Dave the other day, that I used to keep track of expenditures and income. And there was really no loss. There was always enough to cover our costs. And I remember our profit. I remember writing profit down $10 at the end of every month. We just yeah.
and then Joe just showed me that book last week over dinner when we met up to kind of discuss the show here and what we were gonna kind of talk about. And I realized there was still a balance. I'm like, wait a minute, where's my half? Where did that go?
So I'm guessing who bought dinner that day then, eh?
Right. Get a couple burgers out of this somehow.
You guys still live close together, or?
About 30 minutes away. Yeah.
Hour. Yeah.
So I think we meet up every few weeks just to catch up. We're still really good friends. So
did you ever get to go to a CoCo Fest, or? A Rainbow Fest?
Unfortunately, no. It's always been on my list, but I never had the means to do it.
What would have been the closest one to you? The Princeton one?
I'm not sure actually.
Probably,
I would probably say the Princeton, New Jersey one.
Yeah, if it's it was New Jersey is the closest to that was the closest one to Massachusetts. Then yes.
Who knows? We might get to one now that we know that they're still going.
Oh, they'll keep going. Trust me.
It's always the last one, but
yeah, that's kind of an in joke at this point. Now, as the issues progress, like you originally started, you were covering basic programming, like on those first issues you were showing there, Joe. But then eventually you started covering stuff like C, and you started covering stuff like OS9 and all kinds of things. And now we had our little test call. You were mentioning, David, that wasn't something you guys were actively learning everything yourself. By this time, you already had outside writers contributing, and there's some pretty big names that publish for Rainbow and stuff like Bob Vanderpool. So how did those relationships start?
I believe that was the Computer Shopper ad that had, when we started to build up our subscriber base with people that were outside of our network, so to speak, which were like, local friends and relatives and teachers. So we branched out with the advertising that we did in those publications. And I think that's how we garnered attention. I didn't even know about the Rainbow magazine until probably 1989, because I always remember that magazine being thin. And whenever I saw some of their earlier issues from like 83 and how thick they were.
Went almost 350 pages, yeah.
Right. Yeah. I couldn't believe it. So we, I believe that once we got that magazine, then there were connections to people there. So we made our connections through the Rainbow as well. So that's probably where some of those big names were. I think we reached out to them, and then they learned about us. And then, I didn't know C or assembly or any OS9. I relied on the outside writers to bring it in.
So those programs, those listings, they were never vetted, they were never tested. We didn't even know how to do them. We were trusting them, and we were publishing them because we were just welcoming the content in some of the writings. I recently realized that as I was going through some old issues of some of the other magazines, Hot Cocoa and stuff, I have a few lingering ones. I don't even have any collection of them, but I remember specifically seeing Snake in the Grass, that game, and I was looking through it. I'm like, I thought we published something like that game somewhere in one of our issues because someone submitted it as a game. And I'll be honest with you, I started going through the code, and the only thing different was the name that's the person that submitted it to us. So I apologize up front if we've stepped on anyone's copyrights. We were young, we didn't know about that stuff at the time. But you definitely will find a little of it in there as we move through it, because we weren't necessarily going through it and trying it all on our own. I mean, what we could run, we would play, we would try that way, but that's kind of where it stopped.
Did you guys use cassettes and floppies for the medium? And were you asked about having, maybe a floppy sent away, or,
like saving people from typing the programs in, kind of like Rainbow on tape, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Did you ever do that?
We did.
Yep. TRS-80 Computing on Disk, I think it was called, and it was in some of the later issues. It was an option for people who didn't want to type.
And do you still have copies of those to upload to the archive as well?
They might have got lost. I'm gonna look because we didn't tell you what actually ended up happening to those computer labs. But when Joe and I left, and after we continued to teach through college, and when we left, the principal was kind of done with having all those computers, and they were looking to make room in the classrooms. They were shifting to kind of getting small clusters of computers in their rooms, and they needed to start clearing things out. And we arrived one day as guest speakers to do a lesson some few years later, and all the computers had been thrown out. And it was a shame because all of it worked. So the network 2 controllers, the network 3 controllers, the 15 meg hard drive, everything worked, and it was just gone.
They didn't even try to just sell it because, well, I guess they maybe not have known about the wider, retro hobby type thing, especially back then.
And even the teachers were not aware that the custodians were ordered over the summer during the clean out just to remove everything, because they started needing the space to create these new clusters of things, and anything that wasn't necessary was going, and because no one knew how to use those computers beyond us, and the teachers that we had worked on only had a year or two left and they were retiring, so they just they walked into a surprise too, because everything in their room was gone.
Oh wow.
Which I was so upset because I wanted that stuff, but it didn't belong to me, and I would have took it if I
especially if they just pitched it, like they didn't even try to resell it or put it in a flea market or something to get a little bit of money off of it. Yeah.
Yeah,
they
when
didn't
it's
understand the worth that it had, because at that point it was retro computing.
Yeah, and when a school surpluses, being in the education field now, and if a school surpluses anything that they have in their possession, it goes to this citizens first. So we technically were citizens in that town. And I mean, I don't know, we could have claimed it because we were, but my parents could, because the parents were the homeowners, so they could have said, we want to take that. But no, there was no opportunity to. And I think Dave's TRS-80 computing on disk collection somehow or other was in
a
that.
lot of my cartridges were there, and some of my discs were there, and I think some of that was in that we lost. I think I have about 2 boxes of floppies with some of my work on it. So I did want to announce here on this show for the first time, you haven't heard The Last of Us though, because what we do intend on doing is trying to get to that. So that's why I've been ramping up my CoCo. And what I would like to do for the community is take whatever I can find that I actually wrote and share it for free with the archives for all of you. So I do have my CoCo gradebook software, my CoCo deluxe music machine software. I think I have the CoCo Font Pro that lets you edit the H-print fonts and stuff. So I have those discs. I have not tried them yet, but if it all works, I would like to proceed with creating images and sharing what we do have with you. That was ours. There was we did towards the end a CoCo Club. We'd put a whole bunch of programs together and put them on a disc. It had all kinds of stuff. Admittedly, again, it was stuff that got shared with us, so it might have been copyrighted. It was other people's work, including my own work, and I created menus around it to make it really easy to access. So not, still being young and not knowing about the copyright stuff, I apologize to anyone in advance. But if I can find some of that stuff on discs, I will share it with you guys.
If you want, we can maybe put a feeler out there for people too in the audience. Like if there's some stuff that you don't have the listings for anymore on disc or save to tape or whatever, that we can maybe get some community people to type them in, because we've had a few people actually typing in some stuff from the old Australian Rainbow and Soft Gold, which is another Australian magazine, because none of us up here saw those, and there's quite a few interesting game stuff, and I know a few people, Brian Palmer being one, has actually typed in 3 or 4 of those listings down. Then he gets help, trying to debug his typing, etc., from other people. So that's another way we might be able to fill in the gaps that you may not have on actual storage.
I don't think of it as a copyright violation. Think of it as a distributed backup.
Yeah, that's what we call it.
Okay. All right. Well,
Offsite backup.
At the time, I admit, at the time, we were just trying to, share things. We sold it for some little money, and to be truthfully, I think I only sold about 5 or 6 of them. So, but there was a lot of content on those discs and a lot of cool things. I know shortly after Joe and I stopped publishing our magazine, I kind of joined, I think it was the OSKer magazine, which kind of started right after we were finishing. And I did write some articles in there. One of my favorite ones I had fun with was I wrote a utility, kind of like a Norton's utility, that would it would scan each sector of a floppy and test it for a IO error, and then it would mark it bad on on the FAT table, so you could kind of go around discs with errors. And I kind of use that method on my CoCo Font Pro to mark all the free space on the disk as bad, so that you couldn't save to the disk afterwards. You had to use a separate disk.
Now, speaking of advertisers, like I know in the very early issues, you guys basically cut and pasted like, Radio Shack ads for cartridges on sale type thing. I'm going to guess you didn't get permission from Radio Shack to do that, or did you have a local Radio Shack that you actually? Okay.
I don't even know where Joe got it, to tell you the truth. He found it in one of the catalogs or something, and we just used it to fill space. We had nothing. It was our first try. We didn't know anything about the magazine, about copyrights. We didn't really know anything about where to go for those resources. We were literally just making it up as we went. So later we realized it and we tried to pull back from that. But then at that same time, we really were having contributions and meaningful contributions from the community. So we no longer really needed to go that route, which worked. And I think, Joe, if I'm not mistaken, that's kind of why we decided at the end to change the name, because TRS-80 was copyrighted and we wanted to avoid anything. And that's, I think, actually why we decided to change the name. Am I right on that, Joe?
Yeah, well, that was part of the fact that we originally thought we would be publishing for the TRS-80 Model 3 and 4, as well as the color computer. And when it just came strictly color computer, then what's the point of keeping that trade? And it was, because it was trademarked with Radio Shack. And I know we credited them in the table of contents. I do remember it, a line there.
Yes, you'd say like TRS-80 is a registered trademark of Tandy Corporation, whatever type thing.
The only time we ever got something in the mail from a revenue Department of Revenue was
revenues.
Yeah, it was Florida. I remember getting something in the mail from them about
I remember that.
And then my dad had a connection with a tax attorney, and he said, "Oh, just this is what you need to tell them, and they'll go away." Like, because they once they find out that it's like a high school hobby, that's it. They'll, and I never heard from them again. I sent them a response because I had to respond, and then that was the end of it.
And they're like, it was some number of cents per issue. And I'm like, we literally sold like 3 issues to the state of Florida. So why don't you just send them 7 pennies in that envelope and it'll take care of the problem?
Because you'd have to keep sending them. So
I'll tell you, making a magazine, I a few years ago, I tried making a new rainbow, and I set it up and did a bunch of artwork, and some people contributed a little bit, and then I thought to myself, it's exhausting. It's nowadays, and I just let it go because it was just too hard to do. I mean, you have so many different things you have to think of, and then there's spelling and making everything align up and print out well and color, and it's tough. So
and then we went to those 11 by 17, and we did that partly because we could copy 4 pages for the cost of 1, with getting, one sheet of paper bigger. But the layout, page 2 is across from page 16, and you're trying to lay it all out. That's a lot of work.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So for advertising, I mean, you were just mentioning that you had your own software. You started kind of created your own company that you were selling software through the magazine for some of your original larger stuff that wouldn't be a listing. And then you also had some third-party ones. I noticed like Sundog Systems and some of the big CoCo game makers. I'm presuming they came through you either through your advertisements in the computer shopper as well, or maybe some of the columnists you'd had by that time kind of hinted, well, maybe you should advertise in these guys' magazine. How did those come about?
And some was a trade, I think. We traded, you write for us and we give you an ad. Some of it, I think, might have been that too, right, Joe?
Yeah, that does sound right. Yes, I do remember, that approach. Yeah.
So did you guys didn't know about rainbows, so that you didn't advertise in there as a source for
early?
games, or?
I mean, later we knew about. I had a copy. My first copy, I think, was December of 1987. That someone at Radio Shack gave me. He's like, "Did you know there's a magazine?" And I had that one issue for a long time, but I don't think we knew where to get it or had the funding to buy it, or I don't know what it was, why we didn't get more. I can tell you, I did go on to write one review, the Digitizer 3 Plus, that did get published in the Rainbow. So I forget what issue it is, but somewhere I have some copies of it. Was the time that I actually submitted and wrote to the Rainbow myself. I don't know, Joe, what was your introduction over there?
Well, I know we didn't advertise in there. I remember contacting, I think it was Falsoft, I think it was the company, and getting their rates for advertising. Very
We've had some controversy with rates. We've talked to some other guests, like some of the bigger companies, and there was definitely a favoritism between Lonnie and certain people that he'd give really good deals, and other people that were kind of outside of that inner circle got, to pay twice as much for the exact same ad type thing. So yeah, they can get quite expensive.
Digitizer 3 Plus. I think I read that review and I purchased it probably based on your review.
Oh, maybe I'm glad I could help you. I ended up writing to the author, and he let me keep that copy of it. I actually wrote to him and said, I'll get rid of it, or I'd like to keep it and then further do a review. I think Joe ended up reviewing it in our magazine like a month later.
And for those that don't know what that program is, that was an audio digitizer for the CoCo 3 that recorded through the joystick port, if I remember correctly. Is that right?
Yes. Yeah, and it was 6-bit. It was pretty good quality. And then to further elaborate on that, I ended up creating 2 discs that I sold based on that model called the Sound Library. So there were 2 volumes, volume 1 and volume 2. I think it's included in what I have here, where I recorded some digital songs, and then I got permission from the author to use his playback, because the interesting thing is it could semi-multitask, so you could run a basic program while it was playing the song or the sound, but there was small tidbits, so it didn't overload anything too much, but you could run a program while the audio was playing. So I got permission from him to use his player, and then I ended up creating 2 discs of different little sound tidbits that I don't think I actually sold any, but I think I still have the discs.
Yeah, it'd be cool, especially if it runs in the background, probably tied with the FIRQ or something. You have to take a look, but
yeah, it's pretty cool. It was a great program, actually, and the quality at the time was really good. It was on par with the quality where Sundog Systems created that
Soundtracks.
That Soundtracks program. It was on par of that quality.
Cool. What do you guys think of Nick Marenti's programs? He's really done super,
if you've seen them at all.
Yeah.
I don't think I have.
No. Well, you got that to see in the Nitrous 9 too. I mean, it's amazing.
Thanks, Ron. I didn't even have to pay you for that one.
It's
all right.
You know what? I'm looking to fire up DriveWire. I got my cables. I'm gonna, I've been out of the community for a while. Like I said, I've been following it. I've been reading everything, fascinating stuff. I was telling Joe, I can't believe it. The Knight Rider was using audio spectrum analyzer on a CoCo. Like, I didn't know that. It's so cool to me, because I
it's on Revenge of the Nerds movie too.
David?
Yeah.
David, July 1991, Rainbow Magazine is your review.
Thank you.
Thanks, Brian.
That's our crack research department there.
I don't think I have the magazine. I just have the photocopies.
Okay, I've only got 2 broad questions myself left, and then we'll get some last questions from the chat and everybody else too. So you both are kind of getting interested in getting back into the CoCo, somewhat, you already scanned and put up all the magazines. You're talking about getting some of the software back up and uploaded. You're also, getting, SCART adapters and stuff here to get things fired up. Do either of you have any interest of actually becoming active developers again, just as a little side hobby type thing? Or is it more just the making sure that everything you guys created back when you were younger is available to everyone?
I think for me, it's priority number 1 is to share what we did. We did a lot of work. We had a lot of fun. I think it would be selfish of me not to share at this point, what we had done in the past, and some of it good and some of it bad and some of it very simple. Remember, every time we came out with something, it was a learning experience for us. So you can kind of see in our older stuff versus our newer stuff that progression that we made as we started learning it from, and the goal was always, once we figured it out, we didn't know it at the time, but later looking back on it and we figured it out, the goal was always to share what our knowledge was to as many people that were willing to listen to us. With that being said, one of the articles somewhere I read on one of the things is about Chat GPT being able to do some CoCo programming, and I've been playing around with that, and I'm really interested to see what that can generate and have it do some things that I want to type back into the CoCo and try or something like that. So I'm not out of the game, but I don't know where it's going to go. My time is extremely limited having a new baby. So I don't know, Joe, how you feel.
The random color and sound on the screen might entertain the baby for a bit, but yeah.
Oh yeah, she loves the color.
Anyway, Joe, what's your situation? Obviously, you did all the scanning and getting things uploaded here too, as well. Providing that. But do you have any further plans to go further? Or?
I mean, I think just, kind of like going back to what I had done in the past and maybe just, showing some of what that computer can do to my kids. I don't see myself really going into development or anything like that. I never really was like the programmer. That was Dave. I always handled the article and the business end of it. And I teach it in school now, but it's block-based coding, and it's simple Python commands. But that's all it really is now. You just never know. I mean, I want to say no, but I definitely have regained interest. Yeah, just.
Well, you don't have to mess with floppies anymore. The SDC is great.
Yeah, or emulators if you don't have the room to set everything back up. I mean, the emulators have gotten really good now. So,
and you may want to reconsider. You're passing up the opportunity to earn tens of dollars.
Right.
Exactly. And I told Joe, do you realize we can just play MP3 files from our phones into the cassette ports if you have the right cable? Like, oh,
that's true.
Yeah, like, wow, like the technology has just come so far. I mean, the watch that we wear or the smartphones that we have is so even more powerful than those computers. But I think the love of it, the memories of it, the fun of it, the simplicity of it is what brings all of us back to want to do more with those computers. And like just that whole SDC thing, and the fact that you guys are 3D printing the cartridges now, and now we have cartridges that you can actually save and erase and directly put games on those cartridge packs, and just things that no one probably would have even thought of at that time. It just wasn't, or if so, that the hardware, the technology hadn't advanced enough at that time to do some of that. I really admire all the work that all of you guys have done on bringing the old computers into the next generation, and thank you. That's exciting. That's a lot of fun. I can't wait to explore some of that as I get back into it.
Well, one of the appeals of retro, we actually it was discussed on Frederic's stream, which we'll get into later in the show after the interview's done. But basically, one of the questions that came up is like, why did you stick with retro computers type thing, or why did you come back to them? And one of the things brought up was that though back then the 8-bit machines are complex enough you can still do useful things with them, but they're simple enough that you can actually understand the whole thing. You can understand an entire OS. Whereas if you try to do Windows or Linux or Mac now, you have no idea what's going on under the hood. It's some library written on another library, that you have no clue. It could be buggy as heck, for all you know, type thing. So that's one of the appeals for me as well, too, plus pushing the hardware.
And I really miss those days where one person can sit down and work really hard on writing a small piece of code. And you had to optimize the code back then to get some of that to work. It wasn't just letting the compilers do it. I mean, there was writing a program, and then there was writing the program where you made it efficient and small and compact, but you could literally sit there and learn it and do it yourself. And in today's technology, it takes huge corporations
Yeah.
to produce one piece of software because it can be so complicated. And I miss those old days where you could just sit there and be a solo person and produce something that everyone would enjoy.
Literally, the kids in the basement, like you two, were making the magazine. Yeah. And then my last question, and this is, I'll get each of you to answer it individually. Do you have a favorite issue or article in the magazine that you remember, whether you authored it yourselves or not? It could have been something submitted because you guys were getting third-party submissions. And what is your favorite memory of putting them together? Start with Joe first, because I think you had a more hard out there.
I would say probably that I think it was the June 91 issue was one of my favorites, because that particular issue had, let me just actually, since I'm on the topic, just share my screen here. Okay, yeah, this issue right here. I would say this was probably, you know, as far as a favorite goes, it was this one, just because it really looked back at those, you know, first few years, 4 years, I should say, and just kind of that progression from that first issue that had part of Family Computing's logo in it with a derby hat and a rose. That's actually a PC thing, to you know, this cover art that's actually looks 10 times better. I love putting this one together. I think this is, you know, when you ask the question, what is my you know, favorite issue, and then what was the second part of your question? I'm sorry.
Did you have a favorite article, and your favorite memory of putting the magazine together?
I think I loved the actual, once we had everything that, you know, we were going to put into the issue, actually typed and printed, you know, that was that feeling of, okay, it's almost done. And then it was the cutting and pasting. I mean, as laborious as that was, I would say that that typesetting was mostly cutting and pasting, was probably my favorite, because it was that hard work was just getting everything together and figuring out like from what's going to be on that table of contents. But once we had everything, it was just, you know, putting it together, and saying, all right, here it is, it's done, it goes to press now.
Okay, and David, what's your favorite issue or article, and your favorite memory of putting the magazine together?
Well, Joe did most of the putting together. Like I said in earlier.
I mean, I'm guessing you probably didn't like this sitting on your living room floor stapling everything.
Well, it was part of it. I didn't mind, because that was it. Like, we're getting this issue out. That's exciting. I didn't mind that part. And Joe did a lot of that hard work. I spent most of my hours writing the next program for the next issue, and I actually do have a disk somewhere in that box that says temporary programs, because those are the ones I was always working on. And then I would give that disk of programs to Joe, and then Joe would start printing them and laying them out and cutting them, and he's like, can you just TP10 it? And that was a word.
It was a verb.
Because that would nicely list it in the columns, so we didn't have to do that layout work. That was some of my favorite memories. But I was just always knee deep in the learning and the programming. I'm not sure I had a particular favorite, although I remember putting a lot of time into that 3D rotating box and trying to optimize that so that it would actually rotate. And then in a later issue, someone's like, oh, you should use the key rollover trick. That will make it a little faster. And then I'd go in and some of the issue, I wrote an article on how to use the key rollover, peek and poke and whatever it was back at the time, so that you didn't have to use in key. You could use that hardware check, and that's made it a lot faster. I remember working on that one. That was fun.
Okay, cool. I don't have any further questions myself. Was there any further questions in the chat, Mark Overholzer? Or comments that we should pass on?
I haven't seen too much. There is a recommendation from Scott Cooper. Maybe they could do more magazines for fun. I understand.
Interesting. in the gradebook program that I had learned how to save the screens in assembly language. So when I finally get that converted, when I figure out how to do all this and get it all converted, I'll let you guys know as I get through that project. I don't have a time frame. It's just as I have some time, but I really want to work on it. I used a technique where you could save the text screens into these buffers using assembly language, so I can actually switch out the screens really quick. So when you have the drop down menus, it was saving the screen underneath and then drawing the new menu over it and then flipping it back, which was a pretty cool technique that I thought I was proud of learning how to do at the time. That was kind of a big accomplishment for me.
So
one of our
in a year from now, after you've caught up with all of our 340 episodes, we'd like to see what you think about them.
Like you, we started pretty rough.
Yeah,
exactly.
I know you guys were doing it. I apologize. I haven't had the time to go through some of them, but
they're long too. It'll take you.
Well,
don't worry, no one has the time. I don't even have the time.
The really cool part is if you got to read the Rainbow magazine and you saw some of the famous people in there that made some of the program packs or the main programs, and then us having actually interviewed them is pretty cool. It's pretty neat.
Yeah, I think we figured it out not too long ago that if you watched it continuously 24 hours a day, it would take you about 60 days to run through our entire catalog of episodes.
And it would risk your sanity
and your marriage.
Mark, did you have any other stuff? You were saying something there, so I'm assuming there's some chat.
Yeah, about the only thing. Peter Willard, I guess, grew up in Framingham, Massachusetts. Is that how it's pronounced?
Oh,
yeah. That's like the next town over.
Yeah, he says you should have come a few towns over to Framingham and gotten some input from our club. We had some great guys there. So.
Oh, I'm in Framingham a lot. I have some friends up there. I used to work in Framingham. It was one of my big first jobs in the medical world. The office was up there. So not too far from us.
Yeah, I don't know if Peter Willard is still there or not, but back in the day.
Back in the day. It was fun. We learned a lot. We had a fun journey, and Joe and I.
And it launched your careers, basically. I mean, the teaching and everything.
And
you're the programming stuff, yeah.
Joe, tell your dad I said hi.
Oh, he passed away, but
yeah,
about 20 years ago. He actually he passed from myelofibrosis, which is a blood cancer, and the doctor, the oncologist that helped him out there towards the end said that that's a tough one. It just causes a lot of weakness. He said, but sometimes that can be caused from toxins. And he ran a sign shop in Hyde Park, which is part of Boston, for many years, and he did not ventilate his shop properly. I remember going in there and smelling turpentine.
Oh yeah, we used lead-based paint.
Yeah,
and for me using it for 50 years, I've had my teeth are bad. I didn't use any protection. Back in the day, we were tough guys. We were out in the weather, and we had the stuff all over our hands, and thinners and lead paint. So yeah, that explains it.
Now, Rick, you're about to say something there too.
No.
I remember one day I was over at Joe's house, and I knew his dad. He was always there. He was a great guy. He was a fun-loving person. And one day I was staying over, camping at Joe's house, and we were up late typing some program in the Rainbow. We had spent all day. It was some really long program. And Joe's dad came in, and he's like, okay, it's time to go to bed. It's like 11:30, lights out. And he shuts the light off.
You lost it. That happened to me too.
Into the sleep outlet. I remember that.
He had no
It's
idea
like,
what he was
"Ah!"
doing, probably.
Unfortunately, that CoCo is plugged into a power strip that was plugged into the
It was, yeah. I had the exact same problem once. And it was an original game. I was writing a sort of D&D text game. At the time, I had a 16K CoCo, and I was just about done. I had a few other things to do, and then my dad did the same thing. He said, "Yeah, it's time for bed." And I hadn't saved a cassette, not even an early copy. I'd been typing it all day, just like you guys were. And I don't think I ever did bother trying to figure out how to redo it. I was just so crushed.
The memories. It was good. But it was a lot of going over, even taking my bike over Joe's house in the rain. He was about a block away. Just so we gotta finish that issue. And my mom was like, "It's pouring out." No, I gotta get there. It's not gonna take me. I'll ride my bike. So we were really dedicated to the magazine, and we were really dedicated to trying so hard to get those issues out. And then it all fell apart at that last issue, and we had a lot of stuff lined up for that issue, and we just gave
Yeah,
up.
and that was right when you guys had entered college. I think it was just getting to be too busy.
It was, that was senior year. So that issue was supposed to be published in February of 92. We graduated in May of 92. So yeah, we were trying to finish up our senior year in high school. And once we got into college, there was no way.
Plus, you were distracted by a girlfriend too, which is
I was my girlfriend.
That's cool. You guys are still friends.
Yeah.
After all this time.
Yeah. It's I'm thankful for that. Joe's a good friend. I've known him since kindergarten. He's known me since kindergarten, and you don't hear that kind of friendship too much these days. So I really appreciate friendship.
Well, I want to give you guys an open invite. If you guys have anything announced, like if you get some of those programs ready, if you want to come back on the show to do an announcement, or if you just want to come to hang out, I mean, you can come in, and if we have some interesting story, another interesting interview that you guys would like to ask questions, you've got the connection credentials for Zoom now. Just feel free to pop on anytime.
Yeah, we'd love to come back and talk more about it. And I think we were a chapter in Tandy's Little Wonder, Two Boys and a CoCo, I think it was called, that section. So if anyone
really?
Yeah, that was us. So if you want
to the Frank Swigert book? I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, it's a blue cover on it. Yeah.
So Two Boys and a CoCo, that I think I wrote that article. Was kind of my point of view at the time, which was, I wrote it, I think, in college shortly after we had stopped the magazine, and he had followed up with us to write up a story. So if you want to read a little bit about that, it's still in his latest edition. And I believe he wrote it saying he tried to follow up to see what happened to us. And I believe he had called the old number, which was my parents' landline, and they're like, "Oh no, he's not here anymore," which I wasn't. But had I known, I would have.
It didn't get passed up to you. Yeah.
That was what was going on. But I think he wrote his second edition saying he couldn't find us, but he really did. He found my mom, but I never connected with him.
He's still around, actually. He's not active in the CoCo anymore. Like, he sold off most of CoCo stuff, but he used to come to CoCo Fest all the time, and he published The World of 6 to 8 Micros, a magazine he did himself for about 5 or 6 years too, in the late 90s, from about 95 to close to 2000 somewhere. But he used to bring a portable CoCo to the show here, which is like a wood panel case type thing with drives stuck in it, a small screen, and I think a car battery to power, if I remember correctly, because he used to bring it to the show.
Oh.
And he's on the mailing list.
Oh.
He was
on the CoCo mailing list. Yeah.
Go ahead, Joe.
He was one of our last subscribers, that subscriber list that I shared with you.
Yep.
I'm looking at it right now. He was 179 out of 181. So it was right toward the end.
I think he wrote one article. Didn't he write an article in one of the issues too?
I think he did. It was Farna Systems.
Farna Systems, yep.
Yeah, Frank Swigert.
Yeah.
Yeah, he had two passions. He had the CoCo as a hobby, and then what was the car he was really into?
Ramblers.
Yeah, because he published a magazine on that too. Like, he was doing kind of double duty there, and then it just got to be too much trying to pull.
He came to the fest in a Rambler American one year. And it was
that's Mopar now.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's cool stuff. Anyway, big thank you to both of you. Mark, any last comments from the chat that we should pass on, or questions?
Nope. a lot of side chatter, but nothing directly other than just some side comments about, well, Grease Weasel backing up floppies and stuff. But
Yeah, we talked to David about that during the pre-call, that if you can't recover those discs, that's an option that might be able to recover them anyway.
I'll reach out to you guys. I tried maybe about 6 years ago. I think a lot of the discs I had still worked. So if I need any help, I'll reach out to you guys.
Yeah.
And
Clean the heads before you try again. If you haven't used the drive in a while, in case there's any gunk in there that might damage the disc, if you clean the head first, like even a Q-tip with some alcohol or something like that to swab the head.
Okay.
Are you guys on Facebook at all?
I'm on LinkedIn. I think Joe's on Facebook. You can find
If you're on Facebook, you know, we have a bunch of CoCo related things on there. One is show us your Tandy color computer, and that's like for, you know, if you have pictures of when you were a kid, even that picture of the school with all the CoCos, you know, you can throw one up there. And we have the regular Tandy CoCo.
I think about 75% of those Facebook related CoCo groups were created by Ron.
In fact, his fault.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, you know, it's good. It's all more CoCo stuff that gets put up, the better, as far as I can see, you know.
Yeah. And I'd love to share it all with you. I don't want to just keep it all here. All that work just sitting here, I'd love to share it. So hopefully I'll get through that project really soon, and I'll let you guys know.
Yeah, even if you want to come on and like show it live on the show and then have it available for download afterwards, if you want to like highlight some certain things, feel free to come on and do that.
Okay, I've already started scanning some of the manuals, and so I have some of it. So I'll let you know.
Cool.
Okay.
And you too, Joe. Like if you suddenly going through all the scans and stuff, if you find something that really, you know, reminded you of something or really piqued your interest back in the day, if you want to come on and talk about it, feel free.
Right. Sounds good.
Thank you for having us. It was really fun talking about it and sharing our story. And I don't know if we bored you or not, but we did it.
No, that's me on the news later. That's when I bore people.
No, this is probably the most interesting part of the show, or this segment.
We're 2 hours in and everyone's still awake. It's a good thing.
Fell downhill from here.
Good.
I'll give you a period here on the end of the sentence there. Then, so 2 boys and a CoCo, Joseph Ahern and David McNally by Joseph Ahern. It all began in 5th grade when we were introduced to the Radio Shack color computer. Once a week, our class was allowed to go to the computer room and use the color logo. We soon learned how to master all those impossible shapes they had us draw. We had such a good time using these computers that both of us talked our parents into getting one. That's the first chapter, or the first paragraph there. So yeah, I was just reading.
Yeah,
it.
that book, by the way, is available on the Color Computer Archive too, both the original edition and the second edition too. So if you want to scrap it, Frank put them up publicly after he shut down his stuff. Yeah, I still got mine back on the shelf. Mine's a yellow cover because he made different color, just whatever he happened to have.
Whatever.
I had a first edition yellow cover. I loaned it out to someone and never got it back.
It wasn't me. I bought
it wasn't you.
It up there.
I know who it was, but I never got it back. No one that's ever been on this program.
I sent you a link too, David, to the Rainbow magazine.
Oh, cool. Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, I had some photocopies that I'm like, I don't know what issue it was. I just have a photocopy. It was the article that I wrote. So thank you guys. It was great sharing with you.
Yeah, I believe you both have to go, but I mean, if you didn't, feel free to hang around, or you can just catch it later when if you want to catch the rest
we
of
have
the show.
to take off now, but you know, we'll keep in touch.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks again, Joe. Thanks again, David.
All right.
Bye.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Hey, Amy. Hey, Taylor. We're watching the CoCo Nation Show. Yeah, we are. Woo! You should too.
Hello everyone, it's your good buddy, your good pal Amigo, and joined by that dastardly The Brent from ARG Presents. You're watching CoCo Nation.
I feel like that should have been longer.
The CoCo Nation Show would like to thank the following patrons: Alex Gayer, Brendan Donahue, Brian Walsh, Brian Weasler, Kieran Anscombe, Coconut Bob, Daddy Burrito, Diego BF109, Don Barber, Eric Canales, Glenn Hewlett, Graham Wapke, Grant Leedy, Henry Strickland, Justin Larson, Ken Reichard, Kevin Holloway, Patrick Ulland, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, R. Allen Murphy, RetroTech Time, Rob Inman, Rocky Hill, Steve Batson, Terry Steege, TJ B. Chris, Tom C., Tom Gunderson, Tom S., and William Athing. Thank you so much, patrons.
Welcome to everybody's favorite segment, Who's New to Discord?
Pipe says, Aloha. I am Joseph, aka Pipe. Currently into older computers, been on the hunt for an IBM 5100 for years if anyone has one for non-robbery prices. Found out about here through a friend and general surfing. Also want to know about any restoration type stuff if anyone does that sort of thing. TG says, Hey, I'm Mark. I had a Dragon32 when I was a kid, and then a bunch of other machines as I grew up. I've been into retro computing for a while now, and have built and restored a few 8 and 16-bit machines for myself and friends. I saw the invite to this channel on the WOD forums, and thought I'd try and join in with you all. Tarky says, your name? Tarky in most places, or if you're my wife, Steve. Your systems? Tandy. I'm a collector of the Z80 systems, so models 1, 2, 3, 4, 4P, 16A/16B, Video Genie, Professor 80, Genie 3, but also the portable computers, have them all. How do you retro? I love bringing together the TRS-80 addiction and learning electronics, which are my two teenage hobbies. Where did you hear about us? Some of your members are on the Tandy Discord. Mark Audacity says, my name's Mark, more or less obviously. I'm into almost exclusively vintage portables, starting with a thrift TRS-80 Model 100 in 2004. Recently I got my hands on a Model 4P luggable, which has gotten me into the Z80 TRS-80 machines. Heard about this server on the Tandy server. What I'm looking for is getting a feel for what's going on across all of retro computing, and cross-pollinating ideas and finding more ways to extend the life of these old machines with restored parts and upgrades. The previous bios were edited for time. Thanks to Alex Gayer, Boysen, Glenside Computer Club, Paul Fiscarelli, Tandy Color Computer 3, and the CoCo Nation patrons for boosting the server. Please consider joining Discord and visiting the welcome section to read these bios in full and see what the community has to offer. Just go to discord.thecoconation.com.
See you on Discord.
And we're back. Next up, I believe we have Frederic Segard.
Hello.
And tell us what you got today.
Well, last Wednesday I had a live stream with my guests, Curtis, there was Buzy, Mikey, and Sloopy, and we talked about a bit about the 6809. It's something that I wasn't too familiar with, so I've asked a lot of questions, got a lot of answers, and especially I wanted to know about compatibility with software. So I got some information about OS 9, Flex, and Nitrous 9.
And Fusix.
And Fusix, yeah, but that one I might skip from what we discussed. My goal actually is to build a computer based on the 6309, not the 6809, mainly because it's available today. I actually bought some. I wasn't able to find any 6809 per se. Well, at least valid copies if there weren't if they weren't fakes. But the idea is to make a system a bit like I have in the past. I built a 60. No, it's not working. Sorry, I wanted to show you what I've done before. But I've created a 6502 system with a lot of little gadgets on it. I want to do the same thing, but with the 6309, sorry.
And you've done a Z80 or Z80 one that
Yeah.
actually is a backplane based one as well.
On a backplane version. So this one is a fairly simple design. And if I do another backplane, I've actually created a generic ISA backplane so that I could build it on that. It depends on the whim of the moment, I guess. First, I got to start making sure it's going to work with a CPU, ROM, and RAM, right? And then see if I can actually implement some sort of OS on there. And then after that, well, can I use an SD card? Then after that, what am I going to use as a graphics display? First interface will be a serial port. Am I going to use the graphics chip that's on the CoCo 2, like the 6547, I believe?
6847, yeah.
6847. I won't be able to do a clone of the CoCo 3 because, as we know, the Gimme is going to be the big wild card in there.
Actually, one thing I forgot to mention on the show, on your stream, actually, the 6845, the 80 column card or 80 column chip that Motorola did actually was a CoCo product. It was called the Word Pack, and Radio Shack themselves actually sold it. So that's another option. We have drivers for that already.
The 6845?
45.
Oh, okay. Well, I bought that too.
I forgot to mention that on the stream. So
okay, that's good. So I got a series of the 6800 chips. I also got I got the 6850 for the serial port. I got the timer, the 6840. I got the PIA 6821. And what else did I? Yeah, I got the 45 and the 47. So I got pretty much everything possible. I could not get the MMU, impossible to find. I could not find the DMA, impossible to find. So if I'm going to do something, it's going to be, for example, if I'm going to go above 64K, I'm going to basically do registers, hardware register, and simply address that and manually send out a number, a byte to the register, and that's going to select the bank number.
So what happens to the in the CoCo, well, the CoCo 2 even, we had the SAM chip so we could share memory between the video chip and the CPU. Are you going to handle that by some other means? Because the SAM is kind of also unobtainium. You know,
Then in this particular case, if the CoCo 2, you mean?
Yeah, the CoCo's always done that where Motorola's whole deal was the SAM chip, so they could share the RAM between the video and the CPU.
I will mention there are some workalikes being designed right now that you might be able to tap into too if you wanted to. Kieran's working on one. We'll cover in the news.
Very easy to do, I suppose, depending on how it's done. But I can get some dual ported RAM, so the video and the CPU can communicate directly to that specific RAM, depending on the quantity of RAM.
Doesn't the SAM also handle the refresh?
Dynamic RAM refresh, yeah.
Yeah, so the CPU doesn't have to.
No, I wouldn't.
Because
I'm gonna use static RAM and not dynamic RAM, so it doesn't matter.
So like the CoCo 3 actually the CoCos run their RAM twice as fast as the CPU, so that they can double dip, so to speak. And so by doing so, drawing the video gets all the refresh out of the way, so the CPU half doesn't have to even worry about refresh. It's handled.
Okay.
So it was a very efficient, system, but you don't need it nowadays. You can use static RAM. You don't have to refresh anything. So it's a whole lot easier. I was just wondering.
That's the base of the GIMEX's 2.86 megahertz mode. Actually, is it requires static RAM because it just basically takes all the cycles back to the CPU that were spent on refreshing before. So yeah, the static RAM solves a lot of problems.
Have you contacted Ed Snyder about availability of the GIMEX chips?
A lot of us have tried contacting Ed Snyder, and it's a hit or miss if anybody gets a response. Period.
Right.
Okay. Some more
That would-
shots.
6309 computer built with the GIMEX. That would be a CoCo 4.
That
Oh,
would
yeah,
be
it would
slick.
be.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder if eventually it's going to become available again. But
Yeah.
Right. And
if you are interested in following that route, Frederic, if you contact Gary Becker's actually active on our Discord. He's the person that did the programming for the GIMEX, and that's based on his earlier CoCo 3 FPGA project. And he has already stated that he is willing to do a port to a different CPLD or FPGA if somebody wants to use it. So if you have a particular favorite you'd like to use for any of the functionality there, he might be able to help you out with doing the GIMEX type of thing for it.
And that one chip takes care of the video, the SAMs, the MMUs,
interrupt controller, a whole bunch of stuff. Yeah.
And you've got a computer which is actually compatible with something else rather than a computer that is, it's out there and probably no one will be interested in it really, to be honest.
Yeah, it's true. I would like to make it as compatible as possible to an existing CoCo, for example, because if I
Well, the
just
Gimme,
do it,
the Gimme does emulate the 6845, the SAM chip, plus a lot of extras.
6847, but yes.
Yeah, you're getting everything in one chip then.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the GIMEX expands on that too because it's got support for the 2 meg, like the DAT stuff's already in there. The extended MMU. It's also got higher graphics modes, the extra speed burst if you're running a 6.3 C09.
Yeah.
So I would avoid having to, when I port the OS, to modify the OS to my system. Whereas if I get everything compatible to a CoCo, for example, then it's going to be a straight port.
Yeah.
The only thing I might not put in the BIOS would be in the ROM would be the basic. I'd probably put a bootloader for the OS directly. Yeah.
Like a real computer.
More
No, just
interesting.
kidding.
Yeah, exactly. Which would make it more interesting, I think.
Load what you
wanted
want,
basic,
yeah.
then load basic.
You also might do some things different, like a keyboard. You might use a more modern keyboard with an interrupt controller. Like when Frank Hogg did the TC9, he ditched the CoCo PIA based, row column thing, and he actually just put an AT keyboard on it with a serial chip with interrupt handling on it, and everything was done through that. And I've still got the source for that. So,
interesting.
So that's one thing. It's one thing about this show is feature creep.
Oh yeah.
Yes. Yeah, some people
Tell me
actually
about
still
it.
use an A20, the microcontroller that's used on older XTs and ATs, the A20 gate microcontroller. And some people use that for the PS2 ports.
Yeah, well, I bought an 8242 chip for the USB, not in PS2 mouse and keyboard. I could use that. I don't know, maybe. But then it would be the problem with that is the availability. Will it be available for other people to use if they wanted to buy? It's going to be open source anyway. So if they wanted to do the computer itself, then I might as well probably do a microcontroller based PS2 mouse and keyboard. So that way, it's like, for example, the 328 from Mega might be an interesting. Interesting selection, probably. Who knows? Yeah.
So you're active on our Discord, so I mean, you can ask us questions, and I think maybe we should even set up a channel. I can't believe I'm saying this. Maybe set up a channel on Discord for this project that people can ask you questions and vice versa. That's not something you'll hear out of my mouth very often. Create a new channel on our Discord.
New channel.
We need a new.
And also, you've got your own YouTube channel where you did the live stream. I'm assuming you'll have some other streams based on that as well.
I will. I'll be doing this project. Will actually be new. Well, new. When I say new, I mean I have other videos, but the channel is at Micro Hobbyist on YouTube. The new series is a step-by-step series, so I am going to do it, piece by piece, trying to. Not necessarily, I won't be so bold as to say I'm going to teach people, but I'm going to show them how I'm doing it, you know, one piece by piece, and I'm going to show them the schematic, the wiring on breadboard, and eventually when things go, it's going to be the programming. It's going to be the PCB version. Is it going to be on a single board computer, or is it going to be on a backplane? Who knows? But it's going to be a progression. It's going to be more or less scripted, because when I'm doing it haphazardly like I am right now, not as good. Yeah, sorry, French Canadian. I do mess up sometimes. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting show, I believe. So tune in, subscribe, and you'll see.
Yep. And for those that are watching, Sloopy just posted a link to your YouTube page directly into the chat there, so you can view that afterwards.
Hey Curtis, we already do have a hardware channel, second one in the category, called 6X09 SBC single board computer units. So
yeah, but he hasn't decided if it's a single board computer yet.
Backplane machine, would it be a single board computer?
Well, the backplane machine, no, it's not a single
Well,
board.
no, yeah, you might put in extra CPU boards too. So there you go.
What's interesting about the backplane I built, it's really ISA compatible, and it actually can go on a standard ATX case. The holes are there.
Oh,
the
very
ATX
nice.
power supply is made for it. The power
maybe?
lanes are exactly where they should be. So if you ever wanted to create something else, it's going to be like an 8088. It's going to be compatible. Not a problem.
Right. ITX power supply, ATX bus, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is going to be 4 megahertz 6309.
At least, yeah, 4 megahertz. Yeah.
Okay, take my money. I want one.
If I can push it to 5, I'll push it to 5.
All right, what you got?
I'd say over half the ones that I've seen people that have tested pushing the chip that far, more than half will make it to 5. If it's a 3 megahertz rated version, but almost all of them make it to 4, because they kind of underspec the rating for some reason.
As they should.
Yes. Yeah. And anyways, I noticed in the spec sheet that you can also add some wait states. Worst case scenario, the chips that are too slow, I'll stretch the clock and to get the response I need from those chips. But the rest, I mean, the memory, the static RAM, it's not going to be an issue. The ROM, I'm probably going to shadow ROM it. So depending on the ROM speed, who cares in this particular case?
Also means you can patch it.
What's that?
Means you can also patch stuff too after the patch.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right. That was the key behind the CoCo 3, because they just patched the Microsoft Basic, so they didn't have to buy another Basic.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah. I got a suggestion for the name of a channel. If we did dedicate one, we could call it Fred's Feature Creep, and then just everybody gives suggestions of stuff to add.
Well, yeah, we could just every week. Here's all of their stuff that's going in.
This was a feature creep project. It's incredible. I mean, there was actually 4 AY 38910s on it. Sound chips.
clock.
There's a TMS 9918 for the graphics chip. I mean, everything was almost on it. NVRAM, everything I could think of that could fit and cram it into that board, I did. And
all the best features of a computer 40 years ago.
Yeah.
The incredible part is you can hold the board up and show it as a done thing.
Yeah.
Rather than,
works.
yeah.
Yeah.
And I've actually programmed some music onto it, and I'm not a musician. It took me 2 weeks to code an assembler and an assembly, I should say. And actually, it turns out to be very good music. I put the Mario theme and the, what was it, Monkey Island theme. 2 weeks each. Oof. I will need to program some sort of software for playback instead of coding note.
Well, if you're using 4 AY chips, that's basically the Symphony 12 chip that Speech Systems put out in the 80s. So we already have some software including a graphic editor for filling in the notes if you wanted to, that you could just borrow and just readjust wherever yours
That's
is.
good. Yeah, because that's what I need. I need some sort of tracker software for the music. Yeah.
So, speaking of feature creep in this area, I mean, around here you're going to get feature creep like bad indigestion, and along those lines, in the chat they're asking, "Hey, maybe you should do a dual core 6309 system."
Dual core.
Quad core.
Okay.
Yeah, couple 4-8 CPUs. Yeah, who's counting?
Yeah, that's gonna be
Yeah, the
challenging.
TC9 bus, the K bus, and that was supposed to allow multi 6809s on the same master bus. And the Fujitsu, that was a Frank Hogg. It was one of the CoCo 4 proposals. I actually have a single one here, but that's the one that also had the AT keyboard. But the Fujitsu FM77 in Japan was an OS9 system that actually did have dual 6809s. One did the graphics and one did the main core OS. And
right.
So there's a
And
version of that
does
as
that
well.
mean that
I don't know if we
OS9s
have source for that one though.
Ah, okay.
But I've disassembled the rest of OS9.
I mean,
what's another one?
This could go forever as long as you have one CPU sharing one phase of memory and another CPU sharing the other phase. Then you could swap again and have a third CPU sharing a phase. And now you've got a half cycle latency, but you've got, and now you can put the video chip after that.
This is beyond feature creep to feature molestation at this point.
Indeed. It's going to become a bit slice computer, not a microcomputer.
Every slot has its own phase, and you just kind of plug in as many CPUs as you need.
Rick, concentrate on the I/O card, please.
It's the first Beowulf cluster that uses 6809s or 6309s
on one board.
Anyway, thank you for having me, Boise, and Michael Furman on your stream there, where we were kind of discussing some of the hardware and software design stuff. That was a very interesting conversation in general. I'm really looking forward to seeing how your project goes, and the fact you've done several of these before. We've got some other people that propose stuff, but aren't really hardware experts and can't build their own stuff. They just like designing it and kind of speccing stuff out. But you actually have the wherewithal to actually create it because you've done it on several other CPUs already. So
yeah, and speaking of feature creep, I remember during my vacation this summer, I was designing the Z80. It shows that I'm Canadian, right? I'm saying Z80.
Well, it shows you're not American because everybody else calls it Z.
I was designing on KiCad all the features. Yeah, I'm going to do this. No, I'm going to add that. No. Scrap, redo another project, GitHub it, and let's try something else. And then add this and add that. No, I've seen something else somewhere. I'm going to add that feature. I could not stick to a plan. I don't know what was going on during the summer, but it was constantly, oh, this idea, oh, that idea, this has got to go into this has to go into that. I have to stick to a plan and make it so.
Yeah, and right now you're at the planning stage, like you haven't got anything submitted. So.
Exactly. I'm going to start writing things down, and I'm going to try to stick to it without feature creeping it, which is going to be really hard because I'm really good at that.
Well, I was just going to suggest maybe we shouldn't make you a new channel because if we're in there talking to you, we're going to feature creep you to the sky.
Yeah. If you have any questions, go right ahead. I didn't check the chats, but
yeah. So this is an active project, I think, and asking for community involvement here. I think we should make a channel specifically for it rather than just the generic, single board computer stuff. Because I think most of those projects, I haven't seen any updates for a while. Have you, Mark?
I haven't. I mean,
yeah. So I think it's worthwhile. Can't believe I'm saying this. I think we should make a new channel.
As I recall, it was created when
number 313. 313.
So what was that, Mark? It was created what?
The channel was created back when Stevie Stroh was working on a single board computer thing. So there have been some updates in here recently, strangely enough, like October of this year, but I haven't caught up with it. So
well, there was there was an SBC that I think we was covering then. I don't remember the gentleman's name, but it was a 3.5 megahertz 6309 board that had two 6850s in it. One was for the console IO and one was for whatever the user wanted. But I don't remember who did that board, because I was still wanting that on my wish list. I just don't remember who had it, so I could still get it.
Was it finished then, or was it a work in progress? David?
No, it was finished, because he had it where you could put your own custom ROM into it for whatever you wanted. I just don't remember who it was, because it's been a couple, 3 years, I think now.
This speaking of serial cards, this is my feature creep serial card. It's got 4 serial cards, 2 RS-232 and 2 USB.
There you go.
So USB A, USB B, and one DTE and one DCE RS-232.
That's a 8-bit ISA.
ISA, yeah.
Oh, so you can plug it in the CoCo. Nice.
Actually, you should be able to plug the Burke and Burke directly into it too, then, because that's basically adapting it. So you could skip the outside adapter.
The what?
We had an XT based hard drive system for the CoCo that basically borrowed PC XT hard drive controllers, and Burke and Burke made a little adapter to go into the CoCo's 8-bit bus.
Yeah.
And then wrote all the drivers and stuff to it, so we could run all the RLL and MFM hard drives from back in the day. So,
but since you've already got the bus, you just cram a Western Digital 1004 in, and it's good to go. So, that's funny.
Well, from what I understand, doing an IDE interface is actually quite simple.
Yeah, we have one of those too.
But I do have some chips for floppies, floppy controller that I bought. And I actually bought some new old stock floppies and new old stock IDE drives. It was brand new, well, brand old new. But so eventually I might do that. I'm not sure if I'm going to use floppies, or probably I'm going to stick to SD.
Yeah, that'd be my recommendation. I mean, you know, it'll crush David, but it's I have real floppies here. The only thing I use them for is if I'm trying to pull stuff off my old backups that I haven't transferred over already.
If you wanted to provide like a legacy port where someone could plug a game cartridge into the adapter that would go into your bus plane, then yeah, you could put the floppy there if you really wanted to play with a floppy. You know, it wouldn't require any work on your part.
Yeah, if you have a backplane version of it, then you could eventually add them in if David pays you enough money to make them. So
there you go. Oh, a little under the table. This could happen, David.
Look, David, maybe he'll make you a high density controller.
Oh, I already have those, sir.
He's got a high creepy controller, that's for sure.
That's it.
Oh, I can even provide more of that if you like.
No, that's fine.
The word creep comes to mind there.
Yeah, that's a different kind of feature creep.
I had a question though about the Gimme chip, about the graphics display. You said it was emulating the 6847 plus something else?
Yeah, the 6847 is the old CoCo 1 and 2 compatible stuff from the 1978 VDG chip. The Gimme adds a whole bunch of new modes like 320 by 200 and 320 by 225, 640, a bunch of other resolutions. It also has a 64 color palette with up to 16 colors on a screen at once. It's got 2, 4, and 16 color modes. And then the GIMEX takes it all past that with 512 color palette and 256 color modes and a bunch of other things as well. And it supplies RGB analog output as well. That was the other thing it has.
So their key jam was they went with the 64K for the CPU, 64K for the graphics, rather than 64K for everything. And so it's just how much more can you get in that last 32K of RAM for your graphics space? That's what the Gimme adds with the...
Yeah. The other nice thing about the Gimme is it lets you point to where your graphics display on the screen is coming from anywhere in the 512K. It doesn't even have to be mapped in for the CPU to see at that time. Whatever's displayed there just goes out to the display.
You move your window around.
Yeah.
Right.
That's interesting. So you can page your video and just tuk 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 and switch it around.
Yeah, you can literally vertically scroll just by changing the offset as where it's going, and you'll make
Oh.
a screen that's like 128K long, and then just
Okay.
smooth scroll it up and down. It also has horizontal scroll registers and stuff that are a bit coarser, but there's a bunch of things. If you want to get into the gimme stuff, we'll definitely have to get some experts there to talk to you about
Yeah.
that stuff, because there's a lot of stuff on the gimme.
Yeah, I'd be really interested in getting in touch with that person that does the.
Yeah, contact Gary Becker on our Discord, because he's the one who did the program for the GIMEX, which emulates all of the old gimme and then adds a whole bunch of new stuff on top of that. So that's probably the best place to start. And he's gone through this design twice with the CoCo 3 FPGA and the GIMEX, so he really knows it inside and out.
So
We've even got some. We've even got some photos of the dies available.
Yeah, the
Oh,
gimme
yeah,
the
that was fun.
they did the acid bath thing, a sheet at a time type thing to gradually wear it down. They've got the complete wiring of the gimme if you want to see it.
Wow. What else should I be considering when I'm designing this to be as compatible as possible for the CoCo 3 besides the gimme chip?
That would be most of it, I think.
That's it. Yeah, they didn't really change anything else other than more
They use the
RAM
same
and the
PIAs
graphics
and
that allowed. Yeah, otherwise it's the same thing.
Is there a?
I
was
put in
trying
a
to
real
look-
time clock. I would like that. Yes.
That's easy enough to do.
Yeah.
Is there? I was trying to look for the schematic of the CoCo 3. I couldn't find it anywhere. Well, I didn't look that much.
Well, there's several copies up on the archive.
Yeah.
Plus, Rocky
Okay.
Hill has a nice interactive. It's for his bomb, but it has a schematic with the stuff, I believe, if I remember right.
Rocky also found some issues with some of the ones in the archive, and so his should be the most up to date. So since he recreated the circuit board, I
He
would go to
fixed
him as
all
an
of
expert.
those. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, I'd call him the expert. Go ask him.
But you can get the
Okay.
service manuals and everything else up on the archive.
Okay.
Yeah,
I didn't think-
colorcomputerarchive.com if you haven't been there yet.
Okay. Cool. Interesting. The interface, the multi-pack, I was thinking, because I'm doing a backplane version, right? Sloopy was talking to me that it really wasn't just a backplane. There was some intelligence into there, I believe.
A little bit.
Yeah, a little bit.
And I suppose I can find the design on that on the archive also.
Yeah, manuals, schematics.
And,
And,
also, Jim Brain has done a 8-port MPI prototype design that can be chained together to actually make a 16-port one.
Oh, okay.
There
And
is
then-
Yeah, if you're David Ladd, you'll really like that. Almost nobody else is going to go that far, so
Right.
I wouldn't worry too much about
Um,
16 slots.
I can't think of the exact link, but Cuban Coffee is the handle. On GitHub, he has a multi-pack complete with the logic, the CUPL for it, all the different signals that the multi-pack supports. So you don't have to try to work your way back from RetroTech's manuals. You can just look at
Okay.
the actual equations.
But
and be
basically, you
done
have
with it.
4 bits that you have 2 sets of 4 bits. One will control where the hardware mapping is coming from to actively map it, and the other one controls the ROMs, if I remember. And I can't remember
Right.
it's SCS, and I can't remember the
And
names of them.
CTS.
CTS, yeah.
Yeah. So
And
Otherwise-
it's designed to handle up to 16 slots, much to David's ever-loving joy. It's the practicality of the cost of making it something that big, but yeah, it's a bit more than just plugging in a card. But you can actually have stuff ghosting it, or not ghosting, but running at the same address. But you can control which slot is actually the current one, so you could actually have cards that would normally run over top of each other.
Which should be the floppy controller.
Yeah, like the SDC and the floppy, at the same time, it does that, where you have to control it by the slot. So
Okay.
And the rest of it is just bus buffers.
Right. Is there that many devices that can go on to have to make use of 16 cards?
David, you're the expert on that. Go for it.
Well, like any 74 LS chips, each chip does pull a certain amount of current. So that's where, yes, you would need buffers in the case of some of the CoCo's peripherals. I think, what was it? 3, if you was using a Y cable, the max was 3 cards that you could chain on together without buffers. And then any more would start overloading the bus. So that's why the MPI is nice. And of course, I've been kind of cheating. I've got one of Jim Brain's little devices that lets you plug 2 devices into it. And I got one of those in the MPI. So it gives me an extra slot right there.
No, but I think his question more, David, was what kind of cards are available that you would need this many slots?
Well, let's see here. Anything that's ghosted on the floppy controller ports, the disto super controllers, where I believe the hard drive controller was mapped into the floppy space. The CoCo SDC is another one, because if you wanted to use it with a real floppy controller, because those both use the exact same addresses. And then, of course, there's my case where you have a regular floppy controller, the high density floppy controller, and the CoCo SDC. So right there.
So I think the CoCo had like 16 bytes of I/O for disk controllers. So you had to switch back and forth as to what you had there. Plus, any card with a ROM in it laid on top of any other card with a ROM in it. So you could very easily, every controller has a ROM. You got to figure out which one of these is the active boot controller, in addition to which ones are active hardware controllers with the boot ROM being ignored. It covered a lot of ground for what it did.
And you had speech sound pack, you had your Orchestra 90.
Those would have ROMs in them or not.
Pack,
depending on
separate hard drive controllers and floppy controllers. You had 80 column cards for the CoCo 1 and 2 in the multi-pack, more so than the CoCo 3, obviously. RS-32 packs, modem packs, which is basically an R32 with an actual 300 baud modem built into it. If you go to stuff like A-Bus, there was like dozens of different hardware controllers for doing, controlling motors and sensors and all kinds of stuff. So there's quite a bit of stuff. There's a lot of hardware hackery going on. A lot of magazines had stuff you build your own board. You can like monitor a temperature monitor.
Koala pad.
The X10.
So
graphics tablet. There was
all
lots
kinds of stuff.
Probably similar to like an Apple II, where you had so many different cards. That kind of.
Well, the thing about the Apple II is its slots were addressable, but the CoCo didn't really have that. So the multi-pack had to sort of invent that after the fact, and it shows sometimes, but it makes sense if you.
Yeah, the Apple II is smart in that each of the slots had a dedicated area of 256 bytes that could be ROM on the card. And then any one of those cards could then take over a common area that was another 2K. So when you're actually accessing the card, it could then have more ROM. So, which made it real smart in that aspect. Not the weird stuff happens on the CoCo.
Smart, but limiting if you want to be able to swap things around.
The one thing I would add to a multi-pack or a multi-slot design would be a proper interrupt controller for it, because one flaw in the CoCo's one is that if an interrupt comes in on a slot that's not currently selected, it doesn't actually make it to the CoCo unless you modify the multi-pack and strap the lines together.
Right.
So ideally, you'd rather have an interrupt controller that just says, slot 4 generated the interrupt. So a general interrupt goes to the CoCo, and then you read a memory location, go, oh, it was slot 4, so it was this R33 pack or this disk drive or whatever. That would be one thing I would add.
Right, because at this point, we've got, a half a dozen things on the motherboard throwing interrupts that you have to poll to figure out what happened.
Yeah.
And then whatever you hang on the bus, you also have to poll individually to figure out what happened. And it takes forever at 2 megahertz.
It's fairly easy enough to do an interrupt controller without a true interrupt controller. And you can do it with an EPLD or the 74LS148. And you just read the register from there and, okay, I'm going to go to that device. I mean, that's it. Instead of polling everything.
Ed Snyder on the Mega Mini MPI, which is his kind of enhanced duplicate of a 4-slot MPI, does add that functionality where you can actually monitor what slot generated the interrupt. And he's got some other internal hardware he added too. He's got dual 16550s and an OPL3 sound chip built in there too. And they have their own interrupts that also could present but you can just read the location and you immediately know which one of the devices did it. So yeah, that definitely helps.
Oh yeah.
When Tandy originally introduced it, I think they were thinking more people were going to put like 4 game cartridges in there, and you'd pick which game you want to pick by flipping the ROM select switch. And that's pretty well what they thought people would be using it for. And people are going, no, I want like graphics tablets and hard drives and scanners and whatever else.
Apple II Envy.
Right.
Yeah, they never met me.
No.
I wasn't aware that there was any hard drives for the CoCo though.
Oh, lots. We had ID, SCSI, SASE, MFM, RLL.
There's one.
Yeah.
ST225 plugged into
I
a
remember
Berkeley
that.
Berk.
I had one on my PC.
This is actually a Western Digital PC controller. I wish I could get the cover.
That's what I was telling you about the Birkin Burk that adapted
There's a little
XT
adapter
controller.
to fit the CoCo bus into a PC controller, into a ST225. There's your hard drive.
In fact, Tandy themselves had a hard drive kit for the CoCo.
Yeah, it was astronomically priced, but they had one.
I think they aimed it for developers, but
75 pounds.
yeah, it just had a little adapter board that connected to their standard primary controller.
It was weird
because
because Tandy kind of did the same trick that Commodore did with their floppies on their hard drive, and that there was a single board computer in the first hard drive of that set. And so the host adapter talked to the single board computer, which presented the data back in a manner where the 3, the 4, the CoCo, everybody could read it.
Yeah, it's like the Western Digital 1010, I think it was.
Was it? And I know it's got a big old honking CPU in the middle of it, and
yeah,
I don't have it up handy anywhere, but yeah, it's pretty impressive what's in that first controller case.
Well, we don't want that sort of thing nowadays.
No.
No, I just thought it was really cool.
I didn't want it back in the day. I remember Bill Noble and I went down and I bought a Birkin Burk at Rainbow Fest on Friday night. And then he bought the Tandy one, and then he went back to his room, and then we started talking to Steve Bjork and others who had the those things because they were given to him by Tandy Fest developers. And then you find out that this is just the adapter. You still need the controller, and you have to buy the primary drive from Tandy, and those were a couple $1,000 back at that time. My Birkin Burk one, I could hook up a drive for like $300, $400 for a smaller one. So Bill went the next day, went back to the Radio Shack booth, sold it back to them, like basically returned it, and then went and bought a different one.
The only thing now that I'm still debating on, and probably I can try all the major ones, and I'd like to know what your favorite is the operating system. OS 9, Flex.
I'm too biased, so I'll have to step out of this discussion. But
I'm sure.
Yeah,
Nitrous
OS
9, Nitrous 9.
Nitrous 9.
Whatever I can play Neutroid with.
That's a bug, not a feature.
Well, in fact, by the CoCo 3, Tandy declared that all of their games would be OS 9. All of their software would be OS
Except
9.
they weren't. Anything they
They
sold
weren't,
the
but they
cartridge,
declared that. So, yeah.
OS 9.
Basically, what I'm hearing is the majority is Nitrous 9.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if you're going to put a 6.3 and you want to fully utilize the power, it's the only one that actually has been fully updated to match. There's nothing stopping a flex port to 639 or Fusic.
Right.
Fusic, does Fusic use 639? I don't even remember.
Yeah,
I don't know. We'd have to talk to Brett.
I think he's just doing 6. I don't know, last I heard, but I haven't really kept up with him lately, so that might have changed. I don't know.
But you want an OS that has some momentum at least. I mean,
right. I think that would be, you can always write to the code. There's nothing special about 6809 assembly that you have to do anything for that. But Nitrous 9, okay, we've got to meet a certain standard there.
Yeah, and there's languages already done for it. So there's like a 6309
Right. Once you've done
optimized
that-
RMA assembler and C compiler and Basic 09 and you can still get stuff like Forth and Lisp and all kinds of things. So there.
There's a
Feature
bike for-
creeping your software. The hardware wasn't enough.
Right.
Tom Eric Gunderson says Dragon Dust.
And Mike Miller suggested Uniflex, which we did discuss briefly on the show, but I don't think we have source for that. At least that I remember. Mikey can correct me if I'm wrong because I think he's still in the chat, or he was earlier anyway.
It all
Anyway,
depends.
it's a really
on
cool project. I'm glad you invited us on. That was a lot of fun, and I'm really looking forward to see what you come up with. if we don't keep creeping it to the point where it never actually happens.
Well, you can ignore everything we say and build what you want. We'll still play with it.
There's one more thing though. Is it an obligation to have the screen background green?
No.
Really bright, searing green.
It's too calming.
It is.
Green is the most relaxing color.
It is required.
Well, it is.
I'd say if you were
use the
emulating a
6847.
CoCo 1 or 2, that yes, it probably should be by default. But on a CoCo 3, honestly, most of us had modified ROMs that booted up in 80 column with, you know, white on dark blue or black text or something. We didn't, you know.
What brand is your mic?
Rode.
Root.
Rode.
RODE.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's cool looking.
It's an Australian brand.
Oh,
That's why Nick knows it.
That's right. So I can understand him.
He's using the proper mic.
That's right.
Even with the French accent added on?
That's right. Oui, oui.
In
Road
fact,
makes good
we
stuff.
should have a break pretty soon. Oui, oui.
Yeah.
We should also jump to
Yeah, now
Bob.
that we've done all the extra interview stuff, we can get on to the regular show for 3
Well,
hours.
we should talk to Bob and see how's CoCo 3's going, since we're talking hardware, computers and stuff.
We can do a break first, though.
Oh, yeah, after the break, I mean.
Yeah.
So I think he got it running, didn't he?
All right.
Well, you will see after the break.
Okay.
Hello, this is Mark Siegel, product manager for the Color Computer product line and designer of the Tandy Color Computer 3. And I'm proud to be a citizen of the CoCo Nation.
Shall we play a game?
Making games for the CoCo for over 35 years. Go to my CoCo Games website at www.nickmarentes.com for information and pricing of my later games, as well as downloads of many of my older games.
CoCo 2's got personality, lots of practicality, fun, it's sensational, learn it's educational. CoCo 2's expandable, so easily commandable. It's programmable, so term exam grammable. Just you and CoCo 2 do what you want to do.
CoCo 2, the color computer with personality from Radio Shack. Sale price for Christmas giving from $149.95.
Radio Shack's CoCo 2, do what you want to do. Just you and CoCo 2.
And we are back. So, Bob, how you doing with that CoCo 3?
Oh, let me see here. Is my mic on?
Yes.
Yep.
All right. Well, no significant progress lately, but I do have my.
You can highlight them there, Mark?
Let me
Or?
turn this thing off.
Oh
here.
yeah, I suppose I ought to do that.
Turn off my virtual background. And, okay, so
Looking
I do
good.
have the Athena board in an actual case. I don't know why it looks blue in this camera.
White balance.
Board out.
Now you had a video last week that showed what the issue was you were having with it. I haven't finished watching it though.
So basically after I got it all soldered together, yeah, I was getting good composite and RF output, but the RGB was not working. And
I had no composite there for a while.
yeah, there was no composite initially, and I was able to figure that out. So basically in the board itself, in Rocky's board, the TO92 transistor pads that he used, and there's like 5 of them on here, but they're just very narrowly spaced, real close together. And there was actually not just that, but the transistors that I used, that was the first major problem. He's using a 2SC 945, and I think I used a KSC 945, and the pinout is not quite the same.
Ooh.
Yeah,
I hate
so
that.
I had the collector and base reversed on all 5 of them.
Oh.
So
wow.
Once I fixed that, I just removed them. I put a little insulation on the base and twisted them around. No problem. And then the composite started working. I still didn't have any RGB, even though I fixed those 3. Well, first I did the composite, made sure that was working. Then I sorted out those 3 transistors, but I still wasn't getting RGB. I was only getting R. So I turned the computer on, and I'd get a black screen, and the cursor would flash like red, and maybe, I don't know, any color that contained red, the cursor would flash on, and then pretty much nothing else. So I took the board back out, and on those 3 RGB driver transistors, basically I found a lack of continuity from between the output pins here. They go down to these 3 resistors and then up to the transistors. There was just a little continuity issue. I had to add 2 1/4-inch long bodges, and now the RGB works perfectly. Composite's working perfectly. Everything works just about perfectly. Got one weird thing that I can't figure out with my keyboard connector here. On Rick's keyboard, column 12 doesn't work on the KeyFix 3 keyboard, but in its own machine it still works fine, and the original keyboard works in here. It's just a weird connection. I have a theory, because this is a dual wipe socket. I suspect if I flip it around, it might possibly work. That seems like a lot of trouble to test that theory, though.
Right.
But overall, and aside from that, I still have not, I've tried putting the GIMEX in here a few times, and it just will not boot. Sometimes it gives me semi-graphics garbage. Sometimes it gives me P-mode garbage. But then once it's been on for a few seconds, it generally just gives me a solid green screen with nothing on it. So in light of hoping to diagnose that, I have acquired one of these little babies, the Zotech multimeter and oscilloscope, and just getting myself familiar with this. It's actually working pretty well. I like it.
Cool.
Oscilloscopes are always handy.
Well, a oscilloscope that looks like a multimeter is super handy. I want one already, and I don't even
An
know what all it
oscilloscope
does.
that has a consistent ground and then not bouncing around on me all over the place is quite handy.
It's even handier. Exactly.
Does that have a signal generator anywhere on it?
This one does not, but I do have a signal generator on my desk.
Well, it has a probe calibration.
It does.
That's a signal generator.
Other than the GIMEX, you've basically got everything working. Is that correct?
Yeah. I mean,
sweet.
Every game I've tried plays. This is the one machine I will say that I think I've mentioned on other occasions on my CoCo 3P when I play Jumpin' Joey, and that's the only game that does it too. Just every once in a while during gameplay, the screen will just kind of flash, just glitch out for a split second and then comes back. And this Athena board does kind of the same thing, but not quite as bad.
So the RGB bodges, are those Athena board problems, or is that just rework issues? Where
I think it was a combination because Rocky used those super narrow TO92 pads.
Right.
And when I took the training and repositioned the legs, I think that's probably what did it. And I mentioned that to him. He said when he does another rework, he's going to use heavier pads for those or wider spacing or something.
It's the stupidest thing that I've ever seen in electronics. ABC, ECB. Pick one.
Yeah, agree.
Like some transistor salesman somewhere.
Right. Now these are better because this is RCA.
Yeah, that's the thing about standards. Everybody has one.
Right. But they make them the same. Okay, we got a flat side. We got 3 leads in a row, but they're different orders, and there's no way to tell the difference unless you look up the number and look up the data sheet, and then you can tell.
Same thing with TO220 regulators. I mean, sometimes pin 1 is the input, and sometimes it's pin 3.
Right. Same thing. That's just, we sell a lot of parts this way.
Oh yeah.
See, y'all are explaining to me why I stick with software.
Oh no, it happens there too. This version of the library changed how the function call works, blah, blah, blah.
Well, I try not to do that, but
yeah, but everyone else does it wrong.
Backwards compatibility, man.
So I guess there is actually one other issue here that I discovered recently while playing games with it. Looks like okay, I'm worried about my internet connection. It's been a little sketchy today, but the DAC board here doesn't seem to be calibrated properly for the joysticks. They're like I have an Atari adapter that is 47K top and bottom, and it's centering at about 41 instead of 32. So I think Rocky said that there's some resistors on here that could be calibrated or something. So we'll figure that out. But it still works for some games, and some games not so much. Like Nick's Pac-Man, I was able to score 30,000 using this machine. But Popstar Pilot, as soon as it starts going, he's diving down and to the right, so makes it a little tricky.
But do you have a deluxe joystick where you can try cramming the centers over?
I do have one of those. I haven't seen if it has enough range in it to calibrate that out.
There's not a whole lot of control authority there, but you can fix some things.
Yeah, but I think you would want to try to fix it at the hardware level so it's not offset by 10.
It just let you know exactly how bad it is.
Can't say the solution is to go buy a deluxe joystick.
If you could,
Right.
Yeah, Rick sells them, so I'm sure he wouldn't mind.
Well, no, I don't. I can't find them anymore. Yeah, no, they're gone.
Because you're converting all those IBM PC or Tandy ones over.
Yeah, what happened when they blew up the retro computer warehouse in Dallas? A lot of PC Junior stuff ended up on the market, flooded at once. unfortunately, I didn't have enough money to soak up as much as I would have liked. So,
I bet. One other neat little thing I did on this board, since I don't have it in a permanent case or anything, but I have to have a power LED on every.
There, you gotta have an LED.
Of course.
Stuck it in the unused memory chip there. Got one of the sockets from the 128K.
Yeah, just plug it in there.
So it's like 99.9% there. It's just a few little, like GIMEX, you know, obviously has some sort of timing issue, and then you also the joysticks are a little off.
Yeah, the main thing I would really want to do is get the GIMEX working with it, and that's basically the proof of concept of an entirely brand new color computer made from scratch, you know.
Right. Once you can put the GIMEX in and it runs, you don't need anything.
Right.
From the CoCo. Yeah.
And then maybe that'll drive the eBay prices back down a bit because they're just getting stupid now.
Right. People who want to run it can buy one again. That would be
It does do so, you know, it does produce a square green screen, so that's encouraging.
And calming.
Oh,
yeah.
yes, it's very calming.
So I think what my plan is, I'm going to use this scope, and I can't really, you know, test connections between the two boards while it's all plugged together. There's no access. But I'll try scoping out, you know, the top of the board while it's running in the working machine, and then I'll put it in here and try the same tests and see if I can figure out what's different.
I just want to mention, Bob, we got a couple comments in the chat here from Mike Miller and Kieran both. They said, Mike says the DAC ladder is knackered by the sounds of it. And then Kieran says, yeah, kind of weird. The DAC, yeah, what Mike said, it's just a comparator against the DAC output at the end of the day and halfway through it too.
All right.
Worst case scenario, you can put a potentiometer to manually calibrate it.
Yeah. Might be a little tricky on that surface mount board, but I'll try it. I'm game.
Cool. Well, you made a lot of progress because I mean, the first time you went through it, you weren't getting output at all. So now you got to, you know,
I can play Nick's games on it means that it's a complete computer to me.
Yeah. I guess the one flaw besides the GIMEX and the joystick is the fact it still plays Neutroid. I would have put a special stop to that.
A built-in firewall.
Yeah,
exactly.
You're on port 6312. You're done.
If it's Gunstar, let it go and run it at double speed or something. But yeah. Cool. Well, keep us up to date if you figure what's going on with the joysticks and the GIMEX, because I'm kind of curious exactly. It sounds like pretty minor timing issues or something. Basically, it's
yeah. I'm thinking, you know, it has to boil down to, you know, some odd choice of capacitor that I made rather than maybe what Rocky spec'd, or I don't know.
Yeah, though I don't think Rocky actually has a GIMEX to try himself, so if he does have something slide off, he wouldn't know either.
Right, he wouldn't be able to.
Could even be a little incompatibility with the socket.
Right, because you got a homemade socket versus not quite the Tandy socket that the homemade socket was made to fit. And yeah, there could be all kinds
The
of
difference in tolerance on today's sockets versus the 1982 socket.
But the stock Gimme works pretty well, so I don't know.
Yeah.
Right.
Cool. Anyway, let's shift to something completely different now and talk about Game On Challenge and the games of the week and the new game for next week.
Okay.
And Ken actually will have a bit of a shorter segment because we didn't have a live game stream this past Thursday because of American holidays on regular Thursdays, we call it. And
yeah, then you go close the border on us.
well, you guys drove across and flew through the air in a car and blew it up. That's not our fault.
And Canadian terrorists.
It's American terrorists. That was the problem.
Oh my.
And worse yet, they were just trying to go to a Kiss concert that got canceled or something. It's just ridiculous.
Wow. Okay, high score challenge.
Welcome everybody to the CoCo Nation Game On Challenge of the Week. This week we played Montezuma's Dungeons. We had a total of 13 players. We had Ed Rhodes with 1,500, Coconut Bob with 2,250, Canadian Retro Things 2,550, David Ladd 3,150, Mr. Dave 6309 4,150, Jim Rye 5,500, Rich N 7,750, Nerf Herder 9,850, Tasman 12,950, L Curtis Boyle 13,900, Buck Owens 15,900, Derek 17,650, and this week's number one score belongs to Shenley with 45,200. Thanks everybody that played, and we'll see you again next week.
That's a pretty large leap to first place, Ken.
Yeah, that was a fair-sized leap. Shenley must have just definitely been milking the score a bit. So, yeah, this was Montezuma's Dungeons, a game based on Venture from the
arcade, ColecoVision.
Yeah, arcade, ColecoVision. As a matter of fact, got the ColecoVision cartridge right here.
Let me blow you up.
Hey, come on, yeah, make me
blow
big.
them up real good.
So
I done blew them up.
The original game was by Exidy, and it was only actually in the arcade, ColecoVision, and Atari 2600, and in television. So this was obviously a cloned version that was from T&D in the magazine stuff. Let me see here. So the August 1984 T&D subscription software. It's the last one on the list. And the little write-up that they have on here is just basically the instructions on how to load it and play it. So I couldn't find any actual reviews of the game, but
yeah, it was pretty rare that T&D or Chromaset programs got reviewed per se, unless somebody did it way after the fact. But the magazines generally didn't, because that was their competitor.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, definitely a passable version of Venture. So we did discuss last week a couple of the things about it, like you definitely go a lot faster if you move diagonally, and it would have been nice if you could have shot the witch when she was coming after you, because she moved really fast. And yeah. So
yeah, I don't have any gameplay tips that I discovered since last week either. So.
Yeah. I guess Shenley
Except
would be
do whatever Shenley did.
Yeah. And I would guess probably the easiest thing to do if you wanted to milk it for a score would be you go in, you kill the bad guys in a room, and then you leave right away without taking the treasure, and then just go back in and keep doing that on the first level, because nothing's ever going to get faster, and you can keep going in and killing the stuff until you get the treasure. Once you get the treasure, you don't get points for it anymore.
Oh, that's the trick.
Yeah, that's not the way I play the game, even if it did help my score.
No,
just
me
because
neither. I want to see how far I can get.
Yeah, and I want to see what the new treasures are, because they change every time you finish a round of 6 rooms.
Yeah.
So
I think the bad guys change too, or is just the treasure?
Oh, I can't remember now. I'm going to confuse it with the other Venture clone we have in the CoCo. Yeah, actually, I think the monsters do change except the witch.
Yeah,
but I can't remember for sure.
Yeah, so I don't know. Not much else to say about that game, because we did talk about it, most of the tips and tricks, unless anybody else playing had come up with anything this week.
Either in chat or on the panel.
It's too bad we can't kill the monsters in the actual main screen.
Well, you couldn't do that in the original game either, so.
Yeah, that was part of the challenge. You had to like sneak around them to get into rooms.
However, in the original game, you didn't have near as many monsters out in the room or in the tunnels, so you could escape them a lot easier.
Hmm.
And yeah, the other big difference that I did mention last week is when the witch comes after you in like the ColecoVision or the arcade version, if you shoot them, they stop for a second. So gives you a chance to get away, but
yeah, here the shooting, it does nothing.
I don't know. I've never actually managed to hit the witch.
I have.
She moves
She
too
just
fast.
ignores it and keeps pile driving after you at hyperspeed. That's what happens.
In this version, you're a dot on the on that first screen that moves around all the corridors and things. Is that how the arcade one is as well?
Yes, it is.
Right.
Just a second here. I believe I have. So this is
That's inside a room, yeah.
Yeah, that's inside of a room. Let's see, do they show? Oh, I guess this doesn't show.
This doesn't show, yeah.
But I played this game a lot on the ColecoVision, and yeah, you're just a dot on it.
Right.
Yeah, both CoCo versions, you're just a dot on the outside hall section.
I guess it's better to play with a joystick than on a keyboard, I suppose, right?
It's always better.
If you want a real challenge, you can use 2 paddles.
Actually, some games are easier via keyboard. It's just dependent on the game.
Yeah, I didn't have a.
Yeah, but it's harder to sit back and relax when you have the keyboard there. It's easier to do it with the joystick.
I'm just going to share a screen here. This is from clob.com. And here you can see the hall monsters. And you can see you're just this little red dot. So it's the same on the arcade game.
Yeah.
Now, the arcade game had more varied rooms. Like you had these moving walls coming in. You had to dodge and stuff, too, to get the treasure, not just shooting.
And you had traps.
Yeah.
Certain things that once you got into a certain spot in the room, then new monsters would form. There was disappearing walls that you had to find the spot to walk across to make the walls disappear so you could get to the treasure.
Yeah, so this is one thing the CoCo version, both versions on the CoCo actually missed. They basically just did the basic premise of the game, you know, the hall monsters type thing on the outside, and then your individual rooms with monsters to kill don't take too long because of the faster one comes after you type thing, but we didn't get any of the fancier stuff. Now, I'm presuming, I haven't played the ColecoVision so long, I don't remember. Did it have the, I think it did have the moving walls and all the extra bits there.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And it had the 3 different levels with that each had different rooms in them.
Yeah.
And it had different varying monsters. Like there's one, I think you're fighting Cyclopses in one room where they will disappear and then reappear somewhere else.
Yeah, I always liked their font too. They actually did not your standard arcade font that almost every other game at the time did.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, yep, that's the arcade one there.
I don't know if I ever actually played it in the arcade, or did I always just play it on my ColecoVision and in television now?
I have played in the arcade, but it's been probably 35 years since I last did, because it wasn't a very common game, at least not in the arcades here.
I'm just trying to remember if I ever actually saw it in the arcade, because it was one of the early games that I got from my ColecoVision back in the day, and I don't know.
Because at that time, when it was released, I was really into Dungeons and Dragons. There was 2 games that I tried to play in the arcade at that time, and then that were kind of along that line: Space Dungeon, which is also very rare, you don't see too often, and then Venture.
Well, when I was going through my Dungeons and Dragons phase, it was definitely Venture and Gateway to Apshai on my ColecoVision.
Yeah. Now, when Gauntlet and Gauntlet 2 came out, in the mid '80s, that I worshipped that machine pretty well.
Oh yeah, I played that a lot in the arcade.
And man, was it expensive.
Yep.
And what was the other game, Ken?
The other game that we played this week was yeah, you know, that other game. Glaxxons.
I thought it was
And-
Glax off.
Nope, Glaxxon.
Glaxxons plural, I believe, actually. But yeah.
Glaxxons. Yeah. So that's a Galaga style game, and I guess
With
one
some
thing
notable changes that I know, like Nick had mentioned, he does not like the play mechanic.
because it's too hard, or it doesn't just make sense.
Well, blows up your missile before it hits anything. If you launch another missile, your old one blows up.
Yeah, that did that in a lot of games.
Yeah, Gorf is a rather famous one that does that.
Gorf, yeah.
I
I
think
think I think actually the original, not Galaga, but the one became before it,
Glaxxion?
I think Glaxxion, or no, Glaxxion.
No, it didn't.
only
It
have-
just had single shot, but it
it had single shot, so you couldn't shoot again until it got off the screen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
mean, that's
Gorf, I
all-
remember, famously had that same mechanic where you hit the button again, your old shot disappears and your new one takes over. Which, if you get used to it, is handy because you can see, oh, that's
Right.
not going to hit anything. You can abort it and do another one. But on the other hand, if you're used to like Twitch firing an arcade game, well, you're screwed because you can only hit stuff right in front of you.
Which is
guys.
one of the fun things about this. So the people that like to use like auto fires and stuff, they're screwed.
Yeah,
And us
Yeah.
old guys have an advantage because, we can pause and think. Well, we're going to pause and think whether we want to or not. So we'll know whether to shoot again or
my
not.
thumb can keep up to the shots.
And the other unique thing about this one versus Galaga or Glaxxon is that you actually have some vertical movement too, so you can go up and down to help dodge or get a shot off quicker or whatever. And a unique thing is if you're playing two players on the same computer at the same time, each player can pick their own skill level, which is quite rare, I think. I don't recall too many games doing that.
That's cool. Little brother mode.
Yep, literally.
Well, technically you could do that on the Atari 2600 because you just set one of the controllers to easy and one to hard.
Oh, yeah, you could back then because you had switches. Yeah.
Yeah.
This was a bit more nuanced because I think there's 7 or 8 skill levels, and you can pick 3 for me and 0 for little brother or 1 or whatever it was.
Well, you don't pick 0 because that means not play.
Oh, right, that's a demo, isn't it, or something?
Yeah, demo. If you pick skill level 0, it just plays for itself. Or if you hit player.
I always thought you gave your little brother the controller that wasn't hooked up.
Take
Zero. So it's like Neutroid. It just plays itself.
There you go. Actually, so Nick, you should enjoy this game.
Now, has anybody played Glaxxons enough? I noticed there's some scores in the high score Game on Challenge channel on Discord. Has anybody got any tips or tricks for Glaxxons so far? I don't have any. I had a chance to play it yet, and I haven't played it in years, so I don't really remember anything.
Don't die.
Shut off your auto fire controller. I guess that's one.
Shut off the auto fire.
It's the auto no fire.
No, that's when you turn on the auto halt line modes. That way you can slow down the game.
Well,
Or you could
do
just
that
pick
in any
an
game.
easier skill level.
Yeah.
Oh, what is the skill level that you're recommending for the challenge?
I had said 1. Just forgot to write it in there.
Okay.
Oh, you're right. I'm
Because-
player 2, honest, running at the maximum hardest skill. I'm not player 0 running at skill 1.
I mean, visually, it's a nice looking game. It's probably one of the better, graphically wise, one of the better Glaxxion style games. That actually, the ships are well drawn. They're well detailed. They look like they're fine detailed too. They're not just using the, P-Mode 3 as an alternate color set for artifact graphics, where you're basically having your horizontal resolution just to make it easier to program. But they actually, like Donkey King does, they actually do the finer shapes as well. I remember the sounds not bad. It's not exceptional or anything, but not bad. But yeah, the firing mechanic, if you have not played a Gorf style game before, it's going to take a bit of getting used to. Especially for Nick, apparently.
When it's not
we don't have any
upside
gameplay
down.
footage because there was no live game challenge. There was talk, Ken, originally of seeing if some of us Canucks and Aussies might have got together on Discord. Did anybody show up, do you know, or did you even have time to look yourself?
I never had time to look myself. I was busy. Catching
well,
up
I
on some other
looked.
stuff.
Nobody else showed up.
So what'd you score?
Mark, you could have had the high score for the whole evening if you just
Yeah, you could have just gone
one player.
If you
I
had jumped
could have.
in, then probably other people would have jumped in with you.
I was for a little bit.
Oh,
Just to.
I missed that. I checked around, I think about 2 hours after it would have normally started, and I didn't see anybody. So
Yeah, I was there right at the 8 o'clock, and actually could have run a show if people were there, but oh well.
And you could have been the high score holder for a whole day.
Level 0, level 0, level 0, level 0.
Yeah, you could have just set it to level 0 and walked away.
Just walked away and had lunch or something.
I opted to work on my other project back there, so.
What, the Christmas tree?
That too.
Cleaning up cat vomit?
No, there's a PC on the desk there behind me.
Yeah, so far looking in the channel, I think there's only one video that's in the Game On Challenge for Glaxxons.
Is that David Ladd's video?
Yeah, I think so.
I don't know, maybe.
But he's got such a potty mouth. We never want to play that one on the air.
Yeah.
I mean,
Just
have
where
you
he's
seen his
playing
Predator
Predator
video?
again or something.
Yeah, play that. Not Predator. I mean,
yeah, we're not insane.
So, yeah, like we said, there's no game on this week, but there will be one again next week, right, Sloopy?
Absolutely.
When is that, Sloopy?
That will be Thursday at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Join us on the CoCo Nation Game On Challenge Live, where we'll be playing Glaxxons again, and we'll also be playing another great CoCo game.
I think Sloopy's been practicing. That was very well presented.
Yeah.
What's the other one?
That's what happens when you go to rehearsal.
Well, I'm glad you asked. This is actually a brand new game, one that I've been kind of waiting for the versions to come out, and they came out this week. If anybody pays any attention to the Inufuto games, I'm going to guess that nobody but Curtis will know the name of this game.
I just wait until I see it on the news so that I know that they've been released.
So this is
how do you pronounce that? Yewdow? I'm not even sure.
I would pronounce it Yewdow.
Okay.
So
and I hope we have a link to download it.
I will.
It will be in the news, and he can post it even ahead of time. So
I will post the disc image that Curtis made up, or you could go right to the Inufuto website and download the cassette image if you want to play it off tape. Then
you should mention as well, there's a CoCo 3 version, a CoCo 1 and 2 version, and an MC10 version. So if you have an MC10, you can play it on that.
That's just what I was about to say. So you can play this on a CoCo 1, 2, or 3, or an MC10.
Or an Alice.
This is one of those interpretive games.
Yeah.
So the idea of this game, just let me bring the screen up again that had the
60 says, I gave it a try earlier and I have no idea what's going on.
So
like this
you're the little white guy there, and you're guiding the car around the field, and you have to make it collect all the flags. And you do that by, when you're standing in a spot, you hit the space bar to drop an arrow, and then whatever direction you move in, it'll create an arrow for that direction, and when the car hits it, it'll move that way.
I guess we'll figure it out.
So you're like running ahead of your old Model T with the flag.
Yeah.
By the old
basically.
rules. Yes.
You're
gone this way.
The car is moving along, and you're dropping signs to tell it which way to turn. So it's following you around, and
yeah. And if you don't drop something of it, it'll hit and destroy a wall. And if it gets outside of the screen, you die.
Yeah.
So basically, if you just let it run back and forth, it'll punch through walls in either direction until it goes outside the screen, and then the game's pretty well over, or at least you've lost the man. So you have to get ahead of him in time and then drop the flag to steer it around.
And then get the heck out of the way and let him.
So this is kind of sounding a bit like Neutroid.
God, no, please.
No. It makes a lot once you start playing it. It makes a lot more sense than Neutroid.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like you're not controlling the thing.
The
You're not
thing, yeah,
directly
you're doing some
controlling the
other
thing.
thing that will control the thing. If you control the thing that controls the thing.
So it's an RTFM.
Yeah, but you can
thing.
make the car turn right around. It can go in the opposite direction if you want it to.
Yeah. Now, the other thing too is that you'll see there's a boulder on there. So some obstacles that you don't want the car to hit because it'll die. You've also got a little monster that's chasing you around that can actually injure you, the guy that's leaving the arrows. And you can also reroute the car so it hits that. So once again, it's kind of similar to Neutroid. This is kind of scaring me, Ken.
Is that boulder? Is that a bouncing boulder?
No, it's a deadly boulder.
It's a boulder.
Yeah. And of course, every time you complete a screen, you get a new maze, and maybe in later levels, there's even new stuff. I've only played the first two myself so far.
Yeah, me too. So it takes a little bit to figure it out, but once you figure it out, it's pretty
not hard.
self-explanatory. Yeah.
Oh, just like Neutroid.
The big thing is
no, that never got explained properly. But
the thing that took me the longest to figure out was when you're dropping the arrows, you drop the arrow first, and then you move in a direction, and that's the direction of the arrow that you've dropped.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that confused me at the beginning too.
I kept trying to make it so that it was the direction I was facing, and that never worked.
I've done ruined this game.
I will mention too, when Ken posts up the disk image that I made, I didn't bother trying to patch it to run a cassette-based game because it's got all the graphics mapped basically over top disk, so you'll get little things running in the background from the disk timer, motor timer, and eventually it might even crash. So I would recommend, I put ROM-L on that image, and whether you're running CoCo 1, 2, or 3, just load them ROM-L first, and then when you exec that, it'll prompt for the name of the program, and you pick the CoCo 1, 2, or the CoCo 3 version, and type in that file name, no extension, and then it'll load it and give you some, technical information. Just hit a key to get past that, and then it'll play without glitching out.
Yes.
So it's complicated to load, let alone play.
No, it's if you're running off cassette, it's not complicated to load. It's just a clone M and exec. It's just that it was designed for cassette only. They didn't. You guys have not figured out disk stuff yet.
If you're running it off of ROM-L, you just have to run ROM-L and then type in the name of the program that you're running. So rather than load, you run ROM-L and then type in the name.
That's too complicated. I'll stick to Neutroid.
I don't know how to make it any simpler. I know you're an Atari guy, Sloopy, but
yeah, are you saying the brain damage is already set in? Is that what you're saying, Ken?
Yeah, pretty much.
Do you get your own Panzer division with that? With your ROM-L?
No.
The thing I would recommend is if you come to the Game On Challenge on Thursday at 8 as Eastern, as Sloopy has mentioned, Ken and I can demonstrate it and kind of show if anybody's still a bit confused about it. Like if you have with no instructions, because there's no instructions on the website for Yewdow. I was a bit confused of it too, and then I watched the video because I have a couple of videos. We'll be showing those later on, actually, in the Game On News here, so you guys will get a bit of a feel for it. But once you actually get used to the controls, as Ken says, it's actually not that difficult. It's more of a puzzle, mazy game type thing at that point.
Yeah, you didn't say that about Neutroid.
I didn't say it was much improved. 40 years after the fact, but still.
Yes, be there at the beginning of the show Thursday, and I will show you how to load it properly.
You'll show us. Okay.
Yes.
Like I said, I could go through and actually patch it so it, add a little preloader that disables the disk ROM and the disk IR timeout timer and all that stuff. But ROM-L is just so much easier.
Or you lazy farts can type 8 characters. Yeah, I'll buy that.
Just rename the file to one character, then you only have to type one character.
You could do that. You could literally do that.
Runstar. Yeah, that's familiar.
The MC10 one is cassette though, so that you'll have to go grab and load it in yourself as a WAV. And because the MC10 doesn't have arrow keys, right? So I think that's where you have to use the IJKM or whatever it is.
It has arrow keys. It's a WASX, I think, on the MC10.
Oh, right. Because there's a couple alternate keys on the CoCo version. You can use the IJKM, I think it is, which is basically like the Apple II, basic editor keys, or the arrow keys, and then the space bar or shift key can be used to drop the arrows. So,
wow, a lot of different keys.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have a couple options. No joystick though.
Software patch it for WASD.
Yeah, you could.
Right.
I'm not going to do it, but you could.
Get that glitch going. Yeah.
That's your job. You want to learn about the 6809, 6309? You can start by patching it so that you don't need to use the ROML and that you can use WASD on it.
You're volunteering, right, Sloopy?
No.
Go for it.
Yeah, that's too much like a D chord. I can't play that.
Yeah, I mean,
actually, Sloopy, honestly, I think once you get into it and kind of figure out how it plays, I think you'll actually like it because it is somewhat scarily a bit like Neutroid. So you might even be a high score ranking champion or something.
not if it's IJKM.
Use the arrow keys.
Use the arrow keys.
I prefer IJKL.
Or just use the arrow keys.
Yeah. And then you can run on a CoCo 1 or 2 to have your separate arrow keys for two-handed control.
Or
you
if
can
you're
play the
running it
CoCo
on
3
an
and,
emulator, then
crimp up your fingers like this to play it on the diamond.
Or if you have a key fix like you should have, then you can flip your
there you go.
CoCo to get
You
the
can switch it.
two-handed left and right.
Or if you're running it on an emulator, then the key layout on your PC keyboard is just like using the IJKL keys.
Oh, you can remap them?
Yep. On MAME and a VCC and a few others. I think the VCC you can remap, can't you?
Or you're just using the arrow keys. I mean, most arrow keys on the on a PC are the little pyramid.
T, inverted T.
Honestly, I'm like Rick though. If you're going to play a 4 arrow key game, it's better having them separated. I know modern people don't think that, but I will take you on any CoCo 1 or 2 game that has
left
arrow
hand
keys
up and
I'll
down,
kick your
right
butt.
hand left and right. Yeah.
Yeah, because you can control much more precise when you've got 2 hands, controlling them rather than trying to cram it all in one hand.
Okay, let's do that. I choose we play Neutroid and do that.
I would do better on that.
Hey, you can play Neutroid if you want.
I might have to patch it a bit first, but
Patch it for a skill level 0.
for autoplay where I'm pretending I'm doing it, but the computer's actually just doing all the winning moves on its own.
Yes, skill level 0.
You're lucky that takes more effort than I'm willing to give. You want to send me the source, Nick?
All right, so
that's
it. What's I keep telling people on Thursdays, except for this past Thursday, about how great it is to do your to tune into the show so that they can hear their high score list, which we have listened to. So what is that wonderful thing that we all want to know? The new game for the next 2 weeks.
That's what
We just announced that we were just talking about it.
Yes. Oh man, I was hoping for something good.
Dan picks the most Neutroid style game that the rest of us might be able to stand, and that's still not good enough for Sloopy.
Yes.
But what's not fair is that Ken already played them and he's going to beat us all.
I played it very little.
Yeah,
I just played it
to be
enough
honest,
to figure out the game.
the MC10, CoCo 1, 2, and CoCo 3 versions were just released between November 21st and 23rd, so neither of us have had much time to play it ahead of you guys. Like literally, they just came out this week.
First time I tried it was last night.
Yeah. And for those of you that have other machines, I mean, they're still coming out with ones. There's still others still coming out, in the future yet, because they usually take about a month to do all the ports because they do like 70 or 80 of them. But there's a bunch of other ones. If you want to play C64 and Apple II and a bunch of others, those are there too if you want to try them.
ColecoVision, Atari. There you go, Sloopy. You can play it on the Atari.
There you go.
No, the arrow keys on the Atari are even worse.
I want to see Sloopy play it on the Atari 400 membrane keyboard with the arrow keys. Go for it.
There you go. There's a keyboard.
Only if you can get a brand new one.
Yeah, they worked
Would
for
that
a
help
couple
much?
weeks.
Huh? They
Would that really help that much? Even a new one? I never did
With
like those
cherry
membrane.
keys?
yeah, they no a brand new one. They
Yeah.
The keys on them were much more touch sensitive back in the day. Because I
I
actually
don't remember that from when I
Right.
used it back in the day, but maybe there was
Right,
an
no,
older.
I think he's pointing out the fact that the membrane keyboard on the Atari 400 worked for several weeks just fine.
yeah.
And
Back in the day, they actually worked much better than they do now. I mean, I have a couple of them now, and they're much more difficult to use than they were back in the day. I mean, they weren't too bad back in the day.
now they're just like hit
Yeah.
with a hammer.
Yeah.
I think what the
Taking
problem
a
is
hammer.
that the film layer on them has like stiffened over time, so it requires more push to make them actuate. Because I mean, it used to be that you'd be able to put your finger on it and just swipe across, and it would do ASD all the way across, and you can't do that now.
Yeah,
Or
they
you can
had
just
that-
get an Atari 800 or a XL or XC
Right,
or all
with
these
the
other ones that
real
have real
keyboard.
keyboards. Yeah.
Yes.
That little raised edge on the Atari actually made it work a little better than your average membrane.
Right.
Yeah,
But,
the Atari
yeah.
400 I will say was better than say a ZX80 or 81 for sure.
Right.
Hey, why didn't you guys tell me the cat was in the Christmas tree?
Because we were getting entertained by it, so I was hoping it was going to go flying on the floor there and watch Mark panic.
I thought you would just assume you have a Christmas tree, you have a cat.
Have a cat. That's
They're
going to happen.
It said something if it was on fire.
That's like algebra. A plus B equals C. It's like cat plus tree equals chaos. It's just a formula.
Cats are the proof that the Earth is not flat.
That was it. Knocked everything off of it by now.
Yeah.
I agreed.
Okay, we're done talking about Neutroid. What's next?
Well, join us on Thursday, like you said,
Yeah.
Slippy guy. If you guys need a bit of tips on playing this game, it's not that hard to figure out. Ken described it quite well, I think, but it's a bit easier to see live play. I will show some video of live play, but there won't be, I can't, show you changing a direction or something like that. Whatever the player did on the video is what you'll get.
Yeah.
And it is a puzzle game, essentially, once you get down to it, some arcadey elements.
Cool.
We need this game on turbo loader for tape.
It takes like 45 seconds to load the CoCo 3 version, about 30 seconds to load the CoCo 2 version. What do you need?
Yeah, they're not
turbo
that big.
for?
They both start at 2000 hex. One ends at 3E something or other, and the other ends at like 460. I can't remember the exact details, but they're not huge.
That's a lot of typing.
Yeah. Here's data statements. We'll just get you to type it all in.
Yeah.
Well
done. I'm thinking about doing one of these times is picking a game out of a magazine and say, okay, the first thing you have to do is type it in.
Yeah, the first week of playing it will be debugging it so it actually runs properly, and then the second week you'll actually play the game.
Yeah, time involved in how long you go from starting to type it in until you have a working game.
I will warn you though, Ken, because people will be typing it in, having to debug it. They'll also figure out how it works, and then they could cheat like mad.
Well, no. Like Sloopy said, though, the actual thing is how long it takes you to type in the game and have it to a working state.
Okay, but how about a working cheating state? Because that's what I would do.
Well, that doesn't matter. You can play it. It's just, is it working? It took 4 days and 3 hours to get it working. There you go. That's your time.
I got one or two words for you. OCR scanning.
4 days. That's a lot.
No.
Of
I want
time
to see
get
live
us
footage.
to disassemble it and cheat.
I want to see live footage of you typing the entire thing in, and I will watch every.
We should do that because I would like to see Ken try to keep up with like 15 people spending 3 days typing something in. He's got to like watch every second of footage to make sure they didn't cheat.
Oh, that would just make entertainment. Yes. Just when you thought the news.
Boy, I don't know what happened to Jason.
Yeah, he must be on the road or something.
He's silent.
Usually when he starts falling asleep before the news starts there, he goes out on a drive to try to wake himself up with a cold air like blowing in his face in a convertible or something.
But that's it. Yes, exactly. I think if you thought the news was boring, watching someone key in a basic program and data statements, that's just going to be excitement.
Actually, the Amigos did do that. That was one of the categories on the ARG Presents one time, and they picked CoCo games by coincidence. One was a Gopher thing for the CoCo 3. I can't remember what the other one was, but they were basic type-ins, and they actually did. Now they picked short programs that were like 4K or 5K or something like that. But yeah, that was the challenge, and neither of them really liked the experience.
4K. Short.
Imagine that.
Yet we did it when we were young. I remember typing in 32K games and 9 pages of data statements for a semi-language listing.
And then it not working.
Right.
Yeah.
Before they had that line sum checker thing. So that
Yeah,
you
when
could-
Rainbow Check was added, and then Hot Cocoa had an equivalent of that too, where you type in just a few lines and then you hit the up arrow with this little machine language thing in the background. It would add up all the bytes you typed in and go, here's what the total should be. And if it was wrong, you would know, okay, I have to correct something, but you didn't have to type the whole thing in. You could do little chunks and then make sure it's all right, with 6 lines of code and then the next 6 lines, etc.
Or as was mentioned in a video I watched this morning, you could sometimes type in those programs and it's the magazine that's wrong, and you have to wait until next month for the fix.
3 months later, we have a correction here.
Yeah, the misprint is in line 1004. I have to wait 2 months to find out what the misprint was.
Yeah. And then sometimes the original author would write in 6 months later, oh, I had a bug in the version I sent you. I sent you an older version off the wrong disk.
Right.
So here's the 7 lines you got to change.
I remember managing to figure out the bug in way back when on a Byte magazine. That
Cool.
was like, nice. I got it.
Right. And that was Byte. That wasn't no little,
Honestly,
Commodore
typing in
mag
stuff
or
was
something.
one of the best ways to learn programming, because you had to figure out how the program worked and you had to know how BASIC worked or whatever language you were using and then figure it out. So I learned more doing that and writing my own stuff than, just looking at a listing by itself.
That's how I used to teach
Or a book.
myself BASIC.
Yeah.
Figure out ways to cheat in the games that I just typed in.
That too.
Unlimited men and
Well, that's when they got to the whole games had go sub here, go sub there, go sub back over here, go sub over there, and they tried to hide the logic.
Yeah.
And that was an interesting game in itself.
Yeah, some people claim that was just BASIC that made you hide the logic on purpose, because the whole language is not supposed to use GoTos.
But no, that was I actually read an article about how to write programs for a magazine so that the people who type them in can't solve the program by typing it in. And that's where a lot of that crap came from. And yeah, it's a mess. It really makes it hard to get it done properly. Forget.
Hey, you gotta tell that to my grade 9 computer teacher, because he always said that I used way too many go-to and go-sub statements, and it's just 'cause I was hiding the logic.
Yeah,
I was
that's it,
hiding the
yeah.
logic from him.
Spaghetti code.
That's my code hacking protection feature.
There you go.
Time.
Okay.
What else could you do with
Game on
BASIC
news
back
next,
then?
which I've only got a very few, so we might as well do that before another break, and then we'll have a break and then go into the regular news.
Actually, why don't we have a little discussion on CoCoTECH?
Oh, you want to do that first? Okay, sure.
Yep. Update on CoCoTECH.
Take it away, Mark.
Update on CoCoTECH. Hey there. So we had another CoCoTECH this week.
And a cat.
You got to zoom this up, Mark, here.
Get that cat in there.
Well, we know what your cat thinks of CoCoTECH.
Yes. Some of us have cat problems.
I have no cat problems.
CoCoTECH smelled like cat butt.
Your cat was just like, you're talking about CoCoTECH? Kiss my butt.
Can you zoom up, Mark?
Okay.
If I could find it.
Yeah, the cat's gone. It's safe.
Which mouse am I on here?
Only on our professional show will you see things like that happening.
Yeah, our love of cats. Anyway,
Mark,
she's gone.
you're a bit red-faced, I think.
The white balance.
At least it wasn't a rotoscope.
Okay. So CoCoTECH, we had a CoCoTECH this week. It was all about Gshell, which Gshell wasn't put on OS 9, was it? Was it a Nitrous 9 thing?
No, it was an OS9 thing, but it was sold separately by Tandy about a
Separate
year
package.
after OS9 came
Gotcha.
out.
Gotcha. Okay. So anyway, it's a graphic shell that you can run from the command line. Anyway, so history of Gshell. So Rick Ulland and Curtis Boyle all basically presented 2.5 hours on Gshell and all its iterations over the years and all the improvements and all the design choices and why it looks like what it does now today. And you'll find that on our regular channel. Just find us on the CoCo Nation channel and scroll back half a week. And you'll find episode 004, which is Gshell for the OS9 Nitrous 9. Let's see. We actually had quite a few views on that. It's over 200 views on that, which is pretty cool. And I know we're over 200 views on the DriveWire one as well. I don't have anything scheduled for next week, but maybe Sloopy will want to step up and do something. And then I do have something scheduled 2 weeks out, and this will be basically Grease Weasel and the one that Paul Fiscarelli has. I can't remember the name offhand. And David Ladd talking about floppies. Yay! And I'm getting an interest in DOS ROMs for the color computer. So I've been collecting various ones and looking into YaDOS specifically. So I might bring up something about that just because. Anyway, that's what we have for CoCoTECH so far. Probably won't have anything for the rest of December just because it's kind of busy for everybody. Oh yes, also I should plug here since it's kind of related. I see about getting some people maybe sign up at the end of January for a virtual CoCo, basically CoCo Fest type of thing, sponsored by the Glenside Group and of course the CoCo Nation here, and bring you presentations from people who probably won't make it to CoCo Fest or VCF Midwest, but who would like to present something on the CoCo or the Dragon. Anyway, this will probably be something that'll be earlier in the day on a Saturday or a Sunday for the most of the world. So it'll be a little bit easier for people, especially in Europe, to see. And did I miss anything? I think it's everything for the moment.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got a couple things for CoCoTECH.
Okay.
I've gotten a couple. I got a oscilloscope for the oscilloscope episode, and I got something else that's supposedly an oscilloscope, and I will figure it out before then. But yeah, I do have someone sent in an MC10, and we're going to see what its issue is and what we can do with it. It's going to be sometime on the week of the 11th to 15th of December. And when we get closer to then, I will give a more specific date, but it will be between the 11th and 15th of December. As for the oscilloscope thing, episode, if you have anything that you're interested in specifically seeing or seeing, my computer is listening to me because it just brought up a thing saying, hey, set up your calendar so then you can see where you need to be. My computer is spying on me. If you have anything specific that you would like covered, send me a message on the CoCoTECH channel, the Discord, or you can email it, which is below in the description on YouTube. I'm not sure if it's on Twitch. Yeah, it should be on Twitch also, but I'm not 100%. And I do believe that's it.
Okay, cool. And now for the Game On News.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen a mention of Mark Siegel in chat.
Yeah, he's been in the
on Facebook.
Yeah, he's been in the chat. He's on YouTube.
He's on
today.
YouTube.
Oh, he's on YouTube now? Okay. Might be a non-issue then, because I think he was one of the last people using the Facebook feed.
Okay. Well,
Okay.
Just kind of wondering because we've had trouble with it.
Hey, my screen share working?
Yeah.
Hopefully it'll keep working on CoCoTECH.
Color Computer Archive.
Yep. So first thing I wanted to say, I uploaded the 609 and 609 optimized versions of Paper Route by Dicom to the Color Computer Archive last week, and they are on there now. So you can go down them, you can see them on the top, and you can compare them with the original ones, which are also available down a little bit lower. There's even some patches for running double speed on the CoCo 3 and RGB patches, etc. And the manual's up there too. If you've never played Paperboy in the arcade, which is what it's clone of, you can actually go check that out. So you can get that off of the Color Computer Archive. Next up, Yewdow, whatever we're calling it. You can see here on the far right is the release dates. You can see the CoCo 3 version came out November 23rd, and the CoCo 1 and 2 one came on the 22nd. The MC10, I'd have to scroll, I can't remember what direction it is, but basically it's there. I think it was the first one actually released out of the 3 this time. But you can actually play it, and let's see how YouTube's going to be doing on the old commercial thing here. And that cheats, it loads it way faster than a real CoCo would do. So you're the little white guy with the blue shirt, and you're running around and dropping these arrows to steer the car. The car will follow the arrows, or just keep going the same direction if there's no arrows. And the object, as Ken said, is to get all the flags. I don't really know, Ken. Do you know what the different colored flags mean? Is that different points or something?
Simple enough.
Okay, so you're really programming a robot to follow your prescribed route.
Pretty close. Yeah. The game, once you get the hang of it, isn't that bad. The controls will take a tiny bit of time getting used to. But the play mechanic's fairly simple, and then after that it runs really decent. And like I said, if you have other micros you want to try it on, they're constantly updating this list here. Like here's the VIC 20 version if you want to try, if you have one of those, Atari 800 for Sloopy. The Auric, there's tons of them. Just like normal. They normally bring it up for about 70 platforms, and they're only about half done so far, so there's more coming. And on the right-hand side, if you want to go download the WAV to actually play it on a cassette-based CoCo, it's in Japanese, but you can see .wav, and that's the actual program itself to download if you want to do it that way. Oh, I had a full screen version of this. Whoops. Now, this is the CoCo 3 we just looked at, so I'll do the zoomed up CoCo 1 and 2 version so you can see the difference of the graphics because it's in P mode 3. And the MC10 is the equivalent of P mode 1, so it'll be a little bit lower res, but it'll look pretty well identical to this color-wise. And this is a bit more zoomed in, so you can probably see it better too. Yeah, I still don't understand what the different colored flags, if that's just to make it look different. I don't see any point difference. And like I said, if you don't put an arrow and the car hits a wall, it'll destroy the wall, then ricochet back. So eventually it'll break out of the maze, and then you die. And you get a bonus if you complete within a certain time limit. Next up, the John Hancock page on YouTube, which is actually a fairly large one with 131,000 subscribers, decided to do some coverage of RoboCop. So he's done a series before on RoboCop, all the games based on RoboCop, but then he did this particular episode, which is oddball RoboCop games you might have missed. And one of the last ones he mentions is the CoCo 3 one. And he's actually done videos on the CoCo before. In fact, I might have covered them because it kind of sounded familiar, but I'll just play a little tiny clip of him playing RoboCop on the CoCo 3 and his initial thoughts.
About my Tandy color computer collection, and there was a RoboCop release for that. Here's a clip from what I said.
Oh, yeah, laryngitis this time too.
Is kind of an interesting game. It was released late, and it was a 128K game. And, I just think it definitely showed kind of the age of the color computer. It was really starting to get long in the tooth by the time this came out. Not known to be the best version of RoboCop, but it's a game that I still enjoy playing, even though it's not the best version. If you're a fan of the series, definitely check out RoboCop.
some of the games I shared with you.
So he does a lot of comparisons of video games on various platforms, or covering a series, games that have had multiple iterations over the years. So if you're into gaming in general, it's a pretty fun channel to follow. And occasionally, if they cover a game that has CoCo stuff, he usually covers that too. So it's kind of fun to do the comparisons. And then the last one here, the Amigos had their annual Thanks for Giving special. And this is kind of a thank you to all the people that watch their shows. And they usually do a marathon. I've noticed they've been cutting it down as the years progress here. It used to be a 24-hour marathon. Now it's down to 8. So it's, just about down the length of our show. This year, they decided to do it a little bit different because Boat wasn't there. He's actually in England right now because he's going to be attending one of the Amiga get-togethers there. And also at Neil's Cave, I believe he's... I'm trying to remember what's Neil's... RMC, I think is what he's calling the channel now. He had to rename it for some reason a few years back. But anyway, he's going to be doing some live stuff down there this weekend. So he flew in earlier, so he wasn't around for the Thanksgiving. But basically what Brent did a little bit different this year is he created some random categories. Some I think were suggested by people that have written in, and some were just made up by Brent. So they'd pick a platform or a game type or something special about a game. So one of the things they picked here was dinosaur-based games, and you can see the Sinclair ZX81 screen. They were trying to play 3D Monster Maze where the dinosaur chases you down the maze, but they couldn't get it to work on the Mister because they basically just have joystick controls type thing, and they didn't know how the keyboard mapping was, so they kind of had to abort it. So Aaron had a backup plan, which is a game, which is one of the earliest games on the CoCo 1 and 2 from 1980, late 1980, early 81, I think was released, of one that I really like and one that quite a few people, this is one of those no gray area games here. People love it or they hate it. Can you guys guess what that game might be?
Dino Wars.
Dino Wars.
Yeah, I will mention it's been pronounced both ways, but from the original author himself, it's actually Dino Wars. It's not Dino. So just but they have fun with it.
Dinosaur games you got in mind, Aaron?
I mean,
Dino
was Flintstone's pet.
Yeah.
I don't know what's being so contrary here. Okay, hold on. I got a backup plan. I got plans. What do you do? Listen. We just played another dinosaur game. That's the plan. What do you think of my plan so far? Well, we'll see how well you pull it off.
They're almost as unrehearsed as we are. It's awesome.
I don't think we have access to Primal Rage STB. Which is like Dino War. There it is. And then I think we can reboot, and then it'll start.
I like their Thanksgiving spread there.
Yeah.
I'm getting hungry watching it.
Set up. All right. Right, left, down, up. Button. No. Hey, I like that. U-turn. Yes, we'll do that one too, Weedster.
Does anybody here got a Mister that they play some of these games on, or do you guys usually stick with emulators or real CoCos?
Here we go. You're the blue one.
Emulator.
That's unfortunately I have no control. Oh, good. That's to make it easy to bite. I do have. What did you do? I thought you had no control. I can't move left or right, but I can hit the button.
Hey, as I commented a little bit later, the scaling is one of the things that set this game apart from many other games at this time period, like 1980, 81. Because the world is wider than the screen. It actually wraps around after a while, but you can walk and see new cactuses and stuff showing up. And the dinosaurs scale as they come closer to the player, they get much larger. And if you go off in the distance, they get much smaller. So it's a bit of a programming feat for that time period, to be honest. Most other computers weren't even trying to do stuff like that. So
first person biter.
What's that?
First person biter.
Yeah, that's it. I especially like the fact that when they were configuring the Mister, Brent misconfigured it so he could only do the biting button thing, and he still managed to hit Aaron first before Aaron got him. That was awesome. Anyway, that's all the gaming news I have. So did you want to do a break before we hit the regular news, which I do have a fair bit more to go on?
Okay, we can do this one.
Hi, this is Rick Adams, author of Temple of Rom and Shanghai, and I, like you, am a citizen of the CoCo Nation.
This is not the Joey cereal switch. This is the Joey cereal switch. Control up to 3 cereal devices. Order yours today at cocoman.biz.
The music is back. Maestro available now only from Retro Innovations. Go the number 4 retro.com.
For many a year, peace has reigned throughout the realm. In the forest, nothing but ruins of an ancient fortress remain to fuel the myth of the evil wizard. Tales of your ancestors' quest are met with laughter. Mockery follows your warnings. But you know what awaits.
Are you ready?
When you want the latest in TRS-80, Tandy, Dragon, MC-10, and all of their hardware cousins, no matter what it takes, or where news breaks, from around the world to your nation.
The CoCo Nation News with L Curtis Boyle.
Later, guys. Okay, you're on.
Okay, so first up, we're going to cover a couple of announcements here. Some of are new, some are existing, of upcoming interviews. So we had the one today, of course, thanks to Joe and David. The next one we have scheduled here is December the 9th with Mike Snyder, who wrote a bunch of games for T&D Magazine for both CoCo 1 and 2 and the CoCo 3 for about 4 years between 1987 and 1991 when T&D shut down. And he's got his own webpage here if you want to kind of go through and see. He's got disc images of all the stuff he made that you can download at www.cocoquest.com. He's even got the little random selection of screenshots and left you can kind of get an idea for some of the stuff that he did. You can see like Blasters, looks like a CoCo 3 games, Earth Troopers, a CoCo 1 and 2 game. But a bunch here, and he's got some details on some specific games too. But there's a whole bunch of stuff you can download here and give a try out. We might have to include some of these in the Game On Challenge at some point. So he's our guest on December the 9th. And I'm also finally proud to announce that we've finally got a firm date for Glenn Dahlgren and Doug Maston to come on to talk about the writing of Contras. For those of you that are CoCo Fest this past April, Doug was actually there showing off some of the original sketches and stuff that he did for designing the graphics, etc. And this is a game that is based somewhat on the Nintendo version of Contras, not the arcade one per se, but he also did his own original levels and stuff on the later levels of the game itself. Now, this is a game that had a bit of a controversy because Doug was just a high school student at the time, and this is a huge project to take on. Like, it's got excellent sound, some of the best sound on the CoCo 3 game, and music track as well, and hardware scrolling, and it's huge and takes 512K, etc. And he kind of burned himself out, and then it ended up being taken over by the person that authored Photon and Graphic Express, Jeff Steidel, and so it took 2 years to come out from the original announcement because of all that. And we'll be getting into some of that. But Glenn Dahlgren of Sundog Systems will be coming on to help co-author it. Now, I will mention Glenn has got a new book coming out. We're not going to talk about it except for maybe a brief mention on this one. I think later in January we'll have him on to come on and talk about that. It's the actual wrap up of the series that he's been doing, and I know a lot of you have been actually getting the books up till now of that series, the Chaos series. So we'll have him in to talk about that. Maybe see if he can remember a few other CoCo stories he hasn't told before at the same time. But look forward to this interview. This will be on January the 6th. So it'll be our first interview in the new year. We're probably not going to be booking anymore in December just because of holidays and everything else, like Mark mentioned before. So anyway, if you have any questions about that, if you guys were at the fest and got a chance to see Doug's booth with his sample graphics and stuff and notes from programming the game, and if you have any questions for him, get them ready by January 6th, and we'll ask him live along with Glenn. Next up, I know Ron knows about this, but Erico Montero is actually at the SC Retro Computer Show in Brazil, which is happening right now. Or maybe it's just ending now. I'm not sure what time it's on, but
it's still on, evidently.
It's still on? Okay.
Yeah.
I know that people mentioned that he was having bad bandwidth, so we won't be able to do a live like we were hoping. We talked about this yesterday. But he did take a couple of photos I got here, so that you can see this particular one here. You can actually see CP400 with, I think, the later version of the keyboard running, and he's actually running Cashman, the CoCo game, because the CP400 was a CoCo clone. And then you can see a bunch of other games too. It actually looks like it's pretty good size this year too. This looks larger than I remembered seeing last year.
If you go to the CoCo group on Facebook, he's got Luciano Scharf is from Brazil, and he got some pictures of all of his CoCo setup, and he's got a little video and said that over 710 people have attended so far. A truly great day. And he's got
700. Holy crow. That's way larger than last year.
He's got all kinds of CoCo set up. He's got even a TDP 100, and he's got some of Ed's keyboards attached to CoCo 3s. And yeah, what you're seeing here is minimal compared to what he's got set up.
Yeah, this kind of gives you a broader view of the show.
He's got a short clip on the CoCo group.
Since you guys actually have it handy and loaded up there, Ron, I can just cut the screen sharing for me for a sec if you want to share that. Because what I'm going to try to do is get either Eric or Scharf or anybody that was there maybe to come on next week and actually kind of go through the things in detail.
All right,
but I don't want to do that today because we're going to have a long show as it is.
All right, well, I can just let it go if you want.
Yeah, I'll stop sharing and I'll let you share just so you can at least share the video. So I'm kind of curious to see it myself. I've not seen these yet.
Okay, I gotta see. Share screen. Which one is it?
700 people. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Am I up?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I see all the CoCo keyboard pics.
Okay, where is it? I want to go to the beginning. Come on.
Hit the button, Ron.
It's not showing it. Why?
By clicking overview, does that bring it back? Or
there. Okay. Should be right. Well, it's not showing up. Why? Let's see. Let's hit refresh. There it is. And look who's showing up.
That's why you found it.
Anyway, here's the little video. Let's play it.
Hit the big button.
Oh, it's 11 seconds.
Wow, that's busy. That's
I don't know
good.
if can you hear it?
No.
No.
Maxi screen.
It's just sound of people.
Yeah, we don't need new sound just to view a crowd, but yeah, that's pretty full.
It's a nice
Good size
show.
venue.
Yeah.
We could use a hall like that.
It looks like a Quonset hut.
Yeah, or
a
airplane terminal or something. Or
yeah. All right.
It's the shuttle bay from the Enterprise. That's what it is.
Yeah. There you go.
That looks like an awesome show. We'll have to see if we can get both of them on. Or there was a third person we had on last year when they had the show. I know that came and talked about it afterwards, but I'd love to get their input on it. So hopefully we can get 1, 2, or 3 of them on next week, and then actually go in detail with some pictures, because there's no interviews next week. So it'll restrict the show to 6 hours instead of 8. Anyway, thanks for showing that, Ron, because I did not get a chance to see those yet. But that's better attendance than I was expecting, to be honest. Hey, next up, World of Commodore 2023 is coming up on December 2nd and 3rd, and you're probably wondering, why the heck am I showing that on our show? 2 reasons. One, it's a kind of a thank you to Franklin Harris, of course, is from Retro Rewind, and he's a sponsor of the show, and this is his bread and butter platform. But also, he's going to be having a show special selling CoCo hardware there as well, including the CoCo STC. So if you're in the Mississauga, Ontario area next weekend, and you want to get a CoCo STC for cheaper than normal, this is the perfect place to go. I think he's going to have some other hardware there too, like maybe the CoCo diagnostic cartridge and a few other things too, maybe some of the cap kits, etc. I'm not sure what all he's going to be bringing, because he's bringing all of his Amiga and C64 stuff too, but definitely there will be CoCo STCs for sale at this show. So if you want to pick one up without having to pay the shipping and also getting a discount from even his normal discounted rates, go check out the show. And if you're, of course, a general retro enthusiast, you probably wouldn't mind going to a general, Commodore show, because this covers Amigas and PETs and VIC-20s and C64s and a whole bunch of stuff. So
cool. So we're a pet.
Yeah. I found out something too. This is the 40th anniversary of the World of Commodore show that they've been holding there. So their first show was in 1983. Now, if you go to Chicago CoCo Fest, that is a continuation of Chicago Rainbow Fest, and that started the same year. So both of our shows are 40 years old. And because we did ours earlier in the year, actually ours is older than theirs.
Right. We win.
Yeah, that's the way I view it anyway.
No competition though, right?
No, not at all. And the next up, kind of a reminder of 3 other shows that are coming up. So the first one is VCF Southern California, February 17th to 18th in Orange, California at the Hotel Fair Event Center. And that's, generic, everything retro type thing. So you can hit their website at www.vcfsocal.com for details on that. Get your tickets, book your room at the hotel, etc. And of course, we've got CoCo Fest, which we were just talking about, the 32nd annual last Chicago CoCo Fest. And that's on, that's on May 4th to 5th at Carroll Stream, Illinois, near Chicago at the Holiday Inn and Suites, which is the same venue we had last year. And looking forward to this one. It's going to be a good show, I think. I know some stuff that's going to be in the auction because I'm bringing it. And sounds like there might be some other stuff there. There's possibly, actually, I'm pretty sure there's going to be some really special stuff showing up. There'll be some stuff here that nobody here has seen before.
So back to your last story. Is this the appropriate been there, got the t-shirt?
Yeah. Yeah, you got the Chicago CoCo Fest 1992, the inaugural one, which I actually didn't make it to. I made it to the second one. I made it to the last Rainbow Fest and the second CoCo Fest, but I missed the first one.
This was the first CoCo t-shirt I ever bought. So good timing.
Yeah.
Freddie, we didn't see that. Hang on a second.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I'm still sharing, so nobody saw it. Got stop. I'm gonna zoom them up there.
You got to hit the right buttons. Yep.
This doesn't entirely fit.
Yeah, none of mine do either from back then.
I can sort of drape it, but you'll notice body on both sides. So, yeah. I think I was a little skinnier back then. But, yeah, this was the first CoCo Fest that wasn't a Rainbow Fest, I believe.
Yeah. Yeah, Rainbow Fest was 91, and I have the 91 Rainbow Fest t-shirt still.
Right. So this was the first last.
Yeah.
But they never stopped, and they never will.
Not creepy at all.
Well, we got to balance out David a little bit.
Yeah, that's true. So, yeah, looking for this one. Like I said, there's going to be some unique stuff that has never been seen before, and there's some rare stuff. And then, of course, the regular things. There's seminars. There's the auction. I'm bringing some stuff to the auction myself. But yeah, there's some unique items, and one or two people on the panel know a bit about this, but we're sworn to secrecy because we want to be a bit of a surprise later on. It will be advertised quite a bit earlier on because we want to entice people to come out to see these very, very rare items. But we're going to keep you in the dark a little bit more, probably until the new year. So, but if you guys are getting ready to book, or you're on the fence about possibly going to the show, this one will be a bit special. You might want to come out to this one. There's some pretty amazing stuff there. So how's that for a tease? And then last up, we've got Boat Fest 3, June 14th to 16th, 2024. This is at the Social Event Space in Hurricane, West Virginia. It's literally within a couple blocks of the place it was last year. This is a general gaming event covering both home computers and home consoles. The CoCo is well represented because, of course, Brent and Aaron grew up with one, and Ken and I have been down there as well. And it's a lot of fun. If you like playing games, this is definitely a fun place. But there's also people doing hardware repairs like Frank and a few others, and other people are doing, hardware upgrades, etc., and showing you how different hardware, rare hardware worked. 48K Ram's one I know that does something unique every year. Last year he brought out his Model 100s, and we played a bunch of arcade games on them. I didn't even know the Model 100 had arcade games, but we got to play like Asteroids and Bosconian and a bunch of other clones on there. That was pretty cool. So that's in June, and we'll get some more specific details on some other ones. I did see the official announcement that VCF, is it South or Southeast or whatever they call the one in Texas, Southwest maybe? I can't remember.
It's going to be Southwest, yeah.
Yeah, but it's
After
a
South by
go for this
Southwest.
next year, and I've seen in the TRS-80 Discord, a lot of the TRS-80 guys are planning on coming out. They're going to try to get a bunch of the guests that actually worked at Tandy back in the day or helped do the designs on some of the computers we use. So they're going to try to get all of them out. I know Mark Siegel went there last year as well, but it looks like they're definitely gearing up. And the fact that the Tier City guys are saying we need more tables because they couldn't display everything they wanted to display. So that'll be a pretty good one too if you're a Tandy fan, because of course it's right in their backyard. So that's it for the announcements. So I will stop that share, kill that window, and then we'll get on to the actual news. So now you can bring out your pillows and get ready for rest. Okay. So first of all, CoCo Town has returned, and as he mentioned in his previous video, he was having some issues with MAME and the way it was handling some of the timing and the interrupts. So he's actually delving into the MAME code itself. So those of you who've been scared off by the sheer size of MAME, and I'm surprised he wasn't, he's actually going through it a little bit to figure out how stuff works. And he goes into the source code for MAME itself and the source code for like the VDG driver and a bunch of other things here CoCo related. I won't play anything here for it because it's pretty technical and we're going long, but definitely go check it out if you have any interest in how emulators work or how MAME in specific works as it relates to the CoCo. A lot of cool, interesting stuff in there. There's more coming for that series. George Jansen, we covered the fact that he started a 6809 beginners tutorial on YouTube now, and of course he did a bit of a sequence with us as well. So he put out 2 new episodes this last week, and it's basically a 2-parter is the reason. He's concentrating on CoCo 3 palettes and attributes, like how to access the text screen, control the colors, attributes like blink and underline, etc., and how to do like 40 column and 80 column and stuff. And he's not programming the gimme directly for all of this. He's actually calling some of the super extended basic ROM call routines for this as well. So he kind of shows you how to do that as well. And then he gives you some examples, and you can run very small, not much typing to do in your editor assembler. And this is a perfect time to go grab the free 609 EdTASM that Robert Galt uploaded last week on the archive if you want to give these a shot. He shows you how to do it in LWASM. I think is what he's using, but like here is just showing you how to write onto the 40 column text screen on the CoCo 3. So this is a bit of a more CoCo 3 focused one in this particular case. So part 1 is about 20 minutes. And then part 2 is another 15 minutes. And I'll just play a little clip from the middle of this one where he's kind of showing you doing some of the attribute stuff. You can see some of the source code here just before the actual little demo starts.
We don't have a basic version of this. You can build one if you want. I didn't. Okay, it comes out and it puts, again, our message 0 up there. We hit that, it gives us a different message with different attributes and colors, same as before. Again, different background, different attributes. There's one with blinking and underline, then it asks us a question, what do you want? That's what screen width you want, 3, 4, 8, or Q to quit. It's in 8 as the default, we press 4, it comes up in width 40. We can do the same thing, Now let's try 3. Oops, that don't look too good. 3 doesn't use locate or anything like that, so it's just taking whatever's in the attributes on its side of the world. You know, you hit them and it just comes like that, and it's just show you that they don't correlate back to the high res. So we'll go back to.
Anyway, so that's a little snip showing the difference between using the new CoCo 3 40 and 80 column modes, which if you enable attributes is basically 2 bytes per character. One's for the ASCII value, or not quite ASCII, but the character itself. And the other is 3 bits for your foreground color, 3 bits for your background color, plus a blink attribute and an underline attribute, which makes 8 bits for the second byte. And the old 32 column screen, which is what he's showing here, which is traditionally green if you want to be nice and calmed. You can change the palette. So you have some control you did not have on the CoCo 1 and 2 itself. And you can turn upper lowercase on, full border on, off, inverse video on, off. But you can't do blank, you can't do underline or that kind of thing. So that's kind of what he was demonstrating here. But source code for all this is there. He's actually got download links. You can actually download disk images with the source code if you don't feel like typing it all in. But yeah, he's going through with quite a bit of detail. But this time he's basically doing a lot of stuff for the CoCo 3 because a lot of the assembly language tutorials we've had in the past, whether they've been web pages or videos on YouTube, et cetera, have usually been pretty CoCo 1 and 2 centric. I think just because there's more of them out there. There's also the fact that the CoCo 3 is backwards compatible, so that makes your audience, wider to begin with. But I'm liking the fact that he's actually pushing on the CoCo 3 side of things because that's the one that's a little bit harder, but probably one a lot more people might be interested in because you can do a lot more with it. So it's cool that he's actually concentrating on the CoCo 3 stuff right now, so you can see some of the cool stuff you can do there. Since Nick doesn't release source code for any of his stuff. I'm just bugging you, Nick. And he's asleep already, so he wouldn't even notice I said that. Next up, we have Mikey, who put up another part of his vlogs. And this is one Rick might be a little bit familiar with. So he posted a video of using Rick Ulland, or Connect, as he's also referred to, as you can see in the upper left corner of the envelope here, the Ethernet card. So this is the upgraded chips you were sending out. This is what, a GAL or PAL or something? What is it?
Yeah, it's a replacement GAL chip. I didn't realize that hand canceling meant please take 4 weeks for delivery. So now I'm shipping them in a box. So if you wonder why Amazon puts crap the size of your thumbnail in a box, I do too, because you'll get it in 2 days, not 4 weeks. So and
this is the one that fixes it to run in all the CoCo 3s, because that was the issue we were having before, correct?
Well, now it runs on everything. Yeah, we had the problem was the tool I was using couldn't quite handle putting a couple of complex statements on one GAL chip. And it was not doing what I asked it to do, and I didn't realize that. And I tried all these other alternative solutions, when really I just had to delete the serial port code and it worked fine. So
you want to know what else is ironic about this, Rick? That's not a hand cancel. That's a machine cancel.
Well, yeah, I know they don't listen to anything, but it still takes 4 weeks. I don't know why.
So they
I did want to. I do want to play the beginning of the video here. It's 12 minutes, and a lot of it goes into the testing and running software, which is probably the stuff that's going to interest people that are are fans of the Ethernet card that Rick's using. But I do want to play the little intro where Mikey's trying to figure out exactly what he got shipped here, because I thought it was amusing. So we'll just play a little bit of that.
About a month ago, I got this letter in the mail, and it says that it's from Connect. I'm assuming that's CoCo Connect, and this letter has something to do with the CoCo ION Ethernet adapter. Let's see what's inside the letter.
I'll skip the little intro here.
We opened up the letter, so we'll take a look. When I first opened this up this way, I was a little bit confused. Why would this letter have a piece of cardboard in it? why would somebody send me a piece of cardboard? And then I turned it over and I saw these squares. I'm like, I wonder what that could be. So, seemed to be something underneath this tape. So I peeled back the tape and, oh, that looks an awful lot like a gal chip. This must be for the CoCo ION Ethernet adapter.
Interesting.
All right. So I have an adapter here, and we can take a look at it.
But to see that, you'll have to go watch the video.
There you go. That's called a tease, folks.
Yep.
I thought it was cool though. You actually sent thicker cardboard kind of hole to fit the gal chip in it, so it actually is cushion from getting crushed.
Because the reader squishes through some rollers to put a little pressure to line everything up to the scanner, and it can squirt things right out of the envelope.
Yeah.
If you don't sort of taper your way in and out. So yeah, but it doesn't really work because whatever it doesn't go right through. It takes weeks to actually be delivered. It's faster to put something in a 6x5x5 box and ship it, and it will go in 2 days by the same rate as an envelope under whatever that new general ground
So weird
thing.
I guess that's why I got a CR2032 battery in a 1 cubic foot box by Amazon.
Well, yeah. Well, that's the other thing is the price of the box. I have a little eBay arm on the side, and a 6x5x5 box I can get for a certain price, and anything that will fit in that down to, a molecule of sand, it's cheaper to put it in that box than do anything else. I've got that box. It's a standard thing. I can throw a piece of tape on it, slap a label on it. It won't get lost. It's big enough to actually go where I sent it. And it's just weird. I didn't mean to get all the show derailed here, but
that's what we do here, Rick.
That's why we don't send things in envelopes. It's better to put it in a big old box. It's like if you're driving in America, you need a big old truck. You can't drive in a passenger car, you get squashed. You need a big old truck. I don't want a big old truck. I don't even have one, but I might need one unless I can look under them. So
yeah. The good thing is, though, is that after months of trying to figure out why this was not working on all CoCos, and it was like it worked on some CoCo 3s, but not others, and
and then a lot
that's
of people
all solved now.
Had hardware that didn't work, and they didn't complain, so I didn't realize how big the problem was. Thanks for the support, folks, but complain, so we can fix these things.
So what was the issue?
Well, because the tool I was using was unable to process too complex statements where you have a lot of ors and ands, and it just wasn't working right. And so I was trying all kinds of alternative solutions that would work on some CoCos, but not on others. And come to find out, all I had to do was just simplify. Well, now I've changed tools and I could make one that worked, but the serial port isn't available anyway, so there's no real point in readdressing that. We've moved on to boot ROMs and stuff. So,
I don't know.
But it's nice to get all this old hardware going. Well, the 16550 ain't ever coming back. It was available before the thing that happened that killed everything that we shouldn't say on YouTube. But now that it's gone and it's been emulated and it's not in anyone's products anymore, we're never going to see it again. So there's no point in supporting it. But we've gone on to support other things, like I say, a ROM or EEPROM. So anyway, life is good. And I'm really happy that I was able to fix this thing so everyone who bought one can now use it. And if you can't use yours, contact
and
me.
there's some software out there now, like Henry Strickland and Michael have both written utilities and stuff that actually use it, so you can actually test it out and run it usefully.
We don't need no stinking real-time clock. We got NTP.
And for those of you that watch CoCoTECH with Gshell, actually at the very end, before we started, going into the history of CoCo 3 prices, Rick was actually demonstrating his Web Wrangler Basic 09 program, which is using this card to actually hit some local websites that he had made to run on, so that you can actually hit the web with this sucker.
It's going to be fun.
Yeah. Anyway, go check out the rest of the video there, because Mikey demonstrates some of the software he's written for it, and it's all functioning now. So that's good. Next up, Tier City Retro Programming, who I notice is in the chat again, though he joined a bit late, so he's going to have to rewind later and watch the other 3 or 4 hours of content. This one, he kind of did a bit of a double update. So he updated the Tales of Suburbia game he's working on, and he goes through the programming and how he came up with an animation to do here on Tales of Suburbia for the rocket launch, which is the ultimate goal of the adventure game. And then he also did a bit of a chat at the very end of it, talking about his plans for CoCo Ultimate, which is kind of an Ultima style game he's doing on the CoCo 1 and 2 as well. And we're still waiting for him to join our Discord here, because we can definitely dump a lot of other projects on him as well to do. And also he can hit us up for help on a lot of them, because he was mentioning like he's been getting comments and stuff disappearing from YouTube. I've had a bit of that even on my page, where it'll say there's 3 comments and I can't see them. I know Tim Linder has mentioned something about if you viewed it once, it disappears afterwards, which might be part of the problem. I know Facebook kind of has that by default. That might have been when I was hitting Ron, actually, where if you've seen something already, it kind of hides it from you seeing it again. Or sometimes, no, I want to go back to that. So I always click the little down triangle and put, view all newer posts, in date order, which will put the ones I've seen already back into the queue here. But maybe that's something that YouTube's doing on comments as well, because I've hit that as well, where people have commented and I can't even see them on my own page. So anyway, you can definitely go check that out. Hopefully he'll join the Discord here in the next while too, so you can join in the wider community. Next one, this is RetroTech Dan, and he did a Tandy CoCo keyboard repair. And this is just a little 2-minute and 40-second video. I didn't get a chance to get a hold of him, but I'm hoping he's okay if I play a chunk of it here, because it's a kind of an interesting way to solve a problem if you have the surrounding plastic here for the keyboard is actually broke. So this is on the space bar he's fixing up, but I thought it was kind of an interesting solution.
All right, so I just want to show you this keyboard from a CoCo. I took the keyboard apart, obviously, and the reason is the problem right here is that you see that little nib right there that's there to
oh, great, YouTube.
Put the metal
piece in. There's only one.
Yeah, the stabilizer. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So I get this right here. This metal piece for the space bar, the stabilizer bar. It like slips in underneath that right there. Then it holds it there. If I can get it in there. Anyway, that's what it's for. Problem is that this one's missing. It was broken. Now I've kind of made the hole a little bit bigger because I have a fix for that. So you see right there, the bar needs to go underneath that stabilizer.
So I mentioned, like, at first glance, the only way to fix that's to fix that whole thing, and you need a pretty decent sized 3D printer to do that. Plus, it would take a lot of time and plastic. So he's got a much simpler solution.
There's a bar, and that has to hold it down.
Doesn't involve baking soda?
I tried it, so this one has to be there. What I ended up doing is I printed this out, which looks very complicated. Because I wanted to do something that I could just press fit in and not, and everything, the backing and everything would hold it on. So
nice.
Basically, like here's the one that works here. That's good. And then this is the bad area you want to hear. Okay. So then I'll take this and then I'll just put this in here like that. Hold on. Yep, that's the right one. It's kind of hard to do with the camera. Now you got to do this. All right, yeah, it fits in there, and I have it
nice.
So that it presses up against that, and it holds it. Once the backing is on here, it's not going to go anywhere. And now, if we go back and look, so here's the one that is good, and here's the new one.
The other one that is good.
Ingenious.
So
yeah, that was pretty.
When I tested it, it works pretty good. It holds
a pretty cool way of fixing that, actually, with minimal, and it's gonna be quite stable with that little arm that hooks up with the rest of the molding of the actual keyboard itself. So I thought that was really cool.
Right, and he's changed nothing. If this doesn't work, you can do it again, or if it works,
Yeah, you're not like, modifying the existing thing so much that, if you do it wrong, it's useless.
So I would have probably done the old super glue and baking soda, which and grease the bar so that it doesn't stick. That works for a little while, but this is so cool.
Yeah, and it's not like, is he on our Discord? I don't recognize the name, and it just could be because I'm getting old and I have a terrible memory, but I don't recall seeing him in the CoCo community before, so I'm kind of curious if anybody else knows him. He's only got 81 subscribers, so he's fairly new, I'm guessing, but
could be, yeah.
But if he comes up with the genius things like this for fixes, I think we should have him on the show and get him to join the Discord and stuff.
Pull him in.
So I will try leaving him a message as a comment. I didn't get a chance to yet on his YouTube video here, but hopefully we can get him involved in the wider community. That'd be awesome.
Oh, and yeah, you should put that file up. The STL.
I think he mentions that he did do that, or is going to do that. Yeah, one of the two.
Okay, cool.
Probably on Thingiverse.
What was that, Frederic?
Probably on Thingiverse. That's where everybody puts everything.
It's a great place to shop for all kinds of nifty 3D things.
Pick them.
Yeah, I've seen like fixes for the deluxe joysticks and all kinds of stuff on there. So next up, Simon Jonason, who we mentioned last week, is working on an online web-based graphics editor. Now, we've seen ones like this done before for semi-graphics, so he's starting to work on one that works with the actual full graphics modes. And he's got two updates he did this week. So the first one is it was a minor cosmetic tweak where he's actually got the file menu now has icons, not just the words. Minor, but it makes it look more professional. But his second one here is he's actually got it so you can pick what color mode you want and what resolution. So you can pick mono. So you can do 128 by 64 all the way up to 256 by 192 mono. And you get your two color sets. So you get the green and black or the white and black. And then he's got the four color modes from 64 by 64 up to 128 by 192. 120 by 192 is P mode 3. And then you get to pick from your two color sets. Your two color sets there, which would be the green, yellow, blue, red, or the white, cyan, magenta, orange. And then it'll actually dynamically resize the grid here to pick the rest so that you can actually fit the whole thing in at once.
Your microphone.
You lost your mic.
Yeah, I just saw that. Sick.
Oh, you just gotta love that.
Can you output it to some sort of data format to display it on the CoCo afterwards?
Yeah, it's going to have the options of exporting it both as data statements for like a machine language program so that you can incorporate it as actual code, or save it as a bin file with the actual, like you just load Emmet as a screen type thing. So yeah, he does allow that. He also allows you to load into this here. You can actually load in screens that you've got already existing you want to modify as opposed from starting from scratch. So that doesn't zoom it up too much, but kind of see what it looks like there. So if you're trying to design like screens for games or even characters, like sets of, sprite cells or something like that, you can use this for that online and just run it in your browser. Next up, Neil Blanchard is mentioning that he finally caught up on all the back orders for his Gamester, which is his premium level joystick for the CoCo. And this is actually made out of real wood, and he's got a bunch of different woods and finishes you can do, but it uses real arcade sticks and real arcade buttons. And he's got 3 left in stock as of November 19th, but now he's actually finally taking orders for new ones since he finally cut up the old orders. So if you want to get one of these, I will mention these are premium, like they're not cheap, but they're very well made.
To emphasize, that is not a
they're
plastic
actually heavy
box.
enough they don't wander around the table if you're trying to press buttons and stuff. So
that is not a plastic box in that picture. That's wood.
Yeah.
Finish that nicely.
Is there another view?
So at any rate, if you're really into playing games and you want like the arcade experience style feel, like with a full joystick and our actual arcade buttons, the ones actually used in arcade games, that's what this has. And I've tried these at the fest because he's been selling with the fest for a few years, and they actually work really, really well. So if you're heavily into the games, then I would definitely recommend taking a look at it at the very least. I will also mention that these also work on the Tandy 1000 series, which even Tandy's deluxe joysticks and stuff worked on both the CoCo and the Tandy 1000s, and the same with this one here. So if you are collecting Tandy computers in general, and you want an arcade experience on both your Tandy 1000 stuff and on your CoCo stuff, you just have to buy one. You just move it between the two machines, and it works. So you can hit him up on Facebook in the Tier City Color Computer Group, and he also has a direct link in the Facebook Marketplace too, which has got a link to it from the Tier City CoCo Group you can take a look at.
An interesting side project I could do also.
Next up, this is an Italian site, and the channel on YouTube is called 65CO2 Movies, or C02, I should say. They did a 15-minute video here about the Dragon 32 and 64, a little bit of the history. They go through a couple Dragon user magazines. They go through the basic manual. They also go through one of the third-party books. Now, it's in Italian, and it's basically, slideshow style with some spoken text. So you have to turn on the closed captioning, then turn on the auto translate from Italian to whatever your native language that you're most comfortable with is. I think French is included there for Frederic if he wants to do it. I will mention, from my watching it, unless some of the translation's a little bit off, I think they do have a few errors. They're not huge, but I think there's some minor errors in the history and stuff here that you should be aware of. But if you want just a general quick 15-minute overview of the Dragon 32 and 64, it's actually not a bad little primer for it. So you can catch that on YouTube. It's actually been a pretty busy time for the Dragon side of things here. So the first one here on Facebook in the Dragon users group is from David Gisbert. And he received a catalog. I would call it more a brochure than a catalog, I think, but it's the disk drive, the actual Dragon data disk drive for the Dragon, the spec sheets and kind of the promotional brochure for it in Spanish. So I'm assuming this was possibly done after it was starting to get manufactured in Spain, after Dragon Data folded and went bankrupt. Or it could be this is like a second source they were using. I'm not quite sure on that. So he also has this cute dog in the pictures too, but I thought I'd show some of the brochure stuff here. So there's kind of the technical side of it in Spanish. The actual picture of the drive itself. So it's kind of a half-eye long style. So it's kind of like the, that'd be the FT500s, I guess, on the CoCo. But here's the actual specs. It's a 40-track drive, etc. It looks like to be it's the exact same specs as the original one Dragon Data themselves sold. So if this is done later in the Dragon's life when it was getting manufactured by, why am I blanking on the name in Spain? I took it over.
Gerhard?
Yes, thank you. Gerhard. Oh, comment from Tom Eric Gunderson. The person that actually posted these photos here says, David Gisbert has the only Dragon MSX that I know of, because they actually were making a clone of the MSX console being made by Dragon. He's actually got one. So that's cool. Next up, we got a couple of updates from Julian Brown, who, of course, is doing the Dragon 32 new motherboards, while Kieran is doing the Dragon 64 new motherboards. So he mentioned here in this particular post on November 21st that he has a few more revision 2.1 Dragon 32 boards left if anyone wants to buy them as a Christmas holiday project, as he calls it. And it's £17 plus postage for the boards by themselves. And if you want all of the components, and he includes the 64K upgrade. So this Dragon 32 board is capable of going up to 64K, built the way it's designed. It's £170, but he did mention there's some of the chip sockets that are getting to be a bit rare at the moment, at least when he wrote this. So he said if you order the one with all the components included, you may have a bit of a delay before you can get it. But if you have some of this stuff lying around, or if you have sources where you live to get them, you can get this. And that basically is the Dragon 32 with the 64K RAM upgrade. And of course, he's working on his brand newer version here that's actually adding 256K RAM support. And he's starting to add some extra stuff too. So he's kind of doing it the Dragon 32 Plus, I guess you call it. I don't know what to specifically call it.
That's kind of weird. Problems with chip socket supply? Usually it's chips the problem.
Yeah, I thought that was strange too. And sometimes he's in our chat. I don't know if I haven't had a chance to check to see if he's in it today, but I was hoping we might be able to clarify that a bit. And the other one he actually posted this morning, well, this morning to us anyway. He's been working on trying to get the quality of the NTSC daughter board to work better, because the first tries he did, and I think we covered it last week, he was getting a readable screen, but it was pretty fuzzy. There's a lot of jail bars and stuff through it. The colors were off, etc. And I'll just read the post here, especially for the audio listeners. He said, that is a definite success. Even on my terrible cheap upscaler, the video is really clean with just very faint hail bars on the screen. Black is definitely black, because before it was getting kind of a grayish, a dark gray. Some ghosting, but from prior experience, this is the upscaler, not the video itself, coming out from his new NTSC daughter board.
Yep.
What was that?
I was just agreeing. Yeah, this is just a crappy upscaling.
Yeah. It says currently running with a bypass on the V clock signal into the 6847 as the prescribed resistor destroys the signal. Also skipping the ferrite bead on the same line as there's no practical information on the required rating that I've seen. So this is looking pretty decent, especially we saw last week's. He's even got artifacting working. He has it reversed here. And actually, I'd asked him about the fact that our artifact colors, you had to catch the phase by hitting the reset button to get the right ones. And I was asking how that's handled here, so I just wanted to see what his reply is.
He was in chat earlier, by the way.
Oh, he was? Okay. Okay, so he mentions here that I haven't tried, although I've noticed my upscalers don't produce artifacts at all. Okay. I always assumed the CoCo solution was switch the bit 0, 1 to 1, 0, and vice versa. Nope. There was a few games that did actually program. Stupid Mike. Sec here.
Is the sky blue?
So the CoCo, some games did have it so you could do it under software control. Sailor Man's one, some of the Owlware stuff is another, but most of them you had to hit reset until you clocked it on the right clock phase, so you'd get the red, blue, or the blue, red. It's kind of like the Apple, you program that one bit to switch between the green, magenta, and the blue, red.
It's a hit and miss type of thing. That's kind of weird.
Yeah, they would say, is the sky blue? And you'd hit reset until it was, and then you could go on.
And it would show up orange until you hit it. I mean, there's some other visual cues you can tell, like the characters look thinner on one phase and they look thicker on the other phase. So you kind of got to recognize this after a while. So you could even turn the computer on, hit reset even before you loaded the game to get it right the first time. Because some games crashed if you try to hit reset in the middle of it, especially if they were distributed backups.
Oh, yeah.
Now, he said it's not perfect yet. He said still work to do. The artifacts, like he knows the S looks a little bit thin. And I kind of agree that here. It looks almost like an hourglass.
Tandy menu.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. But it's much, much better. If you remember last week when he did his initial version of it, this is a huge improvement.
Yes.
So we'll be keeping up to date on that. And Mark, if you want to let me know if he's got any further comments that he puts in the chat, if he's still there.
I haven't seen him for a couple hours, so.
Oh, okay. Might be sleeping.
Could be.
Next up from Sixie, Kieran, and I don't know if he's still in chat. I know he was earlier too. But he's been working on a replacement for the SAM chip. I think I mentioned that a little bit earlier that this was coming up. And he says, working on a SAM replacement, not as a product, really more to prove the concept and work out the bugs so it can be used in future designs. So basically, once it's done, I think it could replace the SAM. And here's kind of a zoom up of his little replacement for SAM here. Now, as mentioned before, Rick, you were mentioning to Frederic that the SAM chip was a custom chip that Tandy got Motorola to make to combine the function of a whole bunch of other chips. And it stands for synchronous address multiplexer. So it handles the sharing of the VDG and the CPU with the RAM. And it actually adds some extra semi-graphics modes that don't exist in a normal VDG. And, there's dynamic RAM refresh is handled by it as well. There's a bunch of things handled by it. And it's one that, because it was a custom chip for Tandy, and Dragon got it too, because it was a Motorola part. But it's not a standard quote-unquote Motorola part like the 6809 itself is, for example. Yeah. That it's really hard to start getting these. You can't get them new anymore.
But this was the secret sauce behind the whole Motorola 6X09 architecture. This is how you got the video and the CPU to use the same RAM at the same time. Now, you had to use really fast RAM, which Tandy ran into that wall several times.
Yeah.
But no, 150s are fine. No, they ain't. No, you can't just hang a capacitor on a RAS line to make it. No, you can't do that. But it almost worked.
But if this is a SAM, will he be able to run the CoCo 1 and 2 at double clock speed? Will be.
Well, Brendan Donnie already has a SAM doubler that's doing that. And I think his, if I remember, that has a SAM sitting in a socket on this little board, which allows you to use static RAM and steal back those cycles for dynamic RAM refresh. And then you can run, because the other thing is when you run full double speed RAM and ROM, The original SAM quite can't handle that along with the VDG, so you could just get a garbled screen. It doesn't do the screen updates properly. You just get a mess. And Brendan Donaghy's SAM doubler fixes that, so you can run full double speed, 1.78 megahertz with video still working.
This should be fast enough to do that too.
Well, because this is a Xilinx chip, I think basically whatever you program that, you can set up to do whatever you want. You should be able to do double speed and all that other types of things. So,
what size video RAM is necessary for those machines?
There's no separate video RAM. It shares the RAM with the main computer, so you use whatever up to a mode. I think the biggest mode is 6K, but you can page flip between a bunch of them at different addresses in the RAM. You just tell where to start at. So anyway, there's a nice, good picture there. Sort of the audio listeners can't see it. Nice zoomed up here. And he's actually running it on his Dragon 64 reproduction motherboard. So he's got two new things in here you're looking at. But he also mentions he's got a picture of it running a diagnostic cart to make sure that it's working properly. And he said, still not much to figure out the glitch, but I figured I'd test it with Phil's diagnostic cart. And at first it completely failed, but once I removed the special casing of the FF3X page, it works. It's passing all of the diagnostic ROM checks. So this is a compatible SAM at this point. Now, the only glitching he's got right now is that he's using some programming tricks we've shown on the show like a year or two ago, where we actually figured out how to fool the SAM and the VDG to do a smooth hardware vertical scroll by changing modes in the middle of, during, the scan lines as it's going down type thing, but you can kind of fool it into thinking it's drawing lines taller than it is or shorter than it is. I can't remember which order that goes in, but basically he's fooling it into doing smooth scrolling on a text or graphic screen. And currently it's warbling a little bit. It's not perfect rock solid like it is on the actual hardware, but just to give you a kind of a look what it looks like. So you can see it's actually doing a smooth scroll. And that's in hardware. You're not having to redraw everything from scratch. That's actually using a programming trick on the SAM itself. Which does work in the real SAM. We've covered that before about a year ago, like I said, but he's almost got it close enough to be a complete SAM replacement. So that's one of the unobtainium chips these days for CoCo 1 and 2. In fact, that and the Salt, I think, were the only two real ones that we couldn't get. And now that Rocky Hill / Pedro has actually made a Salt replacement called the Pepper board, and we've got this SAM replacement here from Kieran, that shouldn't be a problem anymore. You should be able to buy like Pedro's CoCo 2 board, and if you can't find an actual SAM chip to put in or an actual Salt chip to put in, we've got replacements now. Kieran's still working on the finalization of this, but that should be a replacement. So now it's just a matter of getting the gimmies, and we can actually rebuild all the CoCo line. And then the last one. So Richard Harding, who's kind of a historian of the Dragon community, and he's been collecting documentation and all kinds of stuff. He's found a lot of stuff. He's actually been finding some of the old news reports from Wales TV back from when Dragon was struggling, and they were talking about it on the news. And this is the first of 3 news reports that he's got from Brian Moore's personal recordings here. And I'm going to play the whole thing because I think it's quite interesting. And this is back when it was still rumored that Dragon data wasn't doing too well. And we'll see how that goes.
Hello, good evening. We open with both positive and negative industrial news for South Wales. There are serious doubts this evening over the future of Bridgend home computer firm Dragon Data, and another Mid Glamorgan firm has announced 125 redundancies. But there's also good news for Bridgend and for Cardiff, which will bring 350 new jobs. Paul Starling reports.
Doubts have been raised about Dragon Data for some time. It's been known that they've been struggling in a fiercely hostile home computer market. But those doubts took a new turn following strong rumours today. My information is that there was a meeting in London yesterday and that an announcement was due to be made on Monday. I understand a decision is to be made on whether to call in the receiver. If that happens, it will send a shudder throughout the home computer market, a market which has become highly volatile and unpredictable as several companies have battled it out to be the first with the new microchip developments. It will also be a serious confidence blow for high-tech in South Wales and for the Welsh Development Agency, which has given substantial backing to a company which was hailed in its early days as the fastest growing company in Wales. That title owed its success to the Dragon 32 home computer, researched and developed by the Swansea toy company Metoy, which ironically has also since gone under. The Dragon was launched in August 1982, and from the start its success was staggering, selling tens of thousands to home computer nuts all over the world. But problems set in with meeting orders, with reliability, and eventually with short-term funding. No one from the Dragon Data Management was available for comment today, but the public relations company which handles Dragon Data business denied the receiver was due to be called in.
So that's the first of 3 he's planning on doing. So
I like how
Did you see that
computer
We
dragon
had
nuts.
Dragon Pizza. Did
Yeah,
you
that
see
was
it?
Did you see that gal solder that 40-pin chip just straight down the side?
Noticed
Solder
that.
and iron. Didn't even stop. Didn't check. It's done. It's perfect. I know it.
Skills.
And they were wondering why they had reliability problems.
Well, no, I'm sure she laid 20 good traces there. That's someone who, never mind.
At least she was holding it from the right end.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. No. Well,
I
no,
was
she
going to
did.
say I drag solder like that quite a bit on both the 28 and 40 pin sockets and don't ever have any issues. The key is lots of flux.
Oh, yeah.
No bugs. Cool.
Anyway, I found it interesting because one of the historical contexts they said, which I was not aware of before, is that Dragon Data at the beginning, when they were manufacturing the Dragon 32 in 1982, was the fastest growing company in Wales. Like, that's pretty darn good. And they were manufacturing, like I said, we covered it before, but that first year they were out before Christmas, they were sold out months in advance. Like, they couldn't keep up. Like, they were generating like thousands and it wasn't enough. And looking at some of the old, there was a couple of weekly magazines in the UK for home computers that were covering, what the best-selling computers are across. And the Dragon was usually in the top 2 or 3. I mean, it was beating the Sinclair on occasion. It was beating the Commodore 64 regularly at that time. They were actually doing very, very well. And then they kind of fell a bit too far behind. They had some of the warranty problems. And then when the Dragon 64 came out, they were expecting sales to go past Christmas at Christmas rates. So they bought a whole bunch of chips and everything else ready to go. And of course, after Christmas, sales slowed down because a lot of people bought them for Christmas, right? And then all of a sudden they had this extra inventory sitting there doing nothing. So they kind of did the same thing the Osborne did. But that was a pretty fascinating bit of history. I'm really looking forward to the other 2 because he's got 2 other ones that this particular reporter covering the Dragon that he's going to be releasing over the next little bit of time. So we'll cover those in future episodes. And that's it for the news this week.
Oh, I'm awake now. No, I'm just kidding. Thank you, Curtis. That was very informative.
Okay. Ready for the outro?
Yep. I'm hungry.
This concludes another episode of the CoCo Nation, the world's leading live interactive talk show featuring the Tandy Color Computer. For all things the CoCo Nation, visit us on the web at thecoconation.com. We'd love to hear from you. Send feedback, suggestions, even segments via email to show@thecoconation.com. The CoCo Nation Show would not exist without the community and its cast and crew. The CoCo Nation theme song, copyright 2022, D. Bruce Moore. Mixed, mastered, and produced by D. Bruce Moore. The CoCo Nation is over. Join us on the CoCo Discord server.
CoCo forever.
Set.
And it's custom and no
We're
longer
back.
available.
Oh, we're back. Okay. So I wanted to mention one thing in the chat that was mentioned here earlier. We're talking about, the missing sockets that Julian was talking about. And Franklin Harris is saying, as most manufacturers are walking away from PLCC package, socket manufacturers are starting to do the same. So that is a happening thing.
I mean,
Yeah, but
in
the
one way,
Dragon's not using any PLCC, right? So is he talking about
No,
the
the
shortages
CoCo
on some
3.
of the... Yeah, but that article was on the Dragon board.
Yeah.
The kit was on the Dragon board.
Oh, that's
so
true. Yeah.
Yeah,
that
didn't
applies
see
to
any.
some of the non-PLCC maybe coming a little short occasionally.
Yeah. Maybe that's what Julian hit then.
So, okay. But anyway, to finish your question there, Frederic. So Rocky Hill developed a replacement for the salt chip, a modern day replacement. So it covers the 5-volt regulator as well as the level translation for the cassette and analog and that sort of thing.
Serial, I think, too.
So, and with his board, you can eliminate the transformer and actually feed the CoCo off of straight DC.
Hmm. Okay.
So
It's called
it
the pepper board.
Yeah, eliminates the regulator or the pass transistor that was in there. That gets real toasty, and
Right.
you don't have to feed it with AC anymore. You can feed it with like 12 volt DC.
Mm-hmm.
So there's been somebody that ran basically a USB-C the power supply for those.
Oh, really?
Let's see.
Well, yeah, because the problem was we had the 5 volt pass that fed almost everything, and then that little AC feed.
Yeah, because you had the 8 volts for the modulator.
And other weird things. Yeah.
Plus and minus voltage for the RS-232.
Yeah, it did that all internally in the salt chip. In fact, there's one, and I can't remember his name. The Porta CoCo.
Yeah.
They built an
Charlie
adapter
and,
yeah. So you plug a cordless drill battery into the CoCo and run it off that. So
okay,
they have their own full website describing
yeah.
that.
In fact, there's a picture on the screen right now.
I guess you could put also a buck boost converter and put whatever you want DC voltage and voila.
I have mine right here that's running off of it. It's a PD supply, not just 5 volts USB, but I used a 12 volt trigger.
Well, that's where we've seen that before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it fits right where the original power supply comes out on a non-PAL unit. Right where the original cord
Oh,
was.
yeah, that's right. You snuck a USB-C connector where the cord is supposed to come out, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you could go back to factory with no extreme holes cut out or anything.
Yeah, I got Porta CoCo's site with a couple pictures of their Porta kits here, so I'll just share the screen here.
There you go. That's a nice solution. All the battery load balancing and crap is done because it's a drill battery.
That's really funky.
Yeah, one of their design goals on this one, because I know there's another person that's been posting about doing one as well here, but I think they're actually modifying the case to hold the batteries. So this actually doesn't modify the case at all. It just clips on and stays on. So if you don't want to, destroy your case because you're a collector and you want to keep it pristine, this actually doesn't modify the cases at all. And you have options of getting it with a screen that attaches to it as well, all powered off the same battery and wireless connections and stuff too. So
yeah,
that's an interesting concept.
So if you use like the Sloopy's drive wirelessly to link inside directly off the PIA, and then of course like, wireless video, which is what the one on the far right does, wire free, then you can link and download stuff directly to it. And
wireless HDMI, really?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And what's used for the wireless HDMI?
Basically it has like so basically it's the SCART converter. So the RGB inside then goes upscaled and then goes to HDMI, and it has a transmitter receiver pair. So I don't remember which one it is, but yeah, it's pretty cool.
If you want more details on that, we actually had the person that created it as well as his enthusiastic son helping demonstrate their not too long ago. I think we actually interviewed them, and they were actually outside running around with this wireless CoCo hooked up to
salesman.
yeah, and the monitor was actually sitting on a bench, and they're like sitting on a different bench, ways broadcasting straight to it type thing. So
wow. What were they using, Laura?
They're from Canada too, by the way.
Oh, wow, we're a pretty crafty bunch.
Yeah,
right.
I don't know, Mark, if you have a way to figure out what episode that was, but
yeah, I actually have it stored locally. It's episode 330. So
330. Yeah. You want to see
think,
that? And
yeah,
we fax in your car.
Yeah.
But yeah, they were at the fest this last year, and they'll be there again this next year. So if you can make it down for that, Frederic, you can actually meet and talk to them in person.
Yeah, that'd be
They're
interesting.
from are they from Quebec too? I'm trying to remember if they're Quebec or they're Ontario.
No, they're from Toronto. They
Right.
live just up the street from Frank.
Oh, right. Yeah. Retro Rewind, Frank, for those who don't know.
Okay.
Okay. I think we all need to go get some food.
Yep.
All right, grab
I
torch.
promise next week's show will be shorter because we don't have any long interviews. So
Okay. Well, thanks for coming. This has been fun. And we'll see
Always.
you all next week.
Sayonara.
yep. See you all next week.
everybody.
And on Game On Challenge.
Hey, everyone.